Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Higurashi When They Cry Kai. More specifically, Chapter 8 Matsuribayashi. Okay. Yeah, we're live. I didn't want to wait until 6 a.m. So, doing an early start. It's fine. We might sleep at 10 a.m. Probably. I think that's the plan. I don't know. Because we got events coming up. So the schedule's going to be scuffed. But it's fine. It's okay. It'll probably be fixed again on Sunday, I guess. Probably. I don't know. We'll see what we can do. But anyways, yeah. It's the final chapter. We made it. We're here. it's happening. So, glad to see how this all wraps up. How this all ends. Let's see. Okay. I didn't wait the 2 hours, so we might be congested, but I don't feel congested, so I think we're fine. We're okay. We're okay to talk. We're okay to read. Yeah. After yesterday's stream, pretty much just set up HBO Max, because we have that somehow. Well, yeah, I should say somehow. And messing around, adding movies from the library. I watched a little bit of Hellboy 2019 because, I've always been curious about the Hellboy series, but I never watched it. I heard this one was pretty bad, so went back to the old reviews, see what people said, and apparently there's something that's similar to something from an anime called Blood Sea. Just wanted to see what was the homage / similarity. I didn't get to see it, but that was the intent for watching. I was watching a little bit. I was skipping around. I wasn't really interested in watching it, but just skipping around, kind of get an idea of the story and action and whatnot. But yeah, it was okay. Yeah, Higurashi, Chapter 8. We're here. What's the scary truth for today, May 28th? 75% of American women think they are fat, perhaps owing to the fact that American actresses and models are thinner than 95% of the female population. Wow. Which is why they are models and actresses. If you wanted to see fat people, we'd go to a family reunion, not the movies. Boom, 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 boom. Jesus. How many percent? So 5% of actresses and models. Or women are actresses and models. 95%. %. Okay. Anyways. That's the scary truth for today. Is this gonna fall? Probably. Anyways, we're fine. Guess we're gonna start. Not much else has happened. Why delay the ending? Matsuribayashi. At least let it end with a blissful dream. Festival accompanying chapter, the riddle you have been entrusted with solving now finally becomes unraveled. What must be done to stop the chain? What will happen in the ultimate end? It's a showdown between the conclusion you reached and the one I reached. There is no difficulty. You should understand that now. Nope. But are there choices? That's the important thing. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. Right, that's the one that she said in chapter 7, right? Towards the end. That was the big reveal. Not a big reveal, but... The study was filled with piles of books and papers. In that study, there was a full-figured old man writing something at his desk in utmost concentration. There was also a little girl sorting out papers on the carpet. She almost looked as though she was playing with them. The serious expression she was wearing made it clear that she wasn't. Right, I noticed. I just realized that chapter 7, yeah, that is the most brutal chapter. Because everyone dies. Even Rena. Because Rena escaped in chapter 2 and 5. Well, maybe she doesn't escape. Right, no, she dies in the... No, but wait, the disaster doesn't happen. Right. Why doesn't the disaster happen? Do they... Because it's like... They don't know how to find Rika. And thus they can't... She's pissed off and she can't do the recreation. But... Yeah, that was everyone. I was still thinking about it. I was still thinking about the brutal deaths of just the casual shooting. I was trying to find what was similar, but I couldn't really. I mean, there was one scene in Walking Dead that I could think of, but that wasn't like... Yeah, I don't know. She almost looks as though she was playing with them, but the serious expression she was wearing made it clear that she wasn't. Grandpa, I'm done sorting them out. Hmm? Thank you. Let's see what happened. Look, there are lots of people with the same symptoms. It's way higher than the national average. That's exactly what I expected. There's an intriguing treatise over here too. It discusses psychosurgery and civilization. It also predicts the existence of parasites that inhabit the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is what causes emotions. That's right. Emotions aren't created by the heart. They're just side effects of the chemicals secreted by the organ known as the brain. If parasites capable of acting on that organ did exist and spread to create a colony, then that colony's thoughts would be unified. So are parasites the cause of the spread of ideology? When ideologies clash, is that because different parasites are competing to expand their habitat? That, or to expand religion, to expand national borders, or to expand a race. It's hypothesized that our differing cultural communities and their conflict are the result of parasites influencing human thoughts. There are people in other countries who think the same thing as you, Grandpa. Of course there are. There are countless parasites on this earth, and it's well known that some coexist with their hosts and some control their hosts. We've also discovered plenty of parasites that infect humans. Yet despite that, we adamantly deny the possibility that parasites could infect humans and control their hosts. Even the hypothesis of such a thing. Why do you think that is? Humans aren't special in any way. Because that hypothesis would also mean changing our view to see the spread of ideologies from the perspective of epidemiology. If conflicts in ideology can be resolved through debate, then they're peaceful. But if those conflicts occur epidemically, they become frightening. And if one were to treat bad thoughts or the spread of culture as an epidemic, think about the Black Plague in Europe during the Middle Ages. A vile infectious disease spread. They forced infected people into hospitals and didn't release them until they completely recovered. Some even died in those hospitals. They burned their corpses. They confiscated and burned everything. Those patients touched for fear the plague infected it. They even suspected families of infection and forced them into hospitals. So they'd hospitalize healthy people over individual ideas? Replace an idea with a disease. The rest is the same. Patients won't be released until they completely recover. People burn everything that may have been touched by the patient. They force the patient's family to go to the hospital. People are free to think what they will, right? Thoughts aren't pests. If an idea is created by parasites, it would be exactly the same as a plague. In other words, an idea is like an incurable epidemic. So you mean anyone with an idea is treated like they have a disease? That's right. If we bring this to its logical conclusion, parasites could be responsible for mass murders of people belonging to different races or religions. But this can be seen as just genocide. Therefore, talking about parasites and brains has been taboo since the war. What does taboo mean? It means something people shouldn't get involved with. That's why nobody researches these things. Nobody even remembers anything about parasites that live in the brain. They assume that parasites which control humans simply don't exist. That's almost funny. How can they prove something doesn't exist? That's just impossible. Impossible. Exactly. Proving that the devil exists is easy. You just have to show him to someone. But you can't prove he doesn't exist. You can't show somebody something that doesn't exist. Ha 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 ha. It's almost as if the parasites in the brain are controlling people so that they can keep their own existence a secret. Me and my grandfather shared a happy laugh together. So Takano is greatly influenced. I mean, right. Humans are simply another animal in this natural world. Might be at the top of the food chain, but it's foolish to think that we are superior to others. Humans can be controlled by parasites. Just because the existence of such parasites hasn't been proven, doesn't mean they don't exist. They exist. I know they do. That's happened before in the scientific world, right? That's right. Not all scientists are recognized for their work while they're alive. There are many who ridiculed and couldn't prove their theories to be true. But Grandpa, hope your theory will be recognized before you die. Otherwise, it'd be so sad. Don't worry. God doesn't ignore people who work hard. Hard work always pays off in the end. But when will that happen? Nobody knows when God is going to descend from heaven. Just like you never know when you'll be robbed. So we always have to be alert and ready so that we don't miss our chance. That was something that my grandfather said all the time. Nobody knows when efforts will bear fruit, but it will happen one day. That's why you must always work hard, so you have no regrets when the time comes. Your efforts will bear fruit someday. That's what he meant. But is it going to happen before you die? Even though there are so many scientists whose work were recognized while they were alive? That's such a cruel thing to say. But I didn't mean to be cruel. I had seen how hard my grandfather had been working, and I also knew he wouldn't live forever. Just wanted his work to gain recognition before he died. Do you know of the resurrection of Jesus Christ? Yeah, he was crucified and resurrected after 3 days. He told me about it. Why do you think Jesus was resurrected? Didn't he just get up as if he was waking up in the morning? He was buried after his execution, so his body was in the ground. Did he break open the tombstone and crawl out like a zombie? No. That would be called a resurrection. The sinners who killed Jesus imagine exactly the same thing. Jesus predicted just before he was executed that he would come back to life after 3 days. The sinners buried Jesus, sealed his tomb, and posted guards to watch over it. But what Jesus meant was that he wouldn't resurrect physically. He meant his teachings would be resurrected. After 3 days, Jesus' teachings were resurrected, and people regained their belief. The hearts of those who wanted to be shown the proper way revived his teachings. And that's what the resurrection of Jesus is all about. He came back to life in the hearts of his believers. Jesus doesn't exist physically on this earth, but he exists in people's hearts. In other words, that's when Jesus became an existence superior to humans. Even if it's after the author's death, as long as his work receives a fair evaluation, it will live again as a great achievement. Even if my body is gone by then, my life will return and receive recognition. Does that mean you'll become a god, just like Jesus did? Indeed, that research will be recognized for what it is someday. That's when I will become a god. That's why I'm not in a rush to achieve that recognition. I don't know when that day will come. God doesn't know that either. But the day will come. That's why I need to continue to work as hard as I can. It's very sad to hear my grandfather say that his life would end one day. He wasn't ill and he didn't only have a few years left to live. But set next to the average lifespan, his remaining years didn't look like much. The only person left in my life was my grandfather, so I didn't want to consider what it would be like with him gone. Grandfather must have remembered that I didn't like to talk about that subject. With a tender smile, he gently patted my head. Of course, I want my research to be recognized before I die. I'll do my best. Yep, do my best to help you too. I purposefully didn't mention the before you die part. Caught myself before I said it. Thank you, that makes me very happy to hear. Grandfather smiled in satisfaction. His research wasn't exactly outrageous. He wasn't trying to uncover the mysteries of the universe. He was only searching for the possibility that parasites could be responsible for human behavior. Nothing more than that. Nothing outrageous. really wasn't a wild idea. We even had some leads. Namazawa Village, Shishibon City, Prefecture. The villagers there are possessed by a powerful homesickness. When they are unable to return, they allegedly behave abnormally, as if they are cursed. There are also some bizarre rules in place in the village, based on their belief system. When he was working with the military during the war, my grandfather noticed similarities between the people in Hinamizawa and assumed that some kind of existence was responsible for their odd behavior. We've been researching it ever since then. In the middle of the 20th century, numerous strange diseases were discovered all over Japan. Most of them were caused by infectious parasites, and people started to pay attention to this forgotten field of study. Grandfather's research was simply one of those investigations into such diseases. Therefore, he believed it would be published amongst other research and attain recognition soon. But if his research didn't bear fruit before his death, I wanted to continue it. I wanted to continue his research. Grandfather taught me, resurrection isn't something that happens physically. It's when your life's work is appreciated. That's what he meant by resurrection. That's when he'll become a god. So when my grandfather dies, he'll still be with me forever. I wouldn't have to be alone ever again. I'll always be with my grandpa. Our works will gain recognition, and we will both become gods, gaining eternal peace. I will make my grandfather into a god. I will become a god. Therefore, we will be granted eternity. We'll be together, forever and ever. Good for you, Mio. I was looking at the key on a keychain. The key was labeled hen house, but the lock Eriko was trying to open didn't belong to that door. It should have opened effortlessly. At least that's what was supposed to happen. But it didn't open. I noticed beads of sweat forming on Eriko's forehead. She was the one who came up with this idea. Eriko was starting to panic. The rest of us started to panic too. This only opens the hen house. Let's stop. Let's go back. Shush. We were supposed to be cleaning out the hen house. They found us back here. They found out why we were here and why we were trying to open the lock to the back door. Then all four of us were sure to be sentenced to Splayed Piggy. Splayed Piggy? Don't panic, Eriko. That key opens this lock, right? We already tried it, right? Will you shut up for a minute? This is the right key. It's just hard to open, that's all. She was almost shrieking. Our hearts were pounding loudly. It was as though the sound of our heartbeats was echoing throughout the hallway. And at that point, we heard footsteps that didn't belong to a child. Shush! Somebody's coming. 3 of us held our breath, but Eriko didn't hear it. She kept fussing with the lock and the key, as if everything would be okay if she could just open the lock. Eriko, somebody's coming. Be quiet. I know this is the right key. I'm not dreaming. I already tried and it opened. Come on, why isn't this working? When this lock is open, we can be happy, and we can say goodbye to this hell. Eriko, someone's coming. What? What's going on? What plot are you introducing right now? My father and mother died. I don't know exactly how old they were. I was too young to remember. They went shopping without me, and that must be why they were punished. It was a train accident. What a terrible disaster. A lot of people died in that incident. But maybe my father was one of the lucky ones. He was still alive when he arrived at the hospital, so he was able to share his final words with me. My mother died instantly. Daddy, 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 Daddy. I didn't want to admit that this person I could hardly recognize was my father. As I called out to him, I hoped that it was someone else instead. But, unfortunately, it was my father. Maybe I shouldn't have woken him. Because when I woke him up, he was reminded of the miserable agony that he had forgotten. Oh, Daddy, 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 Daddy. I tried to move his right arm, so he could pat my head, but his arm was wrapped in bandages, and his hand was no longer there. I couldn't find his hand anywhere on the bed. I only had scary memories of his right hand. Its main job was to slap me when I did something bad, but I never wished it to be gone. Besides, that hand also patted my head, even though that only happened a few times. It was a big, warm hand, and it stroked my head very gently. But no matter what good deeds I did, he could no longer rub my head. No, his hand was the least of his worries. He had to go into emergency surgery. The doctors already warned me that the chance of him surviving was very low. That was why I was allowed to see him, regardless of his condition. Not only could he no longer rub my head, he might be gone forever. Daddy, the surgery will make you better, right? Daddy, you'll get better, right? Right? Listen carefully. Your daddy might not make it. Even if I die, you have to be strong, okay? No, no. You'll get better. The doctor is gonna make you better. So you're not gonna die. He was a stubborn and old-fashioned father. He believed endurance was a virtue, and he never complained about anything. That's why I couldn't believe he actually said he might not make it. I tried desperately to deny his words, but even that wish wouldn't prolong his life. My father, knowing his time was limited, tried to tell me some important things, but I interrupted his efforts by crying like a baby. I just wanted him to slap me, just like he used to do every time I cried like a baby. But he would never slap me again. Listen, well, my mother and I both lost all of our family in the war, so after I'm dead, there won't be anyone left to take care of you. Didn't need to tell me that. Parents used to tell me that all the time, so I was aware of that fact. In other words, my father was the only relative I had left in this entire world. But then the grandpa shows up. If I die, you can count on... Oh, okay, never mind, the doctor. If I die, you can count on Dr. Takano. Dr. Hifumi Takano. Can you say it? Hifumi Takano. That's right. Dr. Hifumi Takano is my former teacher. He will help you. Cough, cough, cough. Daddy, 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 Daddy. Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so I wasn't able to hear him. I was kicked out of the room. Didn't know what to do. Nobody told me how my father was doing or when the surgery was going to start. Nobody told me that was going to be the last conversation I ever had with my father. I think I asked people at the government office about Dr. Takano. They asked me if I knew his phone number. I said I didn't. Then they didn't ask me anything further. Sometimes they told me they'd look into it, but nothing led to anything. They couldn't find me a guardian, so I ended up going to an orphanage. At the time, there were plenty of orphans from the war, so although there were many orphanages around, they were all full. There were also some orphanages run by civilians. I was sent to one of those civilian orphanages. There was no profit to be had in taking in an orphan in the first place. So, I thought, the civilians who were running orphanages must have been very good people. I was sure they hoped that the children would grow in this loving environment and enter into society with a sense of gratitude. The reality isn't so kind. How many children in this world can actually express their gratitude towards their parents in the first place? Children are supposed to be nurtured by their parents' love. Therefore, if that environment is destroyed, their hearts are wounded. Every child has his or her own personality. Receiving affection doesn't guarantee that a child becomes someone angelic. Not everyone's heart can be healed. That's why there's some problem kids at the orphanage. Maybe I shouldn't call them problem kids, though. Sadness and despair of losing their parents, and the anger at having to hide such feelings filled those kids' hearts. Spending time individually with the children could have solved their problems. But at the orphanage where I was, none of the staff members even tried to spend time with them or put in an effort to understand them. All they could do was make sure that the kids followed the rules. Therefore, they could only see their children's emotional pleas for help as problems. In this world, nobody expresses love without expecting something in return. The person who founded that orphanage was expecting something in return as well. He wanted the children to appreciate him. That was why such a faint dream was destroyed by cruel reality. The children called the orphanage a prison, and nobody appreciated the staff at all. In fact, all they did was complain. That made the staff slowly realize that love alone couldn't run a facility like that. Just like how the children called it a prison, the staff started to recognize the facility as a prison too. It was a chain reaction resulting from mistrust on both sides. The staff bound the children with rules so they could suppress problem behavior. There was a framed picture of the founder of this orphanage, but I had never seen him in person. Was he satisfied with the fact that he put his own money into this social service? Or maybe he finally realized his dream of being surrounded by angelic children and being celebrated for what he did was simply that, a dream. I don't know. There's one thing I'm certain of. Such a dream didn't exist at the orphanage. There are so many rules and several plausible standards outlined for us, but the most valued one was silence. Children's chatter tends to increase each other's volume, just like mics drawing closer. Sometimes that leads to fights and the disturbance of order. So children were forbidden from speaking with each other. With those disallowed, they must have thought things would go smoothly. However, I think I always heard people's voices at the orphanage. There were two kinds of voices. One was the staff yelling, and the other was the children crying. We were not allowed to walk around inside of the orphanage freely, so we never knew who it was that was crying. One time, along with the crying and yelling, we heard the noise of metallic things being smashed against each other. We knew it was some kind of punishment, but there was no way for us to even imagine what it was. We trembled, pretended we didn't hear anything, kept working on our assignments. One of my roommates told me it was the casket punishment. But she didn't tell me any further, and I didn't want to know either. Even if we behaved exactly the same way as yesterday, if the staff were in a bad mood, they might pick on us. So, even if I didn't want to know, I might suddenly find out what the casket punishment is one day. The footsteps of a staff member were getting closer. We noticed them, so we straightened our backs and pretended we were studying hard. It's more important that the staff saw us doing so than us actually getting any work done. I noticed the girl next to me was falling asleep, so I poked her with my elbow. She noticed my signal and straightened her back like the other children. It was almost evening. This is the hardest time for us to keep ourselves awake, and the most dangerous time. The door to our room opened, and a mean-looking man showed up. Then he looked around to make sure none of us were falling asleep. Even if we were actually studying hard, if he thought we were asleep, we were out. That was why we had to make sure we appeared to be studying very hard. The man walked around our desks. Hoped he would just walk by me. That was what we all prayed as we kept working on our homework. The more we pretended to study hard, the more we could hear the sound of metal objects. The sound of metal objects crashing into each other, along with screams. Couldn't even imagine what the poor subject of that punishment was going through. Maybe there was something even worse than the casket punishment. To erase such fears, we tried to concentrate even harder on our work. We kept working, as the metal sounds and the screams went on forever. Jeez. The only time we were allowed to exchange words with our roommates was right after turning the lights off to go to bed. Being located in the middle of the mountains, the orphanage was very quiet at night. After making sure the staff members were far enough from our room, we enjoyed talking amongst ourselves. That was the only leisure time allowed to us. But it wasn't anything nice like enjoying pleasant conversation. Why? Because we mostly talked about others behind their backs. We spoke of things like, that member of staff is only strict or unfair or malicious towards this person, and so on. We just repeated those topics forever until someone couldn't keep himself awake anymore. We even discussed how we could get back at the staff. We took revenge on all of them in our imagination. Some kids even started to cry when talking about it, difficult as it was for us. Although the subjects we spoke of were negative, talking about them was the only way to vent our frustration. And even though we felt despair about tomorrow, we were able to fall asleep. Hey Gus, how's it going? But sometimes a different subject popped up. It was about the Yurigauka House of Love and Mercy on the other side of the river. Yeah, over there. I hear they get not only nap time, but snack time too. Plus their president is a very nice person. The House of Love and Mercy is a privately run orphanage, just like the one I was at. But it was a very kind facility, unlike ours. It seemed like a fantasy land compared to our current environment. A few years before, when this place was a lot worse, a few children tried to escape. It's hard to believe. There was a time when this orphanage was even worse to live at. JP, I would like some cake. I want something sweet, but I don't have sweet. You don't have sweets? We needed some, I had that craving actually, recently. We made some chocolate flan. It's pretty good. Turned out pretty well. Yeah, I get that feeling. Get some cake. Get some donuts. Man, I haven't had a donut in a while. Yeah. Be nice. Go to Krispy Kremes. Supposedly, 3 or 4 people tried to escape. I don't know the exact number though. They head to the House of Love and Mercy. Not quite fitting the donut. Definitely cake. Gotcha. What kind of cake? What's your favorite flavor? Gus. Mine's chocolate. Their escape was a success. Except for one unlucky child, they were able to get to the property of the House of Love and Mercy. Because the staff couldn't follow them to the other orphanage's property. In other words, the other facility's property had to be out of their jurisdiction. The staff were frustrated that kids got away from them. They dragged the one they caught back here. I'm sure they want to bring back the others who got away from them too. I'm certain the staff were determined not to let a single one escape. It was easy to see that determination the opposite way they locked the place up after that event. But they were never able to bring back the ones that got away. No matter how much the staff were mortified, they couldn't reclaim the children and punish them. In other words, if you could make it to the House of Love and Mercy, then you could escape the evil clutches of this hell. On the other hand, the one they caught went through such misery afterwards. Yet the exact details of how he was punished were never passed down. All that remained were ominous phrases left by those who knew him at the time. The drowned ducky, the mashed caterpillar, the splayed piggy. Can't even imagine what kind of punishment they were. The only thing I can say is that those punishments were supposed to be far more harsh than the casket punishment, which was the most cruel punishment I knew of at the time. I can only imagine how horrible those punishments were from their ominous names. After that, the captured kid's wish came true, and he was able to leave the orphanage. Was he able to leave this orphanage safely and enjoy his freedom while breathing in fresh air under the blue sky? Well, according to the rumors, that wasn't what happened at all. While he was playing in the boiler room, he slipped and fell, injured his brain, and died. Oh, that's cool. The children were instructed not to go into the boiler room after that incident. Everyone knew the boiler room was always locked. So everyone knew he was killed. Not just that, he was killed after being tortured. He was killed to teach the other children that they would face hell on earth if they tried to escape. But those who faced that risk and made it out attained ordinary, average lives full of love and mercy's namesake, which were far better conditions than we lived in here. Maybe the House of Love and Mercy was really heaven. Maybe all the orphanages are pretty much the same. But compared to my orphanage, I bet anything else would have been better. Even if someone escaped successfully, the police would catch him. Then he'd be sent back to the orphanage, which would be pretty much the same as being killed. However, if he could reach the House of Love and Mercy, they'd take him in. They wouldn't send him back. By talking about escaping to the House of Love and Mercy, we were trying to forget how cruel reality was to us. Then one day, the leader of our group, Eriko, said to us quietly, "Would you try to escape, if you had a chance to?" We didn't want to escape from here. It was a rather foolish question. But that wasn't what she meant. If there was a chance to escape, would you take that chance, knowing what you had to go through if you got caught? That was what she meant. Not one of us could answer immediately. If the previous escape incident was a total success, then we might have thought differently. But after that, the orphanage had tightened up security to prevent runaways. All the doors and windows were locked heavily, and it wouldn't be at all easy to get out. Even if another group escape was planned, the success rate would be very low. 3 escaped and 1 was caught before. Maybe 2 would be caught next time. No, maybe everyone would be. If I could, I'd want to escape. But the House of Love and Mercy is so far away. The bridge is long too. We'll all be caught before we get there. Besides, we can't even go outside. Everything is locked up. There are locks all over the orphanage. To escape, you need a key for both the inside and the outside. And after the lights were turned off, even each section of the hallway was individually locked. Make no mistake, this was a prison. According to the rumors, orphanages receive government funding depending on the number of children they house. So if anyone escapes, they lose money. Also, if we were to expose the conditions at the orphanage, they would end up being inspected. Things would get complicated for them. That was why they were so intent on keeping us locked up. Sure, if there was a chance, I would want to escape. But realistically, there was no way we could. Every door is locked. Well, did you know? The hen house in the courtyard uses the same key as the door to the back stairs. Eh? Really? Shh. Eriko shushed us. Shush. 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 Sometimes mass-produced locks take the same key. Of course, most places use different types of locks so that this won't happen. But the staff at the orphanage must have overlooked it. So there are 2 locks that use the same key at the orphanage. However, most of us never had a chance to even touch the keys. But there are a few exceptions. One of those was the hen house. Each room group took turns taking care of different chores. If your group was assigned to clean the hen house, you'd have to get the key to it from the teacher's office. You're supposed to return the key immediately after you were done. But while taking care of the hen house, the key was in the children's hands. While the staff would occasionally come around to check, they couldn't keep an eye on us forever. Eriko-chan, you aren't thinking about using that key, are you? Let's not. It's too dangerous. Of course it's dangerous if there's only one of us. But it's different if we're in the group. Wait, why? Do you know why only 1 kid was caught the last time they tried to escape? They were desperate. So to escape as a group, they did something to increase the chance of success. That was why only 1 of them was caught. What did they do? They scattered as they ran. They dashed in different directions. They waited until the day when there were only a few people working at the orphanage, and ran this way and that. So it promised Neverland. And so, although it all depended on luck, it would increase the chance of success for sure. On your own, you'd probably have no hope, but if the staff were to chase after other children, then your own chance of escaping successfully would increase. In other words, Eriko was inviting us to escape with her. The more children joined, the more each of our chances would increase. But among us, there were children who tattled to the staff for their own benefit. So she had to be very careful about who she talked to. Eriko must have trusted us a lot. It's Eriko, me, Tomomi, Tamami, and Kikuko. 4 children. Do any of you want to stay here a day longer? 3 of us shook our heads, but at the same time we couldn't agree to escape with her either. Of course, we don't want to stay here a day longer, or even an hour longer. Even if we did exactly the same thing as we did yesterday, we might get yelled at tomorrow. Can't stand this anymore. Can't stand living in fear of what to do and what not to do, so I won't be yelled at. We all feel the same way. We could endure strict rules, but it was almost impossible to endure vague ones. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that the rules depended on the mood of the staff. This is okay. That isn't okay. Such borderline rules change daily. And if we were to say anything about that, he would be treated horribly for it. I will escape, even if I have to do it alone. Like I said, the more people that join, the better our chance. Think about it. If they find out about this henhouse key trick, they're sure to change the lock on the back door. In other words, we only have one chance. So even if you regret not joining in later, it'll be too late. But, oh, I'm scared. I'm scared too. If we get caught, we'll be killed. Tomomi and Kikuko weren't the only ones who felt afraid. The fear was perfectly understandable, because all of a sudden, the fear of the punishment that would follow had become very realistic. I'm sure Eriko felt the same way too, but her courage was suppressing her fear, and because of that she shared her idea with us. So, do you plan to stay here forever? No way. No, you're scared, but this is the only chance we have. You have to be brave just this once. What about you, Miyoko? Don't you want to go with me? Unlike Tomomi and Kikuko, I wasn't trembling that much. Miyoko? Oh, right. Mio, right. Of course, I was scared in my own way, but compared to the other two, I must have appeared rather calm. Can we really escape? Of course, Eriko couldn't guarantee our success. But I had to ask her anyway. There's no guarantee, but if you join me, I'll have a better chance of escaping than trying to run on my own. Of course, the same goes for you too. Eriko gave a calculated reason, but I'm sure she just wanted a friend to agree with her. It was probably more important to her than increasing her chances to escape. Tomomi, Kikuko, if you're too scared, then I won't force you. Miyoko and I will escape ourselves. 2 is enough. Ah, well. Eriko rushed the 2 to make up their minds. It almost looked cold, but that was her way of mustering their courage. Because it was very possible that regardless of the outcome of our escape attempt, as our roommates, those 2 would be held responsible. It's not like we'll do it tomorrow. Our turn to take care of the hen house is in a week. We'll wait for the perfect time to do it. If we don't feel that it's safe, then we'll wait until our next turn. We'll be very careful. The rotation of the staff and the timing were important, but we also each had to know the way to the House of Love and Mercy. We were planning to split up, so we had to know the area. I made up my mind. Okay, I'm coming with you. But let's time our escape very carefully, okay? Of course. We'll be killed if we get caught. I don't want to die. I'll come too. Me too. Tomomi and Kikuko agreed, and so we all decided to escape as a group. We waited for the perfect opportunity. We waited for the day where only a few staff members were at the orphanage. We decided to let God take care of the rest. Ah, it's open. Maybe it was the way I did it. Eriko tried to open the lock several times without success, but I got it open on the first attempt. The back door opened slowly, and we felt a cool breeze. It was listening to the world of freedom just yet. In fact, it was the exact opposite. If the staff were to find out we were here, we would be in big trouble. It was a world of danger. But unless we went through that dangerous world, we wouldn't be able to go any further. Okay, let's go. I think Eriko wants to say that. We were planning to leave with that as our cue. But what we heard instead wasn't Eriko's voice. What are you kids doing there? We started to run. It was raining. We all got soaked immediately, and our clothes stuck to our skin. While it would normally be very uncomfortable, we couldn't even stop to think about that. We could only keep running in the rain. We were dashing on gravel, but it felt more like trudging through a muddy rice field. My feet kept sinking, and I couldn't pull them up. I was frustrated because no matter how fast I tried to run, I wasn't gaining any speed. I felt a sense of urgency. I heard someone yelling escape behind me, and all I could do was run like crazy. Okay, everyone, go in different directions. Scatter! Come on, scatter! With Eriko's cue, we all went different ways, hoping they wouldn't be coming after us. Would we be able to reunite safely at the House of Love and Mercy? All 4 of us there together, or maybe someone would be missing. No, maybe everyone else would make it, and I'd be the one who gets caught. My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a staff member coming from behind me. Hold it! Wait! Hold it right there! The staff members should have numbered fewer than us. So if I was lucky, they wouldn't be coming after me. Should I just go and buy a cake? I mean, yeah, if you want, right? Treat yourself. Oh man, you know, just plop down, go to the nearest grocery store, or deli, bakery. Be good. Praying that the staff voices I heard in the distance weren't after me. Looked back for a moment. If I had time to turn around, why didn't I take another step forward? Why didn't I try to escape further? As I turned around, I felt a huge hand cover my face. Its pinky finger slipped into my open mouth. Gross. The hand grabbing my face shoved me into the muddy gravel. Of course, I didn't stay quiet. I fought back. Then I saw his face. It was the scariest face I'd ever seen. I realized it immediately. He only wanted to capture me alive to use me as an example. Considering what would happen to me afterwards, killing me here on the spot wouldn't pose any problem, would it? Yes, he looked at me with unworldly hate, ready to end my life here and now. His pinky finger ended up touching my tongue. The indescribably nasty taste sent an icky feeling through my whole body. Ah, that's it. This is what my murder tastes like. He was going to shove that finger down my windpipe and suffocate me. And so, in order to live, I fought back in the only way I could. She bit the finger. Gah! Something warm filled my mouth. It felt like swallowing blood after a nosebleed. I spit it from my mouth and ran without turning around, leaving behind the staff member clutching his pinky finger. Little shit! Damn you! I'll kill you! I heard his roars echoing behind me. It wasn't a man that was after me. It was a beast. He had no interest in capturing me. His only goal was to see me dead. My shoes had slipped off. They weren't sneakers, so they came off easily while I was running like mad. My bare feet struck the gravel over and over. It was painful, but I didn't care. Because if I stopped, I knew what would happen to me. Tree branches cut my face and barbed wire scratched my thighs. My feet and toes were bloody from running on gravel. The blood from the staff member's pinky finger dripped down from my mouth, staining my chin and chest. I was running for my life, with scratches and cuts all over my body. If I were to get caught, I'd be killed. If my pursuer had any sense, then I would be killed after being tortured. But if he didn't, I'd be killed on the spot. I don't want to be killed. I don't want to be killed. My lungs and heart were about to explode. My mind was blank from fear and lack of oxygen. I was about to lose consciousness. I might have given in. I didn't hear the voice of the staff member coming after me. My knees were shaking. My legs wouldn't move properly. I felt like I was going to fall after like a puppet without strings. But I couldn't fall. Couldn't fall just yet. Ah, it was too late. My face had hit the gravel. I felt the awful sensation of falling. Immediately after, the roar of the beast coming from behind me. Damn you, my finger! My finger! Ah! 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 Ha! 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 Must have hit my thigh against the steering wheel when I jumped. I can feel the throbbing pain delayed slightly. Sweating all over. I wiped the sweat on my forehead and put my hand on my chest, only then realizing how fast my heart was beating. I rubbed my thigh. I rubbed it in a straight line. It's not where I hit the steering wheel, but I feel like this is where it hurts. Can't see a scary beast in the moonlit car. I have my shoes on, and I'm not covered in blood. My toes are fine too. Someone knocked on the window, startling me. Major, it's time. Ah, oh, thank you. I wanted to take a nap, so I told him to come wake me up in an hour. Maybe an hour was too long. Too long a nap actually makes you tired. Put my seat back up and got out of the car. Cool breeze feels good on my skin. I only see the moon. There's nothing else to see on this mountain trail. My car and a command vehicle disguised as a trailer are parked on the side of the street. I can still feel that bad taste in my mouth. I spat it out on the side of the street, but even that couldn't get rid of it. Taste of blood, saliva, and rain. Sweat from my forehead and raindrops got into my mouth, but I couldn't swallow, so I ended up drooling. That sensation around my lips brought back memories, and I tried to wipe my mouth. Ha! Phew. Maybe I'm nervous. That's why I had such a bad dream. I think there's a coffee machine in the command vehicle. An unpleasant cup of coffee will wake me up. So, has anything happened yet? No, not yet. We just got Gifu's scheduled check-in. Everything's okay over there. See. Hey, could someone make me a cup of coffee? Sure. Cream and sugar? Just cream, please. Ah, no. Please put in some sugar, too. Still have a bad taste in my mouth. The feeling of biting and crushing his little finger and his filthy blood filling my mouth. Sure, a sweeter cup of coffee will wash down that bad taste and also wake me up from my nightmare completely. House of Love and Mercy. Okay. Well, that's chapter 1, I guess. Alright. New tips? No new tips. New tip screen now. Let's go. Hold on. Let me take a sip. Banquet to back end over. One more speaker, and the toast starts. Are you ready? This is the back end. We're ready. Can't hear anything from inside, so please give us a cue when the speech is wrapping up. Listen up. 10 bottles of beer per table. Make sure to deliver them to your area smoothly. Young hotel workers dressed smartly in bow ties pull bottle after bottle out of the beer cases, preparing for the toast. My dude, I have returned. Hey Effie, how's it going? They waited for their cue to serve the drinks while listening through the intercom. Pepe D. It's a dance party. At a normal party, they could put bottles of beer on the table ahead of time, but if there was a lecture before the party, then they couldn't. Guests don't mind sushi going dry due to a long speech, but they don't like seeing their tables get wet with condensation from bottles of beer. More than anything, they certainly don't want to drink warm beer. That's why beer has to be served right before a toast. I'm this close to 99k, 0.99k, 99.8k now. I can smell it. Oh, TBD. About to be redeemed. That's too soon, Effie. Brother has already redeemed TVA. What am I gonna do for TBD? What should I do? However, there's always a speech before a toast. Usually a long one. Especially at a big party like this, there are lots of guests that give speeches, so it's extremely difficult to know when to serve. For that reason, the bottles end up sitting outside by the banquet room. People end up drinking warm beer anyway. I'm gonna request hat. You're gonna request hat in time? After this game, after we finish this story. There were several dozen tables with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people were sitting at each table, so there were at least a few hundred people in the room. The banquet room was filled with excitement. There were many plates with many different kinds of food on each table. A sushi platter, a sashimi platter, a fruits platter. Also along the wall, there were cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. All the guests appeared to be well-mannered gentlemen, and clearly were notable people in various different fields. The huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly indicated that this hotel held a status good enough for these famous people. An elderly gentleman was giving a lengthy speech on the stage before making a toast. Usually people don't like such long speeches, especially if it's before a toast. But the guests occasionally shouted, "Yes, yes," and sometimes gave him a loud applause, filling the room with their fervor. Well, maybe fervor was a pleasant way to put it. It's probably more accurate to say their excitement was bizarre. What is this place? Which country would actually teach people not to show respect towards their own flag? There are no others. It's happening only in Japan. That's right, that's right! Is forcing people to respect their national flag and anthem an obstruction of their freedom? That's a foolish idea. Listen, love for one's national flag and anthem comes naturally to all. To know ourselves, to know our culture, to understand our history and our country itself. Those are the things that make you realize that you are a Japanese citizen, that make you understand the part you play as a citizen of this country. And the feeling you get from that is love towards your own country. However, those anti-Japan teachers are proclaiming that it's militaristic brainwashing. Those stupid claims are wrong. What are those people doing anyway? They're teaching our children to hate being Japanese. They're the ones brainwashing them with this self-destructive education. They're teaching our children that Japan should be ashamed of itself, that they should be ashamed of being Japanese. Forget who you are and deny your country. That's what they're teaching them. These innocent children listen and believe such nonsense. Of course they do. They go to school to learn things, right? Their teachers teach them that. Of course the children believe it. Can you believe such corruption exists? We must do something about this country's education now, no matter what it takes. The sound of applause filled the banquet room. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they felt the same way by cheering him on. I don't know what you find doing TBD, so I'm just messing around. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could do the game requests. Brothers would be first. I can imagine what he would request. It's just points, but they probably should have value, right? Oh, I'm stretching. Copy. Just copy everybody. I'm gonna copy Quinn by playing, I'll be what now? Hey, brothers. You'll be redeeming a game for me to play. Kind of like Effie's system. You'll be waiting there. I'll be waiting. I mean, alright, I'm gonna copy Quinn by playing God of War, you know? So, just copy everyone. You know, that's Axel's move. That's, he copies the enemy abilities from Mega Man. Not 5k points. No, I meant, since you already redeemed, I'll give you the honor of redeeming. Copying my system. PTMC angry. If you want to request something. I see. It'll be something that I play after this chapter. After we finish this game. I see him. It's not a bad system, Effie. I'll have to think that. Sounds good. Let me know what when you find out. It has to be something I have, of course. So I'll let you know if I have it, or if I have access to get it. Do you have a list to choose from? I do not. That's probably the helpful part, right? That'd probably be something I should work on. Well, you said, well, I don't know. I don't want to. It's your decision, but you said you did want to see me play Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, right? So I do have that. Listen, I have the SNES Classic, the NES Classic, the PS1 Classic, Pog. I have. We have Winner. Okay, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. That'll work. Just put it into the Switch. Is it better to use the Switch or to use the SNES Classic? I'll figure it out. I'll see what I like. What's up? You use the Switch? Oh, okay. I'll use the Switch then. But they're both good. Gotcha. Yeah, I did like playing Mega Man X on the SNES Classic. That was a fun time. So then Effie's choice would be Hat in Time. What should be the funny video though? I didn't think anyone else was this close to the next points. I don't know. It's fine. It's okay. To be honest, what's up? Doesn't matter to me what you play next. Just play what you want, I guess. But it's fun. But you want me to play Hat, right? At some point, probably. We have so many games. Speech that started all. I have no video. It's just there to it's just there waste points. Unless you want a palette cleanser. I just want to cash in. Gotcha. BRB, sounds good, Effie. Okay. So after this game, we'll play Legend of Zelda. Then we'll play Hat in Time. I should probably raise the amount of points. This is like a priority access. First priority. First serve. Because we do have other games that we gotta play as well. After that, wait, did we read the other thing? The sound of applause filled the banquet room. All the gentlemen agreed, expressing they felt the same way by cheering him on. After that, a gentleman wearing a cloth sash approached the stage. The hall welcomed him onto the stage with another round of thunderous applause. A rousing theme from a popular drama series played as he took the stage, but it was entirely unnecessary before the overwhelming applause. The man's sash carried his name, written in large letters, along with the name of the prefecture and he was running for office in. Let me introduce you to a patriot. Let me introduce to you a patriot, Kun. This man has served the former governor as his right-hand man, as director of the office of governor for many years, supporting the prefecture's government for a long time. Since the previous governor has decided to retire, he was appointed as the next governor. Unfortunately, we have those anti-Japan teachers in our prefecture. While they proclaim freedom of education and freedom of thought, they're shamelessly forcing an anti-Japan education down on our children. They don't teach real history, they teach our children that everything was Japan's fault. They don't even mention the true purpose of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, for all those who fought to save Asian peoples from Western control. Oh, is this Tokyo? I mean, the Tokyo group meeting. They don't even talk about how many Asian countries were actually Western colonies before Japan stood up for our freedom during the war. Our country has recovered amazingly since then. Yet our children don't know any of that because those teachers don't teach them. How truly, truly sad. Can't stand the fact that those anti-Japan teachers are actually teaching our children alongside those teachers who take teaching seriously. They are insulting our educational institutions. I'll become a governor. Get rid of those teachers. I'll straighten out our education system. Make sure our children will grow up to be decent young people who can carry on Japan's future. He, Kun, announces his candidacy for the next year's prefectural governorship. We appreciate your support for him. I promise, I will straighten out Japan's education system. Thank you for your support. Again, the banquet room filled with applause. The man was receiving a standing ovation. I need to explain a bit about this banquet before you misunderstand. It wasn't the conference of a political association or a lecture by a political candidate. It was hard to believe, but this was nothing more than a meeting of a college's alumni association. Oh. Everyone should be familiar with what those are. Whether it's elementary school, junior high school, or college. Once you graduate from one of those, you normally belong to an organization of alumni. You receive invitations for reunions where you enjoy talking about the good old days. However, there are many different types of such organizations. Some are simple, some are united with much tighter bonds. And once an organization becomes united with those tight bonds, it's no longer a simple organization of alumni. Rather, it becomes a significant faction known as an alma mater clique. Yeah, we didn't go there. Did we even have a 10-year reunion? I don't think we did. I think there was plans to have one, but it never, happened. So, in Japanese society, it's traditional for graduates to form tighter bonds that go beyond the level of an organization. Also, the more superior the alma mater, the stronger that tendency holds true. The Imperial University, one of the best universities in the country, He's famous for the deep bonds it graduates from. Form. Why do superior people like to bond? Maybe because they take pride in being superior. But more than that, maintaining connections is the most significant reason. Is it too late to change my vote? No, you could change. You could say something else. What do you want after Legend of Zelda? All Imperial University graduates are elites in their respective fields. They are likely to succeed and become important people. I think I would play Zelda on Tuesday, because we'll probably finish this by then. Because today's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Monday would probably be the finale of this, I would think. And then, yeah, Tuesday, Zelda. Whoa, Effie. Well, there it is. Cold shower. Oh, Effie, I don't want to do that. Can I change my vote? Yeah, you can change your vote. It's fine. Gold. Not golden? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gold. Right, okay. I see. Right, I changed my flex shards to gold. Do you have Fable? I do not have Fable. Do I have Fable, actually? Let me check. Let me see if Batty has it. Oops. Oh, I do have Fable. I could play Fable, Effie. I've played it before. But I've never... Did I play Lost Chapters? I don't know if I did. Which one? It's the Lost Chapters. Fable 1. That's all I have. You've played it? I have played it. Not on stream, but in general. So I do have access to that. Here, I've got the perfect video. We can all watch. How much of it do you recall? I remember the villain, I remember the alignment system, the combat, tutorial, chickens, doors with faces. What else? It's been a while, I guess. Re? Why the re? Okay, is this appropriate? This is totally appropriate. Is this appropriate? This is appropriate. This is fine. Okay, we finish Let Us Know before I have my job, play Fable. Before I leave my job, play Fable. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Would I finish Legend of Zelda in time? If you finish Legend of Zelda after I leave my job, play Hat. Okay. When are you leaving your job? Did that happen? Did that event occur? Window capture. Whoops. Okay. Let's just enjoy this. Okay. What is this weep shit? I don't know, it's anime YouTuber, VTuber. This is just silly. This is fun. Listen, we could play the Arrested Development clip again, but I mean that joke's that joke's already gone. Let's play out. I forget, is it what's her name? Hold on. Can't find it. Never mind. I'll find it later. It's one of those animated YouTubers. Anyways. So, okay. So Fable, if you... Basically, you're submitting your resignation tomorrow. Okay. So... But does that mean you're leaving tomorrow? Or... You're putting your 2 weeks in? I guess it's a wait and see what they say. Hope it goes well though. Hey Eli, thank you so much. Okay. We made 1 month in tomorrow. Okay, gotcha. Alright, well it looks like it's gonna be Fable. Easy decision. Wait, I saw that Quinn was having trouble capturing it or something? What was the issue? Well, I guess we'll get there when we get there, but... So I'll probably forget by the time we get there. I guess we'll see. Pussy to my jump chat. Alright. Think we're good? Think we're back? You ran OBS in admin mode? And it fixed itself? Okay, gotcha. That should be easy enough to remember when we get there. Did we skip any dialogue? Hold on. Maybe because they take pride in being superior, more than that, maintaining connections is the most significant reason. Did we read this? I've already forgotten. It's traditional for graduates to form tighter bonds that go beyond the level of organization. The more superior the alma mater, the stronger the tendency holds true. Back to the shadows I go. Sounds good, brothers. Thanks for stopping by. The Imperial University, one of the best universities in the country, is famous for the deep bonds its graduates form. Why do superior people like to bond? Maybe because they take pride in being superior, but more than that, maintaining connections is the most significant reason. All Imperial University graduates are elites in their respective fields. They are likely to succeed and become important. Is this Shuqing Academy? Become important people. When they do, the unity of their alumni association gains immeasurable meaning. In fact, even today, the Imperial University graduates maintain their tight academic clique. They hold great influence throughout many different fields. They interact with other universities as well, so the graduates' bonds are extremely tight even today. Enjoy the stream. Oh, is it stream time? Oh shit. Lurks up. I don't know, something wrong with my Chromebook. Like it keeps shutting off. Not sure why. So I don't know if I lurked in people's channels last night. It's fine. It's okay. It's just weird. Why is it shut off? Why is it doing it randomly? But TBD, Gus, TBD is with your help, with your 99,999 points, you too can help fight TBD. Which, as you saw, was well, maybe you didn't see, but it was the weeb shit that we played on stream. It's fine. I think that was longer than the Arrested Development clip. Yeah, it's fine. It's something funny to look at. Tuberculosis? Tuberculosis. Okay. It's TBD. That should be the next one. We have TBA, we have TBD, forehead. See in my brain, dyslexia. I don't know what the next one is. Is there to be announced, to be determined, to be continued? Alright, TBC, to be continued. Perfect. There we go. Let's go. Actually, let's just change that right now. Before we continue reading. Where's our dashboard? This will probably be the last. We'll only do like 3 redemptions. Or maybe we'll do more, but we're gonna jack up the price. Just a little bit. Priority. Tuberculosis Spock. Can't spell apparently. Oh, that's fine. Tuberculosis. Oh, is it the U? Let's see. That's a disease. It's still around, right? Community. Channel points. Fighting TB, 1 redemption at a time. It's the goal. So, okay, so there was another redemption that I was considering turning on, but because we're still exists, yes, gotcha. I don't know, with Higurashi I feel like let's not have this on. But it's fine. One of the redemptions is going to be voice acting attempts. Friend TV, one redemption at a time. Edit. TBC. Okay. I was going to have it at 20,000 points. Gold. Lurk. Sounds good, Effie. I don't know if I want to turn it on. Do what I want, right? JP, my crippling chewing gum addiction has caused me to go through another pack of gum. That's unfortunate. What kind of gum do you chew, Gus? What do you enjoy? Kind of like juicy fruit. As well as, Orbits? Is that right? I think that's right. So let me move this. It's either winter mint or cinnamon. There's no in between. Juicy fruit. Juicy fruit's good, you know? Also, there's 5 gum, right? Turns into a liquid in 7 minutes. Yeah. 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 But it's so good the first, like, couple minutes. It's so tasty. All Imperial University graduates are elites in their respective fields, are likely to succeed and become important people. I think we already read this, but anyways. When they do, the unity of their alumni association gains immeasurable meaning. In fact, even today, the Imperial University graduates maintain their tight academic clique. They hold great influence throughout many different fields. They interact with the other universities as well. So the graduates' bonds are extremely tight, even today. You mean first 4.6 seconds? That fast? No, can't be. Additionally, while Imperial University usually refers to the University of Tokyo, sometimes it's used to mean all 7 major universities in Japan. They are located in Tokyo, Kyoto, Tohoku, Kyushu, Hokkaido, Osaka, and Nagoya. They are all great schools. There happens to be an organization of alumni that includes all of those 7 universities. The elderly gentlemen in this banquet room were each from one of those organizations. However, not every graduate would get an invitation here automatically. It is a society of select gentlemen, and in order to become a member, one must first fulfill several conditions, such as recommendation from an existing member, contribution to the society, possession of status, and so forth. Therefore, all the members are important people from different fields, and obviously the power of this organization is of a political... Sorry. The power of this organization is of a political nature. But there's one more very important criterion one has to meet to join. Strong patriotism, a heart that longs to contribute to Japan and its birth. As a result... Gus, no. As a result, this organization has become extremely nationalistic. It just kind of came out, Gus. We're fine. Oh man. Up on the stage, the candidate for the prefectural governorship was still talking passionately. And among those elderly gentlemen in the crowd, Takano can be found. Takano seemed used to this kind of conference and seemed unsurprised at anything that was said. But at the same time, she looked rather fed up with it. Was it that bad? Oops. It just kind of came out. Oh man. Kick W leave. No, Gus, it's fine. As she was in attendance, she must have been one of their members, which meant she possessed not only an extremely excellent Jesus, I can't read. Not only an extremely excellent academic background, but that the older gentleman here had acknowledged her equivalent contributions to society, and that she possessed strong patriotism. Now your entire group's been thrown off just a little bit. Whew. It's funny. However, her academic background was the only qualification she had meant to join. You're typing. She had meant to join. She was only able to join as a special case because of her connections. She didn't even hold prejudiced ideas like the other members did. So, why was she here today? Probably because of the same reason as the man giving a speech up on stage. The man on the stage didn't actually have prejudiced ideas, much like Takano. He only prepared a speech that he knew the guests would like. Politicians only want votes. Each and every person has a vote, but appealing to each one of them takes too long. So the most efficient way is to appeal to organizations with a unified idea and a unified will. In other words, this man was giving this speech so he can garner support from those powerful people. The elderly gentlemen in the banquet room will then do their best to support him, since he appears to share their ideals. They can offer many different kinds of expediency, support, and assistance. To an outrageous degree, I might add. If the day's event continued in the same way, the organization would likely decide to officially support him. It will probably give him a great deal of financial aid. It will assist him in different ways as well. Of course, the man on the stage won't be the only one gaining something. When he wins the election and becomes the governor next year, the organization will welcome the governor as a new member and gain even more political influence. And eventually, the organization will become so powerful that nobody could ignore it. Those of you reading this right now probably get the sense that they're no mere alumni association. You'd be absolutely right. After reaching this level, they were a fine syndicate. No, they'd be a secret society if the group wasn't so open about its activities. So it is Tokyo. Now, I'm sure some of you readers are brushing this off, thinking there's no way such a suspicious organization could exist in Japan. But everything I've explained is entirely true. There are several such influential groups and organizations within our society. You need to understand that they hold powerful political clout and influence our national policies. Some are alma mater cliques like the one I've described above. Others are scientific societies serving different parties, industrial groups, advisory committees, religious organizations, community service groups, and so forth. Also, there are right wings and left wings, the hawk and the dove. I won't go listing their specific names here. Yet you've probably read them every now and then in your average newspaper. The 1% of the 1%. In Japan, the terms for such forces aren't very common. Most of your readers probably think of suspicious organizations wearing white hoods when you hear the phrase secret society and left it off. But unfortunately, that's a huge mistake. Also, hold on. In America, where there's far more territory than citizens, there's way more groups like that. They possess such vast influence that ignoring them is impossible. Impossible? I'm still going to continue that. Maybe we started that from chapter 3. So the terms they use for such forces doesn't apply to those on the scale of the syndicate. Sometimes people say that such groups have more power than the White House. They're referred to as the shadow government. So hold on. Okay. I am good. Am I good? I'm good. We're good. Everything's good. Even here in Japan, we had a shadow government before the war, our Zaibatsu. I feel like I need to sneeze. After we lost the war, the GHQ dismantled those blocks, but 40 years have passed since then. There's no guarantee our country hasn't given birth to another shadow government, given how good we are at collusion, groundwork, and backroom deals. Mio Takano was, in fact, attending a conference of such a shadow government. Huh. Let me check some things real quick. Okay. I shouldn't check. I should wait till the 5-minute BRB, but just like checking. Anyways. might appear to be a guest house at a huge golf course. There are no golfers in sight, but by appearances, that must be it. But appearances can be deceiving. This wasn't a golf course, but a huge backyard. The guest house was in fact a very stylish mansion. I don't know, maybe now I feel congested. Hold on. Maybe it's time-based. Because I was feeling fine earlier. I mean, I'm fine. It's not serious or anything. It's just weird. Normal people would be surprised to learn that this was a private residence. Whoa. What's that? An ashtray? The interior of the building was as lavish as the exterior. There were beautiful carpets on every floor. Expensive-looking decorations on the wall. And expensive-looking bottles of alcohol on the shelves. That's the kind of room Takano could be seen in. There was a knock at the door, and an old man in a wheelchair and a young woman pushing it entered. As Takano stood up to bow, the old man stopped her by raising his right hand. No, you don't need to stand up. Long time no see. I'm telling you to come see me anytime, but you never do. It's great to see you, Koizumi-sensei. The old man sat down on the sofa with assistance from the woman. He was very old. His face was covered in wrinkles, and he could hardly do anything on his own. Even so, he still had a great deal of power and influence. Oh my, you haven't changed a bit, have you? I can see lipstick on your neck. Hee. Oh? Oh. Is that right? Good grief, how embarrassing. There was no lipstick on his neck. The woman who was helping him with his wheelchair was too beautiful to be a mere helper, so Takano had suspected something. As it turned out, her guess was correct. Although he was so old that he could die the next day, he wanted to stay sexually active until the very end. Even the Grim Reaper would think that's just absurd. Ooh, hey clone. Neo-chan, you become quite beautiful yourself. You're not a little girl anymore. Eh. Oh, stop. If you really think that way, why did you try to touch my bottom? What have you got to lose from having an old guy like me touch your butt? Sure, you have plenty of chances to touch a softer butt, don't you? Hee. Have you composed yourself yet? I'm okay, Gus. Yeah, how's it going, Claude? Takano and the old man enjoyed a tasteless conversation. They had clearly known each other a long time and were very close. The young woman came back in to serve tea. After she left, the old man started to speak. Anyway, I'm so proud of you, Mio-chan. I'm sure your grandfather in heaven is proud of you, too. I hope so. But I'm not even close to approaching the level of my grandfather's great work. Takano-kun was unlucky in many different ways. The era he lived in, if he lived in a different era, I'm sure he would have finished his research. But he lived in that era, and ironically, that was why he noticed the existence of the Hinamizawa syndrome. The world today is in the nuclear era. America and the Soviet Union glaring at each other over mounds of nuclear stockpiles. It takes nukes to have authority as a major power. Yet we forever abandon our nukes thanks to our 3 anti-nuclear principles. In this age, we are now a nation without nukes. How deplorable. In the middle of the 20th century, despite rising tensions between East and West, there was this temporary peace known as the Cold War, brought by a balance of nukes pointed at one another. Permanent membership in the United Nations were monopolized by nations with nuclear arms. To secure their predominance with nukes, bound the world with nuclear non-proliferation treaties, eternally banning non-nuclear nations from the world stage. For Japan to become a nation that can compete with the world, it must develop nuclear arms or something as powerful. That's what some people believe, at least. Realistically, Japan will never arm itself with nuclear weapons. I know. Citizens wouldn't accept it. Even if the government ignored their opinions and armed itself with nuclear weapons, it wouldn't work. By abandoning nuclear weaponry, Japan gained the deterrent power of the United States. Though some people thought the only way for Japan to become equal to the United States would be to get nuclear arms of their own. But realistically, that was impossible. Even if Japan armed itself with nuclear weapons, that wouldn't automatically let Japan join the great powers. Takano and the old man discussed the balance of nuclear power in the world. Eventually, the sound of the cuckoo clock reminded them to return to the main subject at hand. The old man pointed to the attaché case that had been sitting next to Takano. Takano nodded once, opened it up, and removed the contents. There were brand new bills packed in it. How much was actually in there? A bundle of brand new million bills is 1 centimeter, so there must have been at least enough to make up 8 digits. There were also 2 more attaché cases by her side. However, neither Takano nor the old man were surprised at all. Takano closed the attaché case and bowed. Thank you very much, Koizumi-sensei. I'll never forget about this. Ha 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 ha. Money should be handled by younger people. Can't take it to heaven with me. Just hope this will be of assistance to you. Use it wisely. Of course I will. I use this money only to make my grandfather's dream come true. I envy Takano-kun. What a wonderful grandchild, he has. Sure he's bragging about you up there. Haven't done anything yet. I'll have earned this praise when I complete my grandfather's work. So jealous. Boys are no good. They're only interested in making money. What really matters is how the money is spent. How you contribute to the country is what's most important. That's how you repay your debt to it, you know? Oh, so you're saying that treating all those lovers so lavishly is also a way of repaying your country? Of course. When they shop, the country makes money. Money goes around, you see? However, those lovers will probably end up buying some foreign goods. Things probably don't work quite the way this old man thinks they do. Takano chuckled to herself. But the money I give to those women and the money I give you are completely different. I know that very well. You worked very hard. You retained trust and support from so many people. This is the first time I've mentioned it, but Hariyama-kun and Mochizuki-kun both weren't sure about you because of your age at first. Ha 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 ha. That's why I'm acknowledging your efforts. That's why I'm giving you this money. I understand. Also, for me to give you this money means that I recognize you as the official successor of the Takano-kun's research. Thank you very much. Thank you for believing in me. I truly appreciate it. No, don't mention it. This research is Takano-kun's, and yours too. He wouldn't want anyone else to take over. So, thanks to all of your effort, I didn't have to spend too much time convincing the other old folks. Completing my grandfather's research is the least I can do for him. I won't begrudge any efforts towards that aim. Takano smiled as she remembered everything she had to go through to get to this point. Went without saying, but the old men around Takano saw her someone from their grandchildren's generation, maybe even younger. Just how much trouble did Takano have to endure in order to gain the trust of those with such a large generation gap? It was hard to describe to those who couldn't even imagine her trouble. But Takano earned it. She gathered allies, drove away enemies, garnered support, and forced them to recognize her. She spent a long time establishing trust and rising to a status that the old men would welcome, which was all the more reason this meeting was a reward for her many days of hardship. Now that she officially had a powerful influence backing her, she could spread her wings and see the completion of her grandfather's unfinished research. Well, now that you're officially continuing Takano-kun's research, there's something I need to tell you, Mio-chan. What is it? I'm listening. The old man paused and pulled an expensive cigarette from the cigarette holder on the table. Takano lit it up for him. She didn't smoke herself, but knowing that the old man did, she kept a lighter in her pocket. Constant buildup of little gestures like that were how she gained the trust she held today. Takano-kun noticed the Hinamizawa syndrome in Manchuria, not Japan. Yes, according to my grandfather's journal, around Showa 15, he learned that many soldiers sent from Hinamizawa to the Kwantung Army expressed terminal symptoms, which led him to surmise that an unknown infectious parasite dwelled in Hinamizawa. Under the harsh conditions of war, people sometimes lost their minds. In those conditions, those who were sent to a far-off battlefield from Hinamizawa spent their days under duress, and occasionally they exhibited terminal symptoms, hallucinated, and caused twisted incidents. Yet that all occurred in the extensive chaos of the battlefield. Every incident was handled separately, and no one suspected there was an underlying cause. At the time, Takano-kun was working as a military physician in the Kwantung Army. He was researching the prevention of different infectious diseases, and one day he noticed that several incidents of deranged behavior were occurring among soldiers from the same hometown. He hypothesized that these symptoms were unique to those from Hinamizawa and began his own personal research. He hired soldiers from Hinamizawa's workers in his research center and studied them there. Then he learned of the unique Hinamizawa faith in Orisho-sama. He was convinced that he found an infectious parasite with unique properties. Some may wonder how he could be so certain that these symptoms were caused by unusual parasites. At the beginning of the 20th century, German doctors proved that some unknown diseases were caused by bacteria and parasites. At the time, it wasn't too far of a jump to assume that unknown pathogens could be behind unknown diseases. For instance, in modern times, it's been revealed that beriberi is caused by vitamin B1 deficiency. But at the start of the 20th century, many loudly proclaimed that it was the work of an unidentified pathogen. It was the work of an unidentified pathogen. Yes, my grandfather predicted that his research would be valuable to the army, so he asked for a budget, but they just laughed at him. As a researcher, grandfather was very talented and passionate, but when it came to gaining the aid of political powers, he simply struck out. Hinamizawa syndrome. No, the possible existence of a parasite that infected the human brain and controlled emotions. Even though he made the remarkable achievement of discovering a mystery no one had explained before him, he was unable to convince others of that achievement, and he spent his life alone, unable to garner support and unable to achieve proper recognition for his achievement. Independent research has its limit. Talented people, funding, and backup. A research project can be successful only if all those things are present. Takano had noticed her grandfather's mistakes, and that was why she did everything she could to obtain all of that. The military at the time was hoping for a low-cost, immediate acting weapon. While Takano-kun's research was extremely intriguing, it didn't meet the military's expectations. But I heard you were the only one who understood my grandfather's research, weren't you? In his journal, he calls you his best friend. Came from the same hometown. It was a miracle to run into someone from the same town on such a distant battlefield. Although we weren't close in age, we became very good friends, so we talked a lot. Many times he told me his research would be revolutionary and asked me to lay the groundwork to secure funding for full-scale research. I read in his journal that you talked to many different people about his research. Fortunately, its value was never recognized, but I'm sure your support meant a lot to him. But I was never able to really do anything for him. So I want to help you, Yoshan. Helping you is like atoning for my mistakes. Thank you very much. He was lucky to have you as his best friend. If only there was more understanding people like you in the military's upper echelon. It's very regrettable to think that my grandfather's life might have been different. The old man closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Shortly after that, he looked into the distance and spoke. Actually, that isn't true at all. The higher-ups were interested in Takano-kun's discovery. What? Never heard that before. Then why didn't they support his research? Something came up, and they couldn't let him look into Hinamizawa syndrome. Only a few of the top brass and myself knew the reason. Now that all but myself have passed, I think I should tell you, Mio-chan, since you're carrying on his work. What came up? What was it? Takano believed until this day that her grandfather's research was ridiculed by everyone, which was the reason why it had never gained any recognition. Her grandfather had asked the military for funding so he could uncover the secret of Hinamizawa syndrome during the war. But just like the old man had said earlier, the military wanted an instant-acting weapon. That was why they weren't interested in his research. That's what she had believed. But as it turned out, the military had actually shown an interest after all. Before I go on, I need to explain about the Kwantung Army in Manchuria at the time. While the Kwantung Army was stationed in Manchuria, opinions were divided on whether to advance our forces north or south. At the time, Japan had troops in Manchuria, but his opinions were divided on advancing north to deter the Soviet Union, or advancing south to expand our territory and secure resources. With the Soviet Union and its predecessor, Russia, being a landlocked, frozen nation, they had long yearned for an ice-free port that wouldn't freeze over in winter. They had made numerous attempts to expand their territories southward too. Those expansionist policies were said to be a cause of the Russo-Japanese War. Russo? In the history books, it said that Japan won the Russo-Japanese War, but it was actually a draw, ending in peace, signed at the Treaty of Portsmouth. Both sides had simply set aside their spears after mutually exhausting their forces. It wasn't like Russia capitulated and offered a complete surrender. As a result, the perception of the Russian threat continued to smolder. Later, the Russian Empire was overthrown by a revolution, but Japan was unable to shake the threat that the new Soviet Union would advance south. According to the history books, Japan went south. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and abandoned the northern advance. As a result, when the Great Patriotic War began, the Soviet Union was able to respond to pressure on their German front by pouring in their eastern forces. Though the Germans had managed to lay siege to Moscow, the Soviets launched a massive counteroffensive that reversed the tides of war. Even with the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, the Soviets couldn't tell if Japan would attack them at some point. Because of that threat, the Soviets had to leave some forces in the Far East, and they weren't able to devote enough troops to the German front. For starters, the Soviets had forged the Germany-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact too. Yet Germany broke the treaty and attacked the Soviet Union. To make matters worse, Japan and Germany had forged a military alliance. With all those factors in play, the Soviets naturally couldn't trust Japan to uphold their Neutrality Pact. Ironically, the Soviet Union was the one who broke the pact, but I won't go into that now. Exactly. Hitler signed the Tripartite Pact because he expected Japan to keep the Soviets' other front in check, but ultimately Japan abandoned the North. With the superior German offensive, many supported the idea of waiting and watching it play out. They believed that even if we did advance north, it would be after Germany had conquered Moscow. However, that plan was exposed to Sorge, and the Soviets transferred their heavy tanks from their Far East border to the German front. Had secured Germany's defeat at Moscow, and the Germans began seeing a string of defeats starting with the Battle of Kursk. It was a turning point in the history, huh? During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was recognized as a global power, but at least in Showa 15, the Kwantung Army didn't think it was a particular threat. Japan had earned a victory with the Russo-Japanese War. They took the new Soviet Union government lightly, assuming it wouldn't be stable after overthrowing the Russian Empire. That underestimation was corrected after the Nomonhan incident in Showa 16. After several fierce short-term battles with the Soviet Union's advanced mechanized corps that led to great losses, the Kwantung Army realized they shouldn't fight the Soviets, and that inclined Japan toward the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact. But at the very least, up until the Nomonhan incident, the Kwantung Army was strongly conscious of the Soviets, divided on advancing north or south. Thanks to that, there were also voices advising caution, suggesting we avoid all-out war with China in order to show up our forces against the Soviets. But the Sino-Japanese War broke out after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, right? July, Showa 12. The Japanese and Chinese armies were staring at each other across the Lugo Bridge in Beijing. It was the middle of the night on July 7th. The Chinese army fired on the Japanese army in training, and they engaged in combat. This triggered the long Sino-Japanese War. Yes, according to historical records, that incident triggered the Sino-Japanese War, but with opinions divided over advancing north or south, the army was equally divided over a full-scale confrontation with China. No, in fact, we even received orders from General Staff Headquarters to resolve the matter quietly before the incident grew much bigger. So those supporting the northern advance wanted to settle the Battle of Lugo Bridge quietly, insisting that conflict with China was pointless in light of their anti-Soviet strategy. However, those on the mainland supporting the southern advance used this incident as cause to dispatch more troops to China. They enacted hard policies against China, and thus the Marco Polo Bridge incident became the trigger for Japan and China to enter all-out war. After that and their bitter struggles in the Nomonhan incident, Japan greatly revised their Soviet strategy. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and secured the route for their southern advance. The Sino-Japanese War got worse and worse. If the Marco Polo Bridge incident hadn't happened, it's possible that history would have gone very differently. Maybe we would have ended up in a war with them anyway. However, if the South faction didn't get that chance, the military authorities would have kept restraining the Soviet Union, and the Soviets would have had to divide their forces between East and West. And maybe Germany could have invaded Moscow. Then Japan could have gone to Siberia. The map could have been very different today. Germany wouldn't necessarily have won the war if it had succeeded in taking Moscow. England was keeping its strength on the other side of Dover Strait, after all, and the United States was poised to enter the conflict. Besides, Napoleon once occupied Moscow, but in the end he couldn't beat their winter and had to withdraw. It is one of those ifs, huh? The Axis might have won the war. Yes, it's possible that the gunshot from the Marco Polo Bridge incident changed the tide of history. Both sides had different opinions of who fired the shot, right? According to the Japanese side, a Chinese soldier fired a shot at a Japanese soldier who got too close to the Chinese camp. However, the Chinese side claimed the shot was a conspiracy invented by the Japanese military. But the shot was fired, even though nobody knew who actually pulled the trigger. It sparked the Sino-Japanese War. Yes, that's what the history books say. But Koizumi-sensei, what does that have to do with my grandfather? In the Marco Polo Bridges incident, the shot was fired at a unit that was training in the middle of the night. Everyone was summoned for a roll call. They were missing one soldier. The soldier came back later, and said that he was sent as a messenger and got too close to the Chinese camp. By the way, did you know that soldier was from Hinamizawa? Eh? Really? When Takano-kun was talking about Hinamizawa syndrome, he said that soldiers from Hinamizawa could suddenly fall into a deranged state. I realized that the soldier from the Marco Polo Bridge incident was in fact from Hinamizawa. The one about the first shot fire. I don't know the truth, but I think it's possible that a soldier within the terminal stage of Hinamizawa syndrome fired the shot. That soldier was killed in the incident. Since there is no record of it, nobody knows exactly how he died. The Japanese side claimed that the Chinese army had fired at them, and negotiated with that in mind. Just a scant few days after the incident, Japan demanded an apology from the Chinese, and as a show of force dispatched 3 divisions of reinforcements. The Chinese side was of course opposed to that. The situation escalated at once. If research into Hinamizawa syndrome continued, the higher-ups thought it would negatively influence the Japanese army's claims. Oh. So in order to avoid the risk of traversing that political gray zone, they projected Takano-kun's research. So because of that, they refused to even consider my grandfather's research long after the war ended too. Resume work. Sounds good, Effie. Yes, that's exactly it. The war is over now, but there are still some conflicts there regarding historical recognition. Even if Takano-kun didn't mean for it to happen, if his research into Hinamizawa syndrome became public, it might cause a resurgence of quarrels over the long-ended war. Certain authorities were afraid of that, so they made sure his research was ignored even after the war. I was long warned not to aid him anyway myself. Takano tried to remain calm, but she couldn't stop herself from grimacing. She had just found out that the real reason why her grandfather's research had been ignored is because of secret maneuvers by political masterminds. Those masterminds feared it so much. Ironically, that meant they acknowledged the importance of his research. Takano was saddened and frustrated to no end by her grandfather's lonely life. However, they are all dead now. I'm the only one who knows about this. If Takano-kun was still alive, I was going to apologize to him and give him my unconditional support. But he's no longer around. That's why I'm apologizing to you and offering to give you my full support instead. Are you sure? Wouldn't research into the Hinamizawa syndrome dredge up those same subjects again? It's different now. Besides, research into the Hinamizawa syndrome may produce more than a mere local disease. Depending on your research, post-war Japan may gain a trump card that makes it a world power once more. So the tides and times have changed then. That's right. Fortunately, Takano-kun didn't live long enough to see that tide change. But he has you to continue his research. So as long as I'm alive, I'll give you my full support. I promised to help Takano-kun, but because of various things, I couldn't do anything. So I want to make up for that as long as I'm alive. I think that's the least I can do for the man who called me his best friend. Koizumi-sensei, thank you so much. Oh, don't mention it. Glad I was able to tell you everything before I died. Anyway, until I'm gone, I'll make sure you get everything you need, okay? So if anything comes up, be sure to let me know. I'll do anything for you. Takano couldn't even imagine what kind of bond this old man and her grandfather had between them. But thanks to that bond, Takano was able to gain a powerful supporter. Tears welled up in Takano's eyes as she gave him an emotional look, but in her mind she was practically dancing at the promise of the old man's full support. The old man and Takano both bowed at the same time to show each other their appreciation. Once that was done, the old man became a little more serious. After that far too lengthy preamble, he finally said what he really wanted to tell her. So there you have it. This is what I wanted to say. The Hinamizawa syndrome has the potential power to make history. It may even twist the fate of our country. So keep that in mind. Be careful with your research. After the proprietor finished serving the food, she bowed and left. The room was very tastefully put together, reminding them of the tea ceremony room. While it was sparsely decorated, quite a bit of money had obviously gone into it. This was a very famous Japanese restaurant, where many high-up officials and other important people held secret meetings. Takano was there, accompanied by about 5 gentlemen. She was sitting slightly further away from the men. They were clearly in a much more important position than she was. One of the men, wearing an expensive double-breasted suit, told Takano not to be so nervous. "Please relax, Takano-san. What we read is very interesting to us. I can't believe this research was just sitting there for dozens of years." It is surprising. I thought most of the research on VC weapons the Japanese military conducted during the war failed to bear fruit. And nothing was left after the US military confiscated even the fundamental research. Heard this research was barely even glanced at by the top brass. I see. So that's why nobody knew about it, and GHQ didn't investigate it. In that sense, at least, it was truly unfortunate. Interesting that Takano's research would be succeeded by a different Takano-san. I suppose that's fate. It's like the deceased is using her body to complete his life's work. Maybe that's true. I feel a mysterious connection to him, too. Takano adored Takano Hifumi and called him grandfather, but she hadn't revealed that relationship to others. She realized it wouldn't be beneficial for people to think she was involving personal feelings in her continuing Dr. Takano's research. So publicly, she once had exchange with Takano Hifumi, and after his death discovered his research documents with his remains and chose to carry it on. At least that's how the story went. Well then, what do you think? The defense agency was very interested. According to Nakagawa-kun, the defense agency's Technical Research and Development Institute showed great interest. They offered to sponsor the research too. Well, that's wonderful. Congratulations, Takano-san. Thank you very much. Here's what they said. There's a research council for next generation deterrents being led by experts from several different ministries. One of those is called the Alphabet Project. Have you heard of it, Takano-san? There was no way she would know about something like that. But it was very possible for these nationalists to research something dangerous without citizens knowing about it. Society forms something like a web made of connections between people. People hold hands with other people who share the same ideas, and end up knitting a net. Of course, some nets are well known, but there are some secret ones too. So there's no way of guessing just how the men at this meeting were connected. A society involving research into deterrent weapons for the next generation. The Alphabet Project. With those words, it was possible to imagine what that might entail. Deterrent weapons. That usually refers to nuclear technology. Weapons are normally used to destroy enemies. However, the general idea of deterrent weapons is very different. The assumption is that they won't actually be used against anyone. Nuclear weapons are largely used as a threat to prevent enemy invasion. But the US and Soviets possess large stockpiles of nuclear arms, keeping each other in check. But they will never actually use them. Because if they did, there'd be a nuclear war and both countries would be destroyed. So they're like a legendary weapon you never draw. Of course, that last resort only works because both sides have nuclear weapons. If one side lacks them, then they lose all military negotiation power. In other words, nations without nukes are powerless before nuclear-armed states. That can't be true. Japan abandoned nukes and it still functions as a nation today. Or so some people may be thinking, but they're wrong. Japan abandoned nukes, but lies under the nuclear umbrella by allying itself with America. That means the nation functions thanks to America's nukes. However, that also means we must resign ourselves to forever being a vassal of America. In order for Japan to escape that and become a powerful nation equal to America, it must possess its own deterrence arms and step out of that nuclear umbrella. That society must have been put together by experts who believe in that ideal. Given that, even the name Alphabet Project makes sense. Nuclear weapons are weapons of mass destruction. However, weapons of mass destruction aren't always nuclear. They also include biological weapons and chemical weapons. Atomic, biological, chemical. The initials of these three words make up ABC. That's why weapons of mass destruction are sometimes called ABC weapons. I won't go into weapons of mass destruction that don't belong to those three categories. ABC, Alphabet. In other words, Alphabet Project must be a code for research into weapons of mass destruction. As it happened, this guess of Takano's was correct. By rights, Japan should possess nuclear arms. We established ourselves as a peace-loving nation after the war, and after our vast international contributions, we've been recognized as a permanent member of the UN. Yet until we possess nuclear arms, we won't be recognized as a proper nation. That is the long-held desire of post-war Japan. Exactly. However, realistically, thanks to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the major nations hold a monopoly on nukes. Worse, our domestic public opinion is growing allergic to nukes, so foreign and domestic pressures make implementing them impossible. Impossible? Biological and chemical weapons are sometimes known as the poor man's nuke. Small countries that can't own nuclear weapons have already started research into that kind of weaponry. Ha ha. Takano-san, please don't misunderstand us, okay? The purpose of our research isn't to obtain a biological weapon. Instead, our goal is to prevent such weapons from coming into Japan from other countries. So this is research into self-defense. I want you to understand that. Yes, I'm aware of that. Takano hated this Japanese tendency to make excuses, but she didn't let it show in her face. No matter what they said, they already saw the value in using this research toward biological weaponry. However, in truth, that was just an excuse as well. If they actually wanted to research biological weapons, then it would be much faster to research diseases like smallpox and anthrax instead of an unidentified disease like Hinazawa syndrome. So it wasn't actually correct to say the defense agency was interested in it as a biological weapon. In other words, Takano needed a powerful sponsor who could back her up with funding, personnel, and a facility to conduct her research. So she used her connections and turned to the old men behind the government and economy. Reaching out to each of them and getting them to forcibly pull funding out of the defense agency under the excuse of its application toward biological weaponry, that was the truth. Therefore, her project wasn't officially recognized by the defense agency. To be exact, the people who secretly controlled the defense agency were the ones who knew about it. These masterminds diverted funding from the defense agency to the Alphabet Project. Then they pushed for Takano's research to be a part of it. Takano gets her funding, and the influencers get to drain public funds through kickbacks. Considering that, it was doubtful this project was generally about researching the next generation of deterrence arms. It's probably just an excuse for the masterminds to funnel money into their own pockets. Well, those complicated matters didn't matter to Takano. Whatever those old men and influencers were planning wasn't her business. As long as she could get the funding for her research, that was enough. Either way, Takano had found her sponsor. It was one of the biggest organizations around too. This had always been her grandfather's dream. Takano was trying to stay calm, but she was about to jump up and down in excitement. Nakagawa-kun says that once the research gets underway, he doesn't mind buying it out. Although it's still incomplete, he definitely sees potential in it. You're absolutely right. This research is only halfway complete. Sufficient funding, facilities, and personnel will be indispensable. About that, here's where the negotiations start, but apparently they wish to take on this research in its entirety. I feel bad saying this, but they think the burden is too much for you to bear alone. Hearing that put quite the damper on Takano's ecstasy. I'm not trying to make money off of this. I'm working as a researcher purely out of intellectual curiosity. What I need is a sponsor. What they seek are results. That was the relationship I had and hoped to establish. Takano realized she was talking rather breathlessly, so she tried to calm herself down. Either way, they'd be backing the research. Considering they're hoping for results that merit the budget, they probably feel that Takano is still too young to handle it. I know. You've been working on this for a long time. You don't want anyone to just grab it from you, right? Totally understand that. Of course, we've already informed them. So here's the compromise we came up with. First, we'll start your research as an offshoot of the Alphabet project. Once you have the board of the director's approval, you'll be given official funding. We'll have you participate in the project as an associate researcher, and you'll take part in the research that way. If she wanted their funding, she'd have to fall under their authority, of course. So far, she had no objections. However, the Research Society has listed a few conditions in exchange for funding this project. First, as was just mentioned, is to entrust the position of lead researcher to an individual that's skilled and talented in this field of research. Hate to interject, but who would be more knowledgeable about this than me? Other than the late Dr. Takano, of course. No. Please calm down, Takano-san. I understand how you feel. Okay, hope you always stay long. Am I catching up to you? I thought you finished, you're like 4 hours, right? Or more than 5 hours? 4 chapters? We're on chapter 2. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah. Let me stretch. Still, how is this any different from selling my research to this individual? This isn't what we discussed at all. Wahaha! Calm down, Takano-san. Those cunning old men didn't miss sight of the faint leak of anger that crossed Takano's expression. They gave evasive laughs, as if remarking how immature she still was if she let her emotions show over such a little thing. However, they weren't laughing to look down on Takano. On the contrary, they were trying to tell her to wait until the end. Of course, make sure you get your way. Kozomi-sensei told me to take a good care of you. Do you think I would just ignore you after he told me that? Don't worry. Please let me work things out. I'll make sure you'll be happy. What do you mean? Yeah, chapter 4. I didn't play last night. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Catching up. I'm getting there. You see, I get to select the person in charge. Wahahahaha. Everyone chortled except Takano. After a moment, she joined in. In other words, it meant that he would find just the right person. The defense agency had suggested finding an expert to lead the project because they didn't feel comfortable with just Takano. However, Takano's sponsor was the one tasked to find such a person. In that moment, Takano realized it. Ah, how wonderful it is to have such a powerful backer. Yep, you'll be there soon enough. Sure enough. Probably today, maybe. Depending. Let me work it out. I'll find some candidates for you. All you have to do is pick the one you think would be the most suitable. Takano felt better after hearing that. While she wouldn't be the official head of the project, she would end up leading it from the shadows. Of course, she wasn't an expert per se. Having a partner would actually be beneficial. Clearly, I need to wake up. I mean, we got our rest. We got our hours. Anyways, give me some time to talk to the other end. I'll make sure you'll be happy with the outcome. Please, just be patient for a while. I understand. Thank you for everything. For streaming as long as yesterday, there's no doubt, right? Depends. What's today, Thursday? Maybe. We do have events on a Friday and Saturday, so that might cut things short. But I expect to finish this by Tuesday at least, for sure. Oh, by the way, it's not just the defense agency. Nagata-kun from the Ministry of Health and Welfare is willing to help you too. He introduced me to Ito-kun from the National Institute of Infectious Diseases. He's willing to help you with equipment and other technology. Really? Thank you so much. This is a national project, isn't it? Congratulations, Takano-san. This is all because of your effort and the deceased Dr. Takano's hard work. Oh no, this is all because of Dr. Takano. I haven't done anything yet. Being humble is a good virtue. Just like Koizumi-sensei told me, you truly are a nice person, aren't you? No wonder he adores you. Anyway, they want you to join the defense agency. Luckily, you have a doctor's license, right? We'll secure your position as a medical officer of the TRDI. Do you mean I'll be a public servant? I wasn't expecting that. All the organizations that are involved with the Alphabet Project are public institutions. The SCF is actually interested in this research as well, and they're making strong requests to dispatch some of their personnel too. So depending on the circumstances, you may be treated as an SDF member. Well, just think of those matters as officials squabbling over jurisdiction. So to stand above those officials, you need your own official position. No matter what, make sure you'll be happy. So please don't worry about anything. I understand. I'll let you work things out. But knowing Dr. Takano's research was once rejected by the old Japanese military, it's hard to believe that the Self-Defense Force is interested in it now. Well, that couldn't be stopped. With the war situation worsening, the Japanese military sought something with immediate effect, something that could turn the war around. I don't think they were looking down on Dr. Takano's research. That wasn't true, of course. Takano already heard that confession from the old man. She excelled. To her, it was like the meeting in front of her was happening somewhere far away. She had longed for this day to come and worked so hard to reach it. Finally, her grandfather and his research were attaining recognition. This was the day she had dreamed of. So she was frightened just imagining that it might be an actual dream. True joy can't be felt all at once. Oftentimes, it's a delayed reaction. Takano thought that must be exactly what she was feeling. I imagine you'll probably be given a field officer's rank. Since you'll be second in command, you'll likely be a major. That's wonderful. Major Takano, huh? My, I'm a little jealous. As a man, I wish I had a rank like that. Boy oh boy, Major Takano, huh? Mm-hmm. A major? What does that signify? Well, it's reasonably high in the rank system of the Self-Defense Forces. It's like a sub-manager at a company, I guess. That'll be your rank once the project gets underway. It's equivalent to a lieutenant commander in the old Japanese military. What a coincidence! Dr. Takano was also a lieutenant commander in the old military. Takano remembered suddenly. They were right. Her grandfather had been a lieutenant commander in the Japanese military. Everything she had done until today was so she could continue her grandfather's research. Now everything had fallen into place. She had even been granted the same rank as her grandfather. She had always believed that succeeding his research would be proof that they had a bond tighter than blood. Now she would even be the same rank as him. This is fate, Takano thought. Maybe this is even a message from Grandpa? Yes, must have been a shout of encouragement from heaven. It was proof that she inherited not only his research, but his will as well. Takano couldn't help but feel a sense of destiny for attaining the rank of major. Grandpa? I'm finally here. Nobody else could hear her say that. But her grandfather in heaven could. That's what Takano believed. Did I feel her just pop into my ban clone? Peace out. I don't think she banned him. She just deleted the message, right? Or, yeah, right? No, I would say, like, it would say the ban, right? Just don't say a woo and you're safe. She had only come so far. There are still a lot of things to do for this research to be recognized as great work. Otherwise, her grandfather won't become a god. She wouldn't become one either. You must become a god. That was in her grandfather's will. I was unable to do so. That line preceded it. It was her grandfather's dying wish. Her grandfather entrusted it to her. All of his research is allowed. I think that's the only one that's allowed. Oh yeah. Because I think she likes that one. So, I mean, I like it too. I'm okay with ooh. I'm fine. But, you know. But I'm pretty sure that one's allowed. God can't be physically brought back to life. God is made in the hearts of the people who remain alive. Her grandfather will live on in her heart. His exploits will be known to many, and all the scholars will fight to read his documents, to steal them from each other. They will learn about Hifumi Takano, who began his research during the war. They will know that nobody understood him, and that he ended up devoting his lonely life to his research. And finally, they will extol his grand achievement. I'm safe. Libido. Libido! I need to play Yakuza 0. I think I played the Yakuza series. I've only played Yakuza 1, but that was like way back when it came out. That was chapter 2 already? Damn. Alright. Weight of history. Okay. Well, we have no tips. No tips. Where's the tips? So I guess, yeah, let's do the 5-minute review, and we'll come back. Because it's 2 hours, you know? 5-minute review. Gotta stretch. Played 0, 6, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. Nice. And Judgment? Judgment's the spin-off, right? That like came out after 6 or something. It was the most recent one until Yakuza 7 came out, I think. Yeah. It's a series I want to play. And I think I've played on the PS4, because I think they have the bundles. Unless they do PC ports. Yeah, but it's literally the same thing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, it's literally the same thing as 7? Or... yeah, they are on PC now, I guess. I think only Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2 are on Steam currently. I believe. Unless they've released them. I didn't know. Oh yeah, Yakuza 7's gonna be on. Yakuza Like a Dragon? Okay. Right, that's number 7. Okay. No, it's just the same gameplay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's what you meant. Don't launch Halo. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I think if I'm playing it, it'll be on the PC. Or PS4. Right, because I own Yakuza Kiwami 1. I forget what else do I own because of PS Plus. Pretty sure it's not just Kiwami 1. But anyways. BRB. Un momento. I don't think that was 5 minutes. Anyways, we're fine. Just moving on. So that was chapter 2. Okay. Chapter 3. Let's go. I mean, Mio's backstory is interesting and all, but I just want to see our boys, our guys, our girls. Allow me to introduce you. This is Major Takano. Major, this is Dr. Koyosuke Irie. Hello, I'm Irie. Irie seemed extremely nervous at our first meeting. He probably thought I was in charge of some suspicious organization. You still haven't seen them? Oh, please relax. It's that much backstory. Call me Takano. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Really appreciate it. Please have a seat. Model, lower middle class citizen, is a good way to describe Koyosuke Irie's demeanor. One could also say he was the stereotypical type of person to get conveniently discarded after those crafty elders use their seniority to constantly pick on him. Certainly doesn't seem as cunning as I am. But that doesn't mean he isn't ambitious. Like me, he's a young person who dreams of accomplishing something great and leaving his name upon generations to come. While he acts humble in person like this, his articles were actually progressive as well as aggressive. The gap between the two was quite intense. I've read the data concerning this Hinamizawa syndrome. What did you think? Well, it's really quite the shock. It's very possible that this is something that steps onto the dark side of today's medicine, but I can hardly control my intellectual excitement in knowing it's a mystery that has yet to be solved. Hearing that made me chuckle. Irie is more than interested in Hinamizawa syndrome, which is good enough for me. She had been through the ringer with far too many people to reach this day, so her own intuition could tell. She would get along well with this man. Even if he isn't useful to me, he won't cause any problems. For both me and my sponsor, he's the best person possible for the job. I was shocked too, to imagine a man of your experience and knowledge was just wasting away in the medical office without any responsibilities or work to accomplish. I have to say that was a grave loss to the medical field. Ha ha ha. Irie laughed. He probably thought I didn't know, but I had received detailed documents on him, so I knew why he was exiled from the limelight despite his rare talent and achievements. He displayed extraordinary skill working under a neurosurgery expert, and everyone expected a bright future from him. But he was kicked out due to an ethical controversy. Irie's pet theory was that the antisocial behavior of individuals could be explained by brain disorders. He believed that no one in this world was born a villain, and that they were all just poor patients in need of treatment. He proposed that they were all proper and normal when born, yet as they matured, psychogenesis and various exogenous factors caused brain disorders that made them into villains. Therefore, what those evil people need isn't punishment, it is treatment, and if their diseases are treated, they will become good citizens again. That manner of thinking actually fell in line with the Confucian belief of innate human goodness. According to this theory, humans are born with the capacity for altruism toward their kind, and it is only afterward that they learn and acquire cruelty. Irie believed that acquisition was the result of brain disorders. The human brain creates human thoughts. Therefore, if one becomes emotionally ill, that means their brain is ill. If their brain gets treatment, they will recover emotionally too. That field was called psychosurgery. It's fallen out of practice in the current Heisei era, but the surgical technique were plotted until mid-Showa, especially since it produced spectacular results on a chronic mental patient that was said to be incurable. The man who invented it even won a Nobel Prize. That was how revolutionary it was. Humans think, that's why they become ill. Dyslexia, I swear. Everyone knows that's why those who overthink matters are prone to mental illness. When the organ that thinks and debates grows ill, humans deviate from social behavior. That part is called the frontal lobe. Put simply, psychosurgery is surgery performed to cut the frontal lobe. This kind of surgery doesn't require removing the whole epicranium. What, like lobotomy? Small holes drilled through the cranium and a special scalpel is inserted down to cut it. It's not a major surgery, it's just a technique for quickly cutting the precious frontal lobe. Well, for brain, right? Indeed, it was revolutionary in its simplicity. All the severely ill mental patients miraculously recovered, so the technique spread around the world quickly. Those with obstinate and chronic mental illnesses, the severely ill trapped in deep, inescapable depression. All of those could be saved by this technique. Throughout history, humans have come up with many different religions and magic tricks to heal emotional injuries. So, needless to say, the idea of being able to treat them with a surgical technique was truly revolutionary. EDA admired psychosurgery and pushed forward in the field of surgical techniques to treat human souls. However, from the modern human rights standpoint, severing a portion of the brain simply because someone is emotionally disturbed is absolutely out of the question. People gradually started to think differently, so that psychosurgery was inhumane. The frontal lobe controls how people think, but it is also the part that makes humans act human. There were quite a few cases where that cut caused drastic, irreversible changes in the patient. A baseless happiness born from lack of thought, change in personality, loss of interest in everything, major mood swings due to a lack of control over one's emotions. Some even lost part of their memories. Of course, some didn't even survive the surgery. As the Showa era approached its 40th year, use of psychosurgery declined. Also, due to the development of psychotropic medicine, the surgery was hardly performed anymore anyway. Yet, some people still believed in the idea and continued to perform the surgery and gather clinical data. They wanted people to recognize the value of the technique once again. Some of these surgeries were performed without consent. One theory is that in Japan alone, there were thousands of people who woke up from general anesthesia, only to find part of their brain had been removed. Today, to perform such a surgery without a patient's consent is considered totally unethical, but it was different at the time. For one thing, the idea that doctors required prior patient consent was proliferated in the modern Heisei era. Therefore, people at the time didn't think it was that big of an issue. It was only later that people started to argue that it was inhumane. Finally, a decision was reached, and the curtain closed with the projection of psychosurgery. Later, the Japanese Society of Psychology and Neurology passed their resolution to end psychosurgery. After that, psychosurgery was banned throughout Japan and made a forbidden subject of Japanese medicine. EDA was the leading person in the field of psychosurgery. He continued to advocate its effectiveness and results. Therefore, he was treated as a war criminal who practiced inhumane medicine, and he was exiled from the public eye. However, that doesn't mean he changed his beliefs. He still believes that immoral behavior is caused by brain disorders, and the secret of treating them is, in fact, hidden in the brain. So the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome caused by parasites living in the brain that control human emotions actually affirms his theory. If it's alright with you, I would love to accept this position. Of course, given EDA's history, he would never turn down this offer. Despite his mild-mannered appearance, EDA was possessed of a mighty ambition. There was no way he didn't desire a chance to complete research that would prove himself to the medical society that ostracized him. I'm handing him that chance on a silver platter. Thank you very much. You'd accept. You're very lucky to have an expert like you. You'll be a great help. But are you okay with me being the director? Wouldn't it be better for you to hold that position, Takano-san? I'm just a simple doctor. Being in charge of other people is... Don't worry. I'll give you my full support. My sponsor wants to pick a civilian. Besides, wouldn't you like to be called Director EDA? Hehe. Well. But... EDA laughed to hide his embarrassment. We're building a research center in Hinamizawa. Publicly, it'll be a clinic. So with your consent, Dr. EDA, I'd like to call it the EDA Clinic. Lord of my own castle? That's more than I deserve. You'll also be placed under the SCF, so you'll be registered as a medical officer with them. Since you'll be my superior, you'll be a Lieutenant Colonel. Lieutenant Colonel EDA. How does that sound to you? I'm not a military man. I'd rather refrain from being called Lieutenant Colonel. Director is already a frightening title as is. Oh my. He's getting a chance to research brain parasites, plus being given the title of director of a new clinic as camouflage. Plus it comes with staff and funding. He'll even have support from the Defense Agency and the Ministry of Health and Welfare, as well as a research lab with state-of-the-art equipment. No wonder he's laughing so excitedly. However, there are some risks too. Since he'll be involved with this secret research, he has an obligation to keep it a secret. Also, he's going to an area plagued by a mysterious and bizarre disease. There's no guarantee he won't contract it himself. But EA is too young to even think about those things. Aware of all the risks, he quickly signed the contract with the ambition to have people recognize his talent once again. When I saw him sign the contract, I finally relaxed. I knew he would agree to join us, but at the same time, I was afraid of the chance that he'd refuse. Selecting a director proved more difficult than expected, and the only candidate Kano paired well with was EDA. So if EDA refused to take the position, then frankly, he should be placed in an even worse situation. Now that EDA has agreed to take the position, research on Hinamizawa syndrome can finally begin. The research center, or rather, the clinic, will be completed next spring. The Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Defense Agency will send the best equipment and staff, plus an abundant supply of funds. Then, finally, our research will begin in earnest. Everything is going well. Of course it is. I put so much effort into making sure things went smoothly up to this point. Okay, that's it. Congratulations, Dr. EDA. Major, the contract has been signed. Thank you. I look forward to working with you. Director EDA. I look forward to working with you too, Takano-san. Hope we can get along. I'll be devoting my best efforts to this. No, thank you. Let's both give our best. Now the position of director has been filled. Everything is set. Wow, that's great, just great. Congratulations, Takano-san. No, Major Takano, isn't it? Wow, this is all possible thanks to your assistance. I must give my thanks to all of you. Oh, don't mention it. But we should save our congratulations until you finish your research, huh? You're only at the starting line, aren't you? Exactly. I'll be devoting my every waking moment to this research. We can hardly wait to see the result of what Dr. Takano couldn't finish. Wahahaha. Well now, Sensei, let's not talk about business today. Let's have a toast to congratulate Takano-san and the EDA Institute. Hello everyone, I'm Nagata from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. I would like to say a few things before the toast. Takano-san, make sure he works hard, okay? This research center will be supporting the Institute. If you need any technical support, just call me. Make him work hard? No, I have to thank you for your support. I'm Takano. Pleased to meet you. Takano-san, let me introduce you to these gentlemen. Meet Tomitake-kun and Okanogi-kun from the Self-Defense Force. They're your backup from the SDF. I'll let them introduce themselves. Nice to meet you. I'm Tomitake. I've been commanded to serve as an auditor of this project. I look forward to working with you. The funding for our research is largely coming from the SDF. It's only natural for the SDF to assign a watchdog to make sure reasonable research is taking place. However, someone in a position like that should be my opponent. Why was someone in that position invited to this private party? Does that mean this auditor is on my side too? Seeing that thorough groundwork, I couldn't help but feel the strength of having a sponsor all over again. I won't be staying in Hinamizawa. I'll only come by routinely to check on the progress of the research. Oh, that's too bad. Hinamizawa is a beautiful place with clean air. Please come visit us anytime, outside of work too. Hahaha. Thank you. Guess I will. If he really is an auditor, we should maintain a good relationship with this man. He'll hold the key to all future adjustments of our funding so long as we continue drawing it from the SDF. Oh shit. Okay, well, there's Okanogi. Interesting. It's kind of got that face. Just one button. I'm Okanogi. Nice to meet you. He's the commanding officer of the Mountain Dogs, one of our unconventional warfare units. They'll be stationed in Hinamizawa to provide you direct support, Major. Should I consider you my bodyguard then? Their principal duty is guarding VIPs and preserving secrets. Think of them as your hands and feet, and work them hard. Thank you. White-green hair, though? I don't know. Is he related to Sonozaki's? No. Tomitaka seems to be an honest type for a military man, but this Okanogi person looks the complete opposite. His main job is to preserve secrets, but I bet he's also good at espionage tactics like counterintelligence and information control. Yes, that would explain his demeanor. Since the SDF is funding our research on Hinamizawa syndrome, of course, this is considered a military operation. Therefore, this research has to be done in secret. That's why a unit like this is necessary. Besides, it's very reassuring to have someone capable of combat working under me. Sneaking in Sonozaki house. I should maintain a good relationship with him too. Okay. Enough introductions. Come on, Tomitaki-kun, you can relax too. Let's put aside our ranks today and have a toast. While this is supposed to celebrate the establishment of the EDA Institute, EDA himself isn't here. But that is his job, after all. EDA is simply a puppet to fill a seat. Of course, I expect him to help me a little with his expertise, but he's ultimately an outsider. This was supposed to be a gathering where I would show my appreciation to those who helped me establish the EDA Institute. It has turned into them thanking me for all of my efforts. I'm always the one to pour alcohol for others, but today people are pouring alcohol in my glass. The new participants were trying to make me happy, and all the top people talk to me casually. They all praise my hard work and my efforts. My research is now recognized by many institutions, and I'm ready to spread my wings open wide. And all the people who are expecting some returns once the research accomplishes something are trying to curry favor with me. Curry? But right now I'm just very grateful, regardless of their motives. Let's have a toast to wish the best of luck to Mio Takano-kun, and also the new EDA Institute. Alright, Sensei. Please lead the toast. Alright, okay. It's like a dream. I know. This is just the beginning, and I shouldn't be satisfied with this alone. But just for today, I think I can forget about everything else and enjoy the celebration. I'm not a heavy drinker, but the drinks taste good tonight. And the more I drink, the happier I get. This really is wonderful. To be called Major by Tomitaki and the others is wonderful too. That's the rank my grandfather had during the war. That means I finally caught up with my grandfather. This is only the beginning. From here on, I intend to reach what my grandfather couldn't. This is the best night of my life. Well, good for you, Mio. I end up leaving to fix my makeup. I'm filled with elation. I need to feel fresh air to calm myself down. My heart is about to explode because I'm so happy. The gathering is taking place a little distance away from the main building. The restroom is in the main building, so I need to walk across the hallway. The beautiful and well-maintained Japanese garden is visible from the hallway. It's raining. I usually don't like rain, but I don't mind it at all today. I feel like even the raindrops are congratulating me. The cool air feels pleasant on my hot skin. It took me a moment to notice how unsteady my footsteps have become. Maybe I drank a little too much. It doesn't like me to drink more than I can handle. Although this is a party, I don't want to embarrass myself, so I decided to cool off a little by looking at this beautiful Japanese garden. I found an elegant chair set on the red carpet nearby and sat down on it. Since I was with the associates until now, I was forced to constantly be on guard against embarrassing myself. But now that I was alone, I could let go and truly relax. When I look up to the sky, I realize it's still raining hard, but in the distance, the horizon is a little lighter. Maybe it won't be raining for much longer. Well, that's normal. Rain stops eventually. No matter how cold it is, or how hard it's raining, rain stops eventually. I saw a pair of sandals and an umbrella, almost inviting me, so I took them into the garden. The tasteless laughter coming from the party sounds far away. I tilted the umbrella and looked up to the sky. I felt the raindrops hit my face. and gazed up at the sky for a while, forgetting all about my hair getting wet. I thought the rain would cool down my boiling heart, but as my body got cold, I started to feel miserable. My bare feet were all swollen, and the throbbing pain I felt made them seem twice their normal size. The gravel road continued forever. Didn't even know what direction I was heading in anymore. I could no longer hear my pursuer. I probably lost him by running through the woods like mad. My body was covered in scratches. I only started to feel the pain from that. So now we're back to young Mio. I felt both cold and hungry. There was no place nearby to take shelter from the rain. I was just on a little path in the woods. My worst fear was that I could end up heading back towards the orphanage. After bolting and losing my sense of direction, I had crushed that man's finger. Didn't think I bit it off, but I was sure it would leave a scar. Taking that into consideration, it was very clear to me what kind of torture awaited me back at the orphanage. Therefore, I'd have to reach the House of Love and Mercy. If only it had been daytime, I could easily have found the right way to go. However, with this rain, there was nothing I could do. I couldn't stop. I had to keep walking until I reached something. I wondered if Eriko and the others had escaped safely. Didn't know how many people came after us, but at least one came after me. In other words, meant they had a better chance. Did they reach the House of Love and Mercy? Were they drying themselves with soft towels? And if they still remembered me, would they save a towel for me too? It felt so cold. I wanted to find shelter and sit down. There was nothing of the sort. I saw a tree that looked like I could take shelter under it, but the branches and leaves were dripping with water. It was then that I realized that the sky was gradually getting darker. Would this day end in rain? There were no streetlights where I was. Soon enough, it would be totally dark. Then I wouldn't be able to walk any further. I just wanted to sit down, even if it was raining. But if I did sit down, I probably wouldn't be able to stand up again. So I endured. If I hadn't escaped with Eriko and the others, I wouldn't have had to go through such misery. But compared to what I had to go through at this orphanage, this is nothing. Thinking about that was the only way to make myself move. Yo, JP, what's up, Effie? But when I thought about that, it's true that this freezing cold rain was far better than my life at the orphanage. That was only when compared to life at the orphanage. Is it better than the normal lives of normal kids my age? What was that weeb trash thing you flashed on stream? It's for a friend. You know, it's... Oh yeah, I never posted it. Whoops. Hold on. Let me find it. I wouldn't go that far. It's for a friend. Is that... Where is it? Where is it? It has to be down here. There it is. Friend Monka. There it is. I think there's a YouTube link to it. That's where I found that. That's where I got it. That's where I was playing that from. So I forget what her name is. It's like Mio Sakura? Mio Sakura Mio? Something like that. Maybe I just have Mio on the brain because of Mio Takano. That's what it's from. It's better than normal lives of human kids. Normal kids at my age. Didn't even need to think about that. Weeb trash. Well, my parents were alive, although we weren't rich, we led a normal life. The gentle smiles and forgivable selfishness, the sound of my mother cooking breakfast in the morning, the sound of a newspaper being folded. Precious memories like that. No problem. Thanks. No problem. You're not wrong, Effie. There's nothing wrong with liking anime. Didn't need anything else. I had plenty of friends. I had fun at school. Didn't like my teacher, but I liked studying. Had everything I needed. That was enough for me. Never complained. Never did anything bad. So why was this happening to me? Everything went downhill after that train accident. I'll stop this, okay? I have nothing towards it. You know? I don't, yeah. Of my group of friends, I think I've definitely watched a lot, but also probably not, like, above average. Let's say that. Oh, it's so good. Oh, yeah. It's like, we'll say we're above average. But I did go to an anime convention, and it's just like, wow, that's a whole world right there that I'm unfamiliar with. So many shows, so many fandoms, so much cosplay. Anyways. Train accident. The die of fate kept rolling a 1. The die never showed its good side to me. If the accident was my fault, then I could have accepted it. But it wasn't. I wasn't even there. I waited for my parents at home. I liked going to the mall with them. We always had a meal at the restaurant in the mall. I always told them to let me know if they were going to the mall. But on that day, they went without me while I went to my friend's house to play. Let's go to the mall today. Robin Sparkles. My friend wasn't in, so I went back home. Didn't see anyone at home and found a note that said they were going to the mall. I regretted going to my friend's house. I waited at home. They didn't come home. They were still gone by dinner time. I was getting hungry and got angry with my parents for leaving me. I thought they were having dinner at the mall restaurant without me. If I hadn't gone to my friend's house, I would be eating dinner at the restaurant too. I love the little flags that came with the kids' meals. I was collecting those flags. Yes, I was. I was trying to collect 20 of them, thinking that once I collected 20, something wonderful would happen. But I couldn't collect 20 of them. I only needed one more. If I had one more, maybe the accident wouldn't have happened. Very sad memory of a flag for my kid's meal. I kept waiting for my parents to come home from the mall. I was hungry, so I started to eat some dried fish. If I ate too much, my mother would find out, so I was careful not to gorge myself. Then the phone rang. I assumed it was from my parents. I answered the phone in an angry manner, but it wasn't them at all. What happened to the house? They rented it, so maybe somebody else had already moved in. What happened to my room? What about my desk and all the flags that were in the right middle drawer? If it wasn't my house anymore, then where was I supposed to go? Even if it remained my house, my parents wouldn't be there to welcome me or protect me. It's because I didn't have my parents to protect me, the whole world became so cruel. How could anyone take me away from the house I was used to living in, just because my parents were gone? Why didn't they just leave me alone? They asked me many things. They tried to confirm many things. But how could I have understood any of the forms they gave me? I was asked a yes or no question. I had no choice but to answer yes. And before I knew it, I ended up at the orphanage. It was beyond heartless. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just a little girl. I had to sign so many papers. But why this? The warm and gentle world ended suddenly without advance notice. I was thrown to the cruel and merciless world alone. But was this the real world? Did I have any allies at all? Just because my parents died and I didn't have any relatives, the world had become so sad? When is the die going to come up with a 6 instead of a 1 to make up the continuous series of the ladder? Oh, tears were pouring down my cheeks. The salty taste further saddened and irritated me. Couldn't do anything but cry. But no matter how hard I cried or pitied myself, the cold rain wouldn't warm my body or save me. Didn't even know where I was or in which direction I should go. Erica showed me the map to the House of Love and Mercy when we were planning our escape. We only learned the shortest route. I was completely lost. Does that mean you're a gachi, Effie? Gachi? Do we have gachi? I forget. It's just not tasty. It's the Beto. Guess we don't. Thought we did. Oh no, we do. Right. Yeah, there's Gotcha. Gotcha hyper. It's completely lost. What's a Gotcha? It's like what kind of genre, right? Hold on. Casually looks it up just to clarify. It's not music genre, right? Oh no, you're too pure again. Gotcha gifts. Gotcha, it's dead. No, it's not. Oh, I see. Okay. Never mind. I'm not gonna place that, but anyways. But strangely, after I finished crying, I felt a groundless strength within myself. Again? I once learned that tears wash away particles from the eyes. But there's a different purpose to them, too. Tears also wash away what's in the heart. I clenched my fists and forced my feet to move, headed in the direction that I believed to be correct on the graveled road. The rain was still pouring. It was getting darker and darker. I roared at the sky amidst the rain. My sadness was turning to anger. Why did you laugh, JP? I saw a photo. That was funny. You stupid god. Why? What have I done to deserve this? I'll send it to you on somewhere. Where is it? Actually, I'll just post it here. Okay. Why? What have I done to deserve this? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I was just living a normal life, that's all. So why this? My daddy told me there were good things and bad things in life, but neither lasts for long. That means this misery won't last that long either, right? I won't be all alone in this miserable place forever, right? Isn't that right? As I looked up, I felt the raindrops hit my face. There's no God. I knew that in my heart. But such disbelief wouldn't save me. I'm afraid of clicking on that. That's fine. If I believed he was there, I should have been saved. No, I needed him to be there. That's the most improbable thing ever. Was he gonna answer me? I heard thunder. But I realized he was there. He was there, and he was listening to me. In his eyes, everyone was supposed to be equal. He was listening to me. Gone through enough. More than enough. If I was too happy before, then I could take this misery. But I wasn't. I was living a normal life. If you ask me if I was happy then, sure I was. But this is what I get in return? That's not fair at all. How old is she? I heard thunder again. He was listening. He continued. If this fate of mine was your mistake, then let me be free. Please end my misery and let me be happy again. But if this is in fact my fate, I'm supposed to live this way until the end, then I don't want it. Kill me. Kill me now with your lightning. Just finish me off now. Come on. Kill me ruthlessly right here and now. Heard thunder again. Kurbar, Kurbar. It was loud enough to make me shiver. Normally I would just hide in the house and wait until the thunder went away. But on that day I wasn't afraid. I don't want to send this post. I'm not sure if I want to. Voice acting of that part was great. Was it? Or do you mean like the thing? The patch. Come on, kill me. Yoko Tanashi is right here. Just like you killed my parents. Take my life too. Well, the heavens replied to my provocation. The heavens took aim at me, a lowly human who dared sling constant, insolent insults at them. That was my wish. I opened my arms. He's God, so he wouldn't miss me. However, I guess even God makes mistakes sometimes. Though he's supposed to be fair, he had been unfair with me. You know, eventually by staying on Twitch. Okay. I've been here. Oh, I got you. Come on, kill me! Take me to heaven! But if you fail to kill me then, try turning my destiny around. As she died, it was all a dream from then on. Flash from heaven. Thought I smelled something burning just before it hit. Sheer force knocked me to the ground. It was a strange experience. Something that had just happened. It already felt like it happened many years ago. I had no idea how long I was down for. I want ice cream. Ice cream's good. We have these little cones. What are they? Cornettos? Actually. I think it's Cornetto. Cornetto ice cream. Chocolate. I want to tender my resignation. Tender it? Like, update it? Or... I smelled something odd. A bad stench woke me up. When I looked, I saw that a huge tree behind me had been split open. Its leaves were smoldering. I looked up and saw sparks in the darkness. I couldn't understand what just happened. I just stood there. A thunderbolt had struck. It didn't strike me. It struck the tree behind me. I didn't get to die. It was telling me to keep walking in the woods in the cold rain. I had won my bet with God. Bet my life against the lightning and thunder. Could have killed me instantly, but he missed, so he had to fix my life. I looked up at the sky, laughing and bragging that I was still alive. I heard thunder again. It was acknowledging its loss. Come on, God. Save me. I won the bet, so save me from this misery. I stood there, waited for God to do something while the rain poured down on me. But he didn't answer me again. I couldn't hear the thunder anymore. Again, I felt the warm tears pour down my cheeks. What was I thinking? There was a God in heaven who wouldn't have let anything like this happen to me. My miserable life was the proof of God's non-existence. The darkness was about to swallow me utterly. Did I have to sleep out there? God must have wanted me to die slowly in this cold rain instead of granting me instant death by lightning. I wish the sun would go away. I wish the sun would never rise. I wish that, as the woods had grown completely dark, my existence would be hidden by that darkness. I wish that it could just disappear. Had it been an eternity, or was it a matter of seconds? Couldn't he tell time in such darkness? It was then that I saw something. It was a light. I noticed it only because the woods were so dark. But was it really there? Had it been there this whole time? It felt like the light was inviting me towards it. It was a fluorescent light. I didn't normally like fluorescent lights because I always thought they looked cold. I didn't feel coldness from that white light. I made myself believe that the light was a guide sent by God. I had to believe, otherwise I wouldn't be safe. I wish the darkness would swallow me whole. Consume me. No, Effie. Kingdom, don't you know? Kingdom Hearts is light. Oh wait, no, I'm confusing it with Devil May Cry's quote. Whoops. Mirror, Maiden in Black. What? I don't know. Hidden in Black. The light reflected in the puddle. It wasn't a muddy puddle. Demon Soul reference. What? But I played Demon Souls. Which one's Made in Black? Oh, okay, that lady. I see. Did she say that? I can't recall. Bury me, oh shit, lore. Man. When did I play Demon Souls? 2017? No way. That doesn't sound right. Doesn't feel right. Touch the darkness within me. It was a puddle of asphalt. I had made it out of the woods and was on a paved road. The light was a street light. Being on a paved road didn't really resolve anything. It was just a country road. Country road. It was a road that went through the woods, so there were no houses, no shops, not even a single car going by. There weren't too many streetlights on the road, so it was still very dark. My feet touched the asphalt. It felt so different from the gravel I had been walking on earlier. It felt almost merciful. My feet had grown used to walking on gravel, but after feeling the softness of asphalt, I never wanted to go back to the former again. Did someone say country roads? Probably Ham. How's it going, Ham? How's everything? Country roads, take me home. I can only choose between heading left or heading right. I was grateful to God for leading me to this asphalt road, but I wish that He had given me a little more guidance. Such a little bit of luck couldn't make up for all the unhappiness I'd gone through. To the place I belong, West Virginia. Mountain Mama. That was when I sensed this guidance. I saw another light in the distance. Take me home. It was only on the right side. I headed towards it. When I got there, I understood what it was. Country road. I was amazed to find it there. A telephone booth. Who would actually make a call in the middle of nowhere? A telephone booth in the countryside was rather unusual. There were plenty of red public phones all over, but I'd always thought telephone booths only existed in big cities. It almost looked as though the telephone booth had been put there as punishment for doing something bad. When I thought that, I felt bad for the lonely telephone booth. That reminded me of myself. John Denver, baby. Ooh, hi guys. Hey Ham. Radio reminds me of my home far away. What is it? Other lyrics. That's crazy. When did Kingsman 2 come out? Because that's when I noticed that Country Road was being played everywhere. Even if I went inside the telephone booth, what could I even do in there anyway? I already knew the answer to that question. No matter what, I just had to get in there. The door squeaked as I opened it. There were lots of bugs flittering around because of the light. I usually hated bugs, but in that moment, I felt like they were my friends, sheltering from the rain like me. There was no heater, but it was still very warm inside the booth. Effie stars in Kingsman 2. She should know. Is she in Kingsman 2? Knew that song before Kingsman? It was just that year. That's when... I don't think it was specifically Kingsman 2, but... Definitely, what do you mean, like, even way before that year? Also, Kingsman 2 wasn't as good as Kingsman. Yeah, it wasn't. Although I did like Pedro Pascal's character. Just because he kind of reminded me of Ocelot. From Metal Gear. Not from that Shouting Duck meme or something? Shouting Duck meme. I'm unfamiliar with this. Yeah, definitely before that year, I didn't hear it. Didn't know of it. Gotta go bye-bye. Wait, what's up? What's going on over there? Who's from Metal Gear? Ocelot? Pedro Pascal's character from Kingsman 2 reminds me of Ocelot from Metal Gear. Kind of. A little bit. Little. It just reminds me of that. You know? Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Oya. Sheltered me from the cold rain. Soon enough, I crumbled to the floor. The warmth from the fluorescent light embraced me gently. I felt like it was telling me that it was okay to cry. But I had no more tears left because I cried them all when the lightning struck. 15-year-old packages is the correct answer. Gotta see it then. It's pretty good. I mean, well, okay. Let's take that back. It's, you know, just watch it for Pedro Pascal, I guess. But no, Effie, Metal Gear is not just that. It's not just 15-year-olds in boxes. It's also goats in boxes. Well, do they go in boxes? Not really. Send to the sky. Aching scratches covered my body. My calves were in pain too. Calves? Calves. Everything hurt everywhere, and I didn't want to get up ever again. I wish I could fall asleep. If I did that, the staff in the orphanage might find me. The windows on the booth were high up, so if I sat down, it wouldn't be visible from the outside. But that was the only shelter in these dark woods. Whoops. The staff would be sure to check it. That was why I couldn't stay there for long. Telephone booths from back then weren't completely made of glass, so it was possible to hide inside one. It's the only thing I remember from Metal Gear. But don't you remember our dog, DD? That we pet? Sometimes? Most of the times? And then that one boss fight where the anime music played? My exhausted spirit understood that I had to move. I just couldn't make myself. Maybe I was experiencing some kind of vision. I felt a strange calmness that I'd never experienced before. I couldn't feel that I was myself. It's very strange. Yo, where's that cute-ass stream layout? The stream layout? Just saw it on Discord? Oh. That photo. Well, you see. Okay, maybe it wasn't that, but here it is. That's good. That's good. So the sequel? That's a sequel. Wait, why did I close that? Hold on. So post that. We'll put it in the meme section. Sun Discord. They leave us a woo-woo. Leave trash. I forget who the anime tuber is, but I think I searched like Arc Music Anituber or something like that. Should be one of the top searches. Hey, what's up? Just looking at it. Covered the whole screen. Alright. Thought that maybe I was killed by that lightning. I'd assumed I was still Miyoko Tanashi, right. But maybe I wasn't her at all. Because, right, Takano. Unrelated. I seriously considered those things. Then I started to think that the telephone booth had something to do with it. Because God led me there. Couldn't have done so just because it was providing shelter from the rain. It had to be something else. I wonder what it was. Could there be something in the booth that could save me? Everything scares me. But what? The telephone booth is used to make a phone call. I didn't have any money. Punished weave. Then I noticed something that looked like copper. My heart skipped a beat. The 10 yen coin I saw wasn't there before. Did I just miss it? Didn't think so. Must have just showed up. In other words, the 10 yen coin was guidance from God. He was telling me to make a call with that coin. Oh, that's super cute. Oh yeah. But who? There was no telephone book. In that case, I could only call a number I knew. Did God want me to do that then? There was only one coin. I could only call one number. I couldn't talk for that long. I challenged God earlier, so it was just a matter of course to think that God was challenging me in return. I had only one chance, and he wanted me to test my luck with that chance. But I think that was JP. I thought that was JP. Oh. No, that's a Anituber. I would need a webcam, I would need mocap, I would need a voice changer. I don't know, how do they do that? Cause isn't that a guy that's that Anituber or something? Or is that a joke? Is that the joke? I left the phone booth and looked up at the sky. Then I yelled in my heart, "You're on God. You're on God." I wondered who I could call. Who? My house? My parents were dead, and I had no relatives. Even if I called, nobody would answer. Actually, the phone bill wouldn't have been paid for a long time, so the phone line would already be disconnected. My house is my lost life itself. No, the debris of my life. Calling home would simply be an expression of regret, which ran counter to the positive attitude when trying to change their life. So surely using the coin to call my house was wrong. Points. Ha, flex. You're Beatrix, Ham. for Final Fantasy IX. Which meant I had to cast this 10 yen coin towards my future. Future. My future? What future anyway? Oh. But that's wrong. What's wrong? Later I heard a huge thunderclap, which cleared my mind. In that clear state of mind, I saw something from the past. Can't be Beatrix. I can't be my wife. Waifu. It was the last sight of my father. His final moments on the hospital bed. Though suffering from pain, he tried to tell me something very important. If by chance I'm to die, turn to Dr. Takano. Dr. Hifumi Takano. Say it for me. Hifumi Takano. That's right. Dr. Hifumi Takano. He's my former teacher. He will help you. Cough. 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 Daddy, 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 Daddy. Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so it wasn't audible. It shouldn't have been, but it was to me. I heard it. JP anime. Top 10 ooh moment. I heard it. I heard it, but I didn't want to hear him say it while suffering, so I pretended that I didn't hear. He said it while coughing. I heard it. There were numbers. I swallowed once. No way, come on. That's right. It was a phone number. He knew nobody would take me in because we had no relatives. He told me to get in touch with him, Dr. Hifumi Takano. He tried to tell me his phone number. I mean, all the crazy shit that's happened, and this is the one where I'm in disbelief. What had I done? He tried so hard, using his last chance to tell me the most important thing. The thunder from earlier had made me remember it. The number I couldn't remember even once came out so smoothly. I dialed it in. This really was it. This was the number for my father's teacher, Dr. Takano. And my hand stopped just as I tried to put the coin in. What if I hadn't remembered it correctly? No, there was no need to hesitate. I had to believe in myself. This had to be the correct number. I had to dial it before I forgot it again. JP, is your PC running the air cooler or an AIO? AIO? It's got fans. That's for sure. That's all I know about it. It's got like 3 fans. It definitely has like it doesn't have the cooler, the water cooler thing, hydro cooler thing. It's got fans. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I think my nephew and the friend where I got this computer from has a water cooler though, or air cooler. It's pretty fancy. But I mean, it's the job done, right? So what is this? Sonic Drive-In, 50-cent hot dogs? Wow. I picked up the phone and put the coin in. Beep. Heard the dial tone on the other end. At that point, I decided to kill myself if it didn't work. Wow. Just giving up like that. I could go sorry. I could go back into the woods and wait for another lightning bolt. I could lie down and let the rainwater drown me too. I could also fall asleep in the middle of the road and wait for a car to run me over. I made up my mind and put the coin in. Fans? Only fans? BRB din dins? Sounds good, Ham. Enjoy your meal. No OnlyFans here. But I didn't hesitate any longer. I dialed the number at once, but I had to be careful. If you dial quickly, sometimes you can make mistakes. I was getting irritated, and that almost made the phone number go vague in my head. I dialed the last digit, and heard some electronic sounds on the other end. Hoped that I dialed the correct number. Didn't know what to say to Dr. Takano if it did connect. JP, did you Terraria today? I did, a little bit. But I only did like 2 rows. Because then I ate breakfast and then streamed Higurashi. Here we are, caught up. Where was I? What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to ask him? Didn't know any of those things. Making a call isn't cheap. 1 10-yen coin would only buy me a short time to talk. The line must have connected then. I heard a ringtone. I only had a short time once someone answered the phone. I thought for a moment that I should put the phone down. Then I could at least get the coin back. I could call back after sorting out my thoughts. How was the ending of Chapter 7? Magnificent! Well, I thought it was a little long, but... the part with Rika and the gang, fantastic. After that, I was like, I get it, it's explaining. I really, yeah, it was shocking. It's fantastic. But how's it going, Dirk? But yeah, I was gonna play more Terraria yesterday, but HBO Max came out, so I was going through the catalog and seeing what I should watch. I watched a little bit of Hellboy 2019. Good, please, Dirk. I think it's possible we were both reading about civilians being gunned down at the same time. Were we? Oh, and you're in 428? In one moment? Okay. There it is. Perfect. You got it. Pinocchio. Yeah. Yeah, Chapter 7 was fun. I want to say 3, 6, 7? Probably. I'm gonna check out 3, 6, 7, 5, 1, 4, 2. I think that's the order. I mean, 7 was hype in some parts. It's just, I don't know. We'll probably change our feelings after we go through this one. Call back after sorting out my thoughts. But then someone answered. Hello? This is the Takano residence. Ah. Felt like I was suffocating. My memory had been correct. Couldn't tell the age of the speaker, but it was a grown man's voice. Anyone who was my father's teacher must have been quite old. Never mind that. I had to hurry and say something. Hurry. Are you Dr. Takano? Dr. Hifumi Takano? Yes, who is this? He must have been suspicious. Couldn't blame him. The stranger was asking him about his name. Of course, he'd get suspicious. I'm sorry. Tanashi. Yoko Tanashi. Tanashi-san? Yes. My father told me to get in touch with you. His name is Takemitsu Tanashi. Tanashi. Ah, Tanashi-kun. I remember him. His voice suddenly changed. Dr. Takano had remembered his old student. I'm his daughter. He told me to call you. Did something happen to Tanashi-kun? Ah, not good. I was gonna run out of time. My parents died in a train accident. I was told to call you. Tanashi-kun is dead? I see. Both of them? I'm sorry to hear that. I knew him from when I was teaching at a college. He was a very hard-working young man. I think the last time I saw him was at the wedding. Obviously, he didn't know I was born. But he remembered my father. That was truly a stroke of luck. What did Tanashi-kun want to tell me? Well, didn't know what to say. I was only told to call Dr. Takano. How could I tell him that? My time was running out. I felt more and more anxious by the minute. Phone calls are disconnected without notice. But somehow I sensed it. I only had enough time left for one sentence. So I decided to say one sentence filled with all of my hopes. Help me... The phone call got disconnected. Maybe he only heard part of what I said. I could only hope he was able to sense my despair. I couldn't hear anything from the receiver anymore. But I actually talked to Dr. Takano. I confirmed that Dr. Takano existed. He existed, and he remembered my father. If he grieved over his student's death, he would come visit my house. And he would find out I was sent to an orphanage. Then he would come get me. That's when tears flowed down my cheeks again. I thought that my life was hopeless. Never knew that finding even a grain of hope could make me feel so happy and strong. The voice I heard on the phone was so warm and dependable. My father must have thought about me for a long time in that hospital bed. He came up with a name that he could trust his daughter with. Dr. Hifumi Takano. So I could trust Dr. Takano. I had to believe that he would find me. But it might take more than just a few days. I'd have to wait patiently. A few days? A month? More? I could only wait patiently. Either way, I couldn't stay in the telephone box. The staff would easily find me there. I went onto the rain again, but this time, the rain felt a little warmer than before. Ooh. I wish to die by lightning. Clone, you know. I wish to die by lightning. And after that phone call, I was filled with hope and the will to live. I wanted to live, and that was why I felt pain all over my body. Even the hee-hee. When I still wished to die, I didn't feel anything. I had to wait patiently until Dr. Takano came to pick me up. I had to get to the House of Love and Mercy. That would be the best place to wait for him. Fuck it, I'll tell you everything. I knew the orphanage would tell him I escaped to the House of Love and Mercy, but the house wouldn't stop me from calling him. All I had to do was call him again and let him know where I was. I didn't know where I could find the House of Love and Mercy. I couldn't see any signs anywhere, and I didn't even know what direction the orphanage I escaped from was in. I couldn't just stop. But I had to walk. I had to find shelter. I had to find someone and ask for directions to the House of Love and Mercy. I had to keep going, because I finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Nothing happened. Carry on. The chills and throbbing pain tormented me, but I couldn't die until I met Takano-sensei. Poor clone. I wish the car would come by. If there was someone who lived in the area, I could ask, but the police wouldn't do me any good. I was sure the orphanage had already called the police about her escape. They wouldn't be forgiven. The police were sure to send me back to the orphanage. Either way, I wish that someone would show up. Otherwise, I'd have to keep walking on the asphalt in the darkness forever. How long did I walk? Still no car. Just as I couldn't help but think that maybe the world perished, leaving only me behind, the car showed up. I sensed the car coming up behind me, so I turned around, saw their headlights approaching me. Thought for a moment, should I stand in the middle of the street to stop the car? It was so dark. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I think the car would notice if I just waved at it, but if I were to stand in the middle of the street, I could get run over. Papega. Well, I thought, do I need a 1 month notice or a 2 week notice? I think 2 weeks, right? Well, it depends. Is your job, I mean, I don't know. Depends. Depends on how you feel. 2 weeks is the minimum, right? I know. Because I only did the month because, you know, the month. Well, I thought the car was getting closer and closer. When I made the phone call, I panicked and didn't know what to say. So with this car, I'd have to think very carefully. If I couldn't think of anything, then I should just let the car go. That's why I'm 200 IQ. Mine is a month. At least that's what I recall. Oh, okay. Gotcha. For your system. Those thoughts vaguely on my mind, I was incredibly surprised when the car slammed the brakes with a screech and came to a stop. Mew Mew? Is that the new Mew Mew? Or is that a different one? Wait, what am I doing? Okay, how did that happen? What am I trying to find? It's gone. Wow. Crystal Mucus. I can use this as a Mew Mew. Is this a good enough substitute? No. That works. It's smug. Cat. I swear. What's up? What's going on? I'm only sub to these channels, to 3 channels. There's so many cat emote. Time to sub to Purcell. But for some reason, randomly gifted. The same. What do I have? I have Brown Man. I have Fog. I have Jeffy. Pixie. Quinn. Yeah, I'm only sub to 2 channels. Look at Source smile. All the emotes. JPChivalry what? These are the current ones. Oh, the Aang one though. And the Mega Man. Right, Vice Trigger is the one that that's the one that has Tim Curry face, right? That's all I have to offer right now. What's the other channel? You said 3 channels, right, Effie? Or is it your own channel that you got yourself? There it is. There's a smile. Guess I might as well post them. You said you're sub to 3 channels. So what's the 3rd one? That's Tim Curry. I thought Quinn had another emote. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. The 3rd one has no emotes. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Pinocchio. Gotcha. Maybe I wasn't all there after that. Maybe I wasn't all there after that miraculous experience of lightning striking me. Did I skip something? Hold on. It was surprising. The car slammed the brakes with a screech and came to a stop. The phone call, I panicked and didn't know what to say. Okay. I think I might have skipped, but I think we're fine. I'd half lost my mind in those dark woods, so I probably wasn't thinking very straight. Because stomach growls. The car had stopped after recognizing me. In other words, the driver knew who I was. And the only people in the area who would recognize me were... Suddenly a chill ran through my whole body. I started to dash away. Oof. Heard a voice calling after me. I no longer had the strength to run. My feet were trembling, and I couldn't make them cooperate. I realized then that I shouldn't have sat down in the telephone booth. That's why I couldn't keep running. I was suddenly grabbed from behind, the collar of my clothes almost choking me. I heard fabric being ripped. I fell in a puddle, and a staff member got on top of me. This time, his finger wasn't in my mouth. All I could do was struggle. As I did so, I remembered all the scary stories Eriko and the others told me. All the tortures the child who was caught had to endure. The drowned duck punishment, a squished caterpillar punishment, a splayed piggy punishment. The names of those eerie-sounding punishments came to my mind. I screamed and struggled with all my might, but it was too late. I was shoved into the back seat of the car. Why couldn't they just let me go? Simple. They didn't want me talking about them to anybody. Staff were yelling and screaming while chasing me, but once we were in the car, they went silent. It was like the Grim Reaper had come to get me. Whether I liked it or not, I had to come to terms with the fact that my luck had run out. But I had called Takano-sensei, so I knew he would come to get me. I didn't know when that would be, but I knew it would happen someday. So, I wanted to live. I'd be saved if I lived. A few of these are going to expire soon, though. Oh, yeah. So many good ones, though. Do like Devious. The Sly. Just gotta find those sugar daddies, Gus. The sugar sub daddies something. Couldn't even imagine the kind of punishment that was waiting for me. But even so, I said to myself, I know. These ones. Yeah. Oh, those are gonna expire soon? I said to myself, I have to live. I already found the light at the end of the tunnel. All I had to do was endure until I reached it. 8 more sub-daddies. The car stopped. We had arrived at the front gate of the orphanage. 2 staff members grabbed my shoulders so I wouldn't run. My shoulders were very skinny, so it hurt a lot. I was scared. Scared of what I would have to go through. I went through the door and I was finally sheltered from the rain. In a way, I wasn't sheltered at all, though. It was the middle of the night, and long past time to turn all the lights off. The orphanage should have been quiet. But I heard a noise. It was a strange noise. The noise of a shower. The noise of metal objects crashing into each other. It was the staff yelling and screaming. A chill went down my spine. What could I possibly write down to fully describe this fear? A staff member knocked on the door of the storage room, and the door opened. The moment it did, an angry roar issued from inside. The sight leapt into my eyes. I couldn't completely take in the bizarre scene before me. 2 staff members were hitting a mat with bamboo swords while yelling violently. I'm excited for Ham's return so I can speak like a degenerate. In this chat or during a stream? It was a mat used in, you know, the one you use when you do gymnastics. But why was it rolled up like that? I don't know. Okay. The rolled up mat was tied with a string and was standing up in the corner. Staff members kept hitting it. Usually words are said to a person. But why were they yelling at a rolled up mat? The way they were hitting and yelling at it, it was as if they'd gone mad. But wait, I could see something sticking out from the top of the rolled up mat. It was... let me see. Whose shoes were those? All of a sudden I froze and couldn't think anymore. One man stood in front of me. The man's pinky finger was wrapped in bandages. My eyes moved upwards from his pinky finger and met with his. The beast's eyes met mine, peering with intent to devour me. Bore. I squeezed out a voiceless scream. My voice didn't come out, so it was more like a goldfish opening and closing its mouth. I don't know. The beast stuck its little finger in front of me and roared. I couldn't tell if it was a word or a meaningless shriek, but I was certain it was something abusive. I was scared. Didn't want to die. I wanted to pop. I wanted to live. I knew that Dr. Takano would show up to save me. That was why I had to live and submit myself to the fear. That pop made me jerk my head around. Sorry. I'm sorry. The hand with the bandages grabbed my hair and dragged me along. All I could do was apologize and beg for forgiveness while hoping the beast had even a tiny bit of mercy in him. I was like a broken apologizing doll. A mad doll that kept muttering apologies until its key wound down. It was their toy. I was their toy. Shedding tears, coughing blood, and apologizing in place of clicking gears. Go aside. I could see into the shower room while he dragged me along. The door was open and I heard wailing from the inside. This is literally just Matilda. Is that what's going on? What I saw was very strange. Where's Danny DeVito? There was a locker outside in the shower. What an odd sight. Locker was taking a shower, sideways. Never even imagined anything like it before. The locker was taking a cold shower while 2 staff members hit it with bamboo swords. That explained the metallic noise I'd heard before. The beast didn't want me to see that. He pulled my hair violently and twisted my neck so that I looked in the opposite direction. Where's the giant chocolate cake? Then I realized. It didn't do that to stop me from watching that shower. It did it to make me look at something else. I saw a window in a courtyard. Usually it was too dark to see anything, but the lights were on and the courtyard was very bright. Then I saw it. Inside of the hen house. I saw Eriko. What is that? Kikuko and Eriko and that other one. That hair was Eriko's. But why was she... That was far too... What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 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 I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. You know, Dr. Takano is coming to save me. I know he's coming. I was taken to the staff bathroom. Stunk of ammonia. Saw him just doesn't fit in a bathroom. Why was this in the bathroom, I thought? He's not planning to me with... Is he? No way. No, 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 no. Tanashi, this is your punishment for breaking the rules, okay? Everyone must follow the rules. If you don't, you get punished. Do you understand? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I'll do everything you tell me to do. I promise, I really do. Please spare me. Please spare me from... No, that hurts. No, 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 no. No! Me when I read I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I love you, the... Giochima? Giochimal? What is this reference? Well, that's chapter 3. That's cool. Don't mind it. It's Korean. Don't mind it. Okay. What was that? Another chance? Oh, is it the lightning? Hold on. Where are we? Chapter 8. Yeah, it's lightning. Another chance. Alright. What time is it? 3:32? Goljima. Oh, okay. It's pronounced like that? Goljima? Interesting. There's no tips, Effie. This frustrates me. It doesn't frustrate me. It's just interesting. Dale is what? It's different. Not so pronounced. Oh, okay. Kojima? Maybe. Maybe move some things. Should we do the 500 BRB? No, right? Yeah, let's do the next chapter. Or do... Yeah, I don't know. We should do the 500 BRB right now, actually. Because I don't know how long the next chapter is going to be. So, just to be safe. So we don't have a break in between. Stop that. Okay. And listen to some Final Fantasy X. Slides by Big Bang if you're curious. Sounds good. And then we'll be back. What's happening now? I'm going to do the 5-minute BRB, and we're going to continue with the story. So, un momento. Because we're close enough to 4 hours, but I don't want to stop in between the chapter. So, un momento. There's no like time between the time it plays the next song. But anyways, what was that? You're gonna go work on your letter? I don't think my boss is gonna enjoy my letter. Presentation being full of ease. Give him banana. Banana. Her. Right. Her. Where does that go? It goes there. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, have fun, Effie, with your letter writing. We can do it. Proceed. Chapter 4. After this, Oya can't watch. Pepe hands. Sniffle. Exactly. Sniffle. Sniffle, sniffle. Sniffle, sniffle. How long have I been crying? I don't even know how long I've been comforted like this. My grandfather's hand is on my cheek to comfort me. Holding his hand lovingly and pressing my cheek against it. I think I'm allowed to leave the country. Are you okay? Grandpa. Sniffle. What? My grandfather put his other hand on my head. The warmth of his palms gradually calmed me down. How old is she? I can't... Like, it feels like she's, like, super young, like, maybe Satoko's age. But, I don't know. Palace documents were all around me. It was a mistake to sort through data while lying on a fluffy carpet. I must have fallen asleep. I had a terrible dream. You got it from the anime, she's like 7 at this point? Okay. If you sleep facing down, the pressure on your chest makes it easier to have nightmares. It's getting quite late. Why don't you go to sleep, Miyoko? I'm fine. Haha, took a nap, so I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm almost done. So I'm gonna finish up, okay? You have school tomorrow. You should go to sleep, otherwise you get scolded for yawning again. I've been going to bed late recently. Because of that, I yawn a lot at school. My teacher must have written a note to my grandfather. For now? She's 7 for now. So how old is she when she's killing everyone? I'm fine. I'll go to sleep as soon as I'm done. I want to say like 30. So please let me finish, okay? Besides, you shouldn't mind me. Go back to your study and continue with your article. The day for him to present his findings is approaching. He's been working so hard devoting himself to his research, but there's unfortunately a limit to what an individual can do. He needs a collaborator in order to go further with his research. He has to explain that his investigation could be the key to solving the mysteries of human behavior, and make people understand just how important his work is. But as this research is about a very complicated subject, so he couldn't seek assistance from just anyone. Someone will be able to help him one day, believing that my grandfather earnestly continued his research. I want to help him more, but all I can do is sort through his data and tidy up his materials. I also assist him around the house so he can concentrate more on his research. He always tells me how helpful I am, but that isn't enough for me. I will study hard, get into a good college, and learn many things, so I can actually be of assistance to his research. I'm a mediocre student right now, and I don't particularly like school, but I will do it. I want to help my grandfather. If his heart were to fail and he couldn't continue his research, I wasn't hesitate to cut open my chest and offer my heart up for him. If he needs lungs, I'll give him my lungs. If any of his organs fail, I'll give him mine. There's nothing strange about those feelings. They're perfectly normal ones. For if he had found me even a day later, I might not have been alive. Or even if I lived, it would either be without my body intact, or with my mind lost in me. In other words, I'm alive because my grandfather came to save me. If he hadn't rushed to find me, I wouldn't be here. So I won't hesitate to give up my life for him. Moreover, I'd be more than happy to do that. Even though I want to be with him forever, human lives aren't immortal. Just like how my parents died, it happens so suddenly, without any warning. I'll never heal from my parents' deaths, But now that I have my grandfather, not sad. However, his existence isn't eternal either. He may disappear all of a sudden for any unexpected reason. Just like my parents. That's why I wish to be a part of him. That way, no matter what happens, we will be together forever. I don't want to be alone ever again. I want to be with my grandfather forever. I want to help him forever. Okay. Then be sure to go to sleep after you finish this, okay? Promise? Yep. Promise. We pinky promised after that. We smiled at each other and my grandfather went back to his study. The dried up tears are making my cheeks itch. I headed to the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. I looked at my face in the mirror. None of my grandfather's features are recognizable on my face. Of course they aren't. We're not related. He must have a family too, but I've never heard about them. He doesn't seem to want to talk about that subject, so I don't ever ask him about it. I don't care if he has real grandchildren or not. Even if I'm not related to him, I'm a granddaughter of Hifumi Takano. Not just a granddaughter, but either. I want to be more than that. I don't want a parent and child relationship, nor a lover's relationship. Nothing like that. I want something more absolute that binds our souls. Something that not even a tragedy can destroy. I am Miyoko Takano, Hifumi Takano's granddaughter. Maybe it should be Mio instead. That's what my grandfather sometimes calls me. I want to succeed Hifumi's spirit. Since his name counts from 1 to 3, I want us to share that 3 and be the 4th in his line. Today, my name changes. I wrote that new name in the mirror. Mio Takano. What a wonderful name for the new me. So now where are we going? Colonel, sir, good to see you again. Takano-kun, come on, no more Colonel stuff. No. I was worried when I heard you were ill. You sure look great now. Wahahahaha. My grandfather always told me he doesn't have any friends. He used to tell me everyone died in the war. But that's not true. He has one very close friend. This is him. He's an elderly man my grandfather calls Colonel Koizumi. I don't know exactly where they met, but every time they get together, all they talk about is the military and the war. So I guess that's where they met. Look at you, Mio-chan. How tall are you now? We just had a physical checkup the other day, and I think I've grown 2 centimeters. That's wonderful. Good girl. Make sure you eat well, play a lot, and grow big and healthy. I envy you, Takano-kun, for having such a cute granddaughter. Mr. Koizumi knows that my grandfather and I aren't related, but he always calls me his granddaughter. That makes me very happy, so I poured a little more black tea in his cup. A little extra. After I finished serving tea, I left with a bow. Bow. I want to stay and listen to them talk, but I guess my grandfather doesn't want me to hear stories of the war, so he always makes me leave. I left before I was told to, but having to leave doesn't mean I need to go to a different room. I just headed to the other side of this huge living room instead. Although I'm not right by them, I can still sit on a sofa and listen to their conversation. If they need something, I can come help them right away. Try to earn points that way to prove I'm useful. I sat on a sofa away from them and started reading an encyclopedia. While doing that, I tried to listen to their conversation. That's great. The professor said they want to come over on Sunday, the week after next. Really? Thank you very much, Koizumi-san. Don't mention it. This just means that the report you wrote was that interesting to Kaneko. They're showing a lot of interest. They even said it's possible that this research could receive the Nobel Prize. A Nobel Prize? Haha, it sounds wonderful. My grandfather laughed. Since he laughed so cheerfully, something great must have happened. Mr. Koizumi must have showed the society the essay my grandfather was about to announce and gauged their reactions. And supposedly they find it extremely interesting. That means they recognize the value of my grandfather's research. That makes me happy too. But what worries me is that you'll get infected with the syndrome yourself. Make sure you don't end up clawing out your own throat, okay? Well, maybe I'm already infected, but Hinamizawa syndrome is harmless if you live a normal life. It was a dangerous disease back when the villagers believed in Oishio-sama and bound themselves with strict rules. But those have faded over time. Now people rarely show symptoms unless something major happens. After that many cases, the patient's emotional state has a lot to do with how the syndrome develops. As long as you live a normal life, there's nothing to worry about. So when one is under a lot of pressure, like during the war, the disease gets worse? That's right. Well, there's nothing to worry about. The subjective symptom of the initial stages is a paranoia akin to that in depression. Once you notice it happening, you can teach yourself to relax emotionally and physically by using my breathing method, and you should also get at least 9 hours of sleep a night over a 1-week period. That's how you prevent it from worsening. In fact, of all the Hinamizawa soldiers under my direction, not even one died mysteriously. As he talks, Grandfather started demonstrating the Takano breathing method and bizarre exercise technique. According to him, this technique relaxes the body and lets blood and lymphatic fluid flow smoothly. As a result, you relax emotionally too. But the movements involved in the technique are so weird, I had to look away because my grandfather looked so silly. That was the one thing about his research that I felt bad about. Oh, just breathe, forehead. Hey, sometimes we forget. Okay. It's all the power of hormone. Anyways. Total concentration. Grandfather asked me to do this exercise too. I don't want to make him sad, so I do it when instructed. Glad to hear that. Hideo Noguchi died in the middle of his research, so please be careful, okay? However, Noguchi-sensei's great work is still acknowledged even after his death. As a researcher, I'm sure that was his long-term goal. Grandfather tells me about Hideo Noguchi often. He was born as the son of a poor farmer, but he studied hard and became a doctor. However, he was mistreated because of his background, so he left Japan. He moved to the United States. There, he made many accomplishments as a researcher. He discovered a vaccine for yellow fever. Grandfather's background is somewhat similar to his, so he often said that all of his researchers he admired him the most. Hideo Noguchi died in North Africa. While he discovered a vaccine for yellow fever, he heard it was effective. He heard it wasn't effective on yellow fever in North Africa. He went there to research it, came down with the disease, and died. A researcher losing his life for his research. Sometimes that is a test of a researcher's courage. In that sense, Grandfather is very brave to visit Hinamizawa himself to gather information. He himself says he may already be infected. Although my grandfather estimates from ancient texts that the Hinamizawa syndrome was only a menace centuries ago, now it's no different from the usual bacteria that share a symbiosis with humans. Many people became ill with the disease during the war, but that was because they were in an extremely abnormal situation. In today's peaceful environment, it's almost impossible for a person to develop symptoms. I've attached a personal letter to the resignation letter. Am I overdoing it? Teary-eyed? I don't know. I mean, you want to leave on good terms, I guess, right? I guess. Maybe. I mean, it's up to you. Might be a little extra. But I mean, it depends. I mean, I guess you didn't really meet in person, right? You're fine. You're fine. He sounds very optimistic, but he never brought me with him to Hinamizawa, so maybe he isn't as optimistic as all that. However, since I live with him, there's a possibility that I'm already infected as well. But I'm not worried at all. That's because my grandfather has taught me that as long as I maintain myself physically and emotionally, I won't develop any symptoms. I know all about the horrible terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm not overly fearful of them. I'm crying, but I'm fine. It's all good, I think. Grandfather is enjoying his conversation with Mr. Koizumi. That's understandable. Mr. Koizumi told him some people showed great interest in his report. They even want to come over on Sunday, the week after next, to meet and talk to him directly. With the rapid advance of modern medicine, unexplored frontiers are steadily dwindling. Is it possible that Hinamizawa syndrome my grandfather discovered might be a new continent on the field? In the field? It'll be decided in 2 weeks. Sounds like there will be more than one person coming. And it also sounds like they're all important people in the society. They're all rich and famous, yet they aren't satisfied with just that. They all want to be involved with something that's worth an international award. This is a chance to gain assistance and sponsorship at the same time. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Make sure to be here. Good luck. Thank you very much. I do everything. It's too early to say that. Let's wait until you find some sponsors. When that time comes, let's have a toast with that treasured wine of yours. That was the last of their conversation. My grandfather kept his head bowed until Mr. Koizumi was gone. It sounded like he set up this great chance for my grandfather, so I bowed my head just like him. Did you hear that? Finally, there was a chance for me. There are people who are interested in my report. I know, I heard. Now you'll have people to fund you and people to help you with your research. Well, that's not set in stone yet. Hahaha. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had a good feeling about it. The research he had conducted all alone was finally about to gain recognition. Sunday, the week after next. Quite. I'll be busy. The first impression depends on my presentation. I have to rearrange my data. No, I probably should practice explaining things in front of people. Anyway, I have to make sure I don't forget anything. Boy, it'll be a lot of work to rearrange your data. Your handwriting is bad, so maybe you should write bigger. Anyway, I'll be busy. Next 2 weeks will go by fast. You're right. I'll help you too. All the formalin jars have to be dusted. Also, we'll need to straighten the curve on our rolled up documents. Do you think leaving them laid out under the rug overnight would fix it? I have plenty of things to do. Mio, could you help me? Of course. Skip school for it. No, you can't miss school. We laughed together, thrust our fists into the air, and motivated? Is it really motived? Motived. I don't see anything. Okay, that's a picture of a cat. Okay. Stop. Ourselves work hard toward the week after next. Since that day, my grandfather spent more time in his study. It's not as easy to create a report they're going to show other people. Copying machines hadn't been invented back then, so everything had to be handwritten. He knows it somewhere, but he just can't remember where he put the data he needs. She's already going the extra mile for me? Oh, your boss? So, going the extra for her? That makes sense, right? As for me, I have to make sure I have enough guest cups to serve tea, so I'm counting them. Do I have enough tea leaves? Maybe I should get something to go with tea. My grandfather knows nothing about these things. There's a whole list of chores to do. I need to clean the windows so the room will be bright. What else? The 2 weeks pass quickly while we busy ourselves getting things done. What a wonderful 2 weeks it is. I can finally feel that I'm actually doing something to help my grandfather with his research. The day of the meeting will be a memorable one for my grandfather. Hope that day will be a beautiful and clear one. What's up, Effie? Just as I wish, the day is beautiful. Now where are we going? Okay, back to here. Evening. My grandfather, having dressed formally, paced around his study nervously. Also in a beautiful dress, only wore it once before at my piano recital. But I'm not nervous like my grandfather. His silly nervousness actually relaxes me. Are they here yet? Grandfather looked out of the window. Then a black car stopped in front of the gate. Back then, a car was a luxury item. I don't think I had even one classmate whose family owned a car. So it only makes sense that the men coming out of the car looked respectable. Alert. Sounds good, Effie. Thanks for the alert. Grandfather and I ran out to welcome them. Welcome. I'm Takano. Thank you for coming today. May I take your jacket? Greeted them and filled the role we decided ahead of time. Though my being relaxed by my grandfather's silliness ended at that point. though my being relaxed by my grandfather's silliness, and it just feels weird. Both my grandfather and I were stiff with anxiety as we greeted them now that the moment was here. Nice to meet you, Doctor. And hello, young lady. Are you his granddaughter? Yes. Mio, please say hello. Very nice to meet you. I'm Mio Takano. What a good girl. I'm here in place of Koizumi-sensei. Something came up and he can't make it today. He's very sorry. I see. Sorry to hear that. The person who set up everything isn't here. My grandfather even had his treasured wine ready, just as they promised 2 weeks ago. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Hifumi Takano. Dr. Takano is a leading member of the Research Center for the Prevention of Epidemics in Manchuria during the war. He made many advances in developing synthetic food and synthetic alcohol as measures against malnutrition and ration shortages. Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for having me. The men are even older than my grandfather. They take off their hats one at a time to greet him. Their beards, expensive-looking canes, and glasses tell me that they are very high up in the society. Grandfather bows to each one of them. Everyone, please come to the study. Please excuse the mess. Come in. Mio, serve tea for everyone. Yes. I wasn't nervous at all earlier, but now I think I'm the most nervous one. I'm not the one making the presentation, and I'm not the one being evaluated, so it's ridiculous that I'm feeling so nervous. I don't know if I should use that as my excuse, but I was so nervous that I knocked over the thermos that I filled to the brim with the hot water, and ruined the black tea I chose specifically for this day. I apologized to my grandfather and started to boil water again. I just need enough for the guests. By the time I had cups of tea and cookies ready, grandfather's presentation was at its key part. It pierces the blood or lymph vessels and spreads to the spinal cord, and from there it travels along the cerebrospinal fluid to the brain. Cerebrospinal? Cerebrospinal. I've confirmed many cases of encephalitis after autopsies. Okay. Eosinophilic meningoencephalitis is known to be caused by roundworm, and it predicts its behavior to be extremely similar. Grandfather said, walking between samples in formalin jars and pointing to several as he gave his explanation. There are over 100 formalin jars in here with parts of brains in them. They're all very dusty, so I spent a few days cleaning them. I'm rather proud to see the sparking jars all lined up like this. However, roundworms induce an extremely wide range of symptoms. A headache, narcosis, derangement. None of those are characteristic symptoms of roundworms. On the other hand, symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome are very specific to that disease. You're saying one of them is to claw out one's own throat, yes? Exactly. Some soldiers witnessed it just before their fellows died. Such self-mutilation was never seen before in any disease. It only occurs in Hinamizawa syndrome. Also, since that symptom was only seen with terminal stage patients, I believe that's a means of exodus, something we've seen before in several parasites. Parasites mature inside of an organism, reproduce, then leave the host and live with the next one. So what do you think about the fact that the cases were only seen in the soldiers from Hinamizawa, even though other soldiers touched their blood, which must have been full of parasitic eggs or larvae? Don't you think there was a possibility of them getting infected? I suspected things like an incubation period, but since it was limited to people from the Hinamizawa region, I believe something such as the unique local climate must play a role. We'll talk about that in the next part, but the ancient indigenous beliefs of Hinamizawa have... That can't be possible, Dr. Takano. Never heard of parasites behaving socially. Yes, well, that is one of the evolutionary discoveries in the Hinamizawa syndrome. Clone, you okay? What? What are you doing? What are you... I don't know. Just random typing. And then one big ooh. The elderly gentlemen mumbled to each other while pointing at the data. With that, I finally realized things aren't going too well. Dr. Takano, I've been reviewing your data while listening to your gracious presentation. First of all, it's simply impossible For parasites control human minds. Human thoughts are controlled by the brain, which is a work of art created by God. Furthermore, ideology is an extremely advanced aspect of human thought. It's an advanced capability bestowed only to humans on this planet. Yet you would say parasites intervene in that? Please, that's absurd. I agree. Ideology can also be considered a manner of thought that prioritizes the whole over the individual. I think Effie's lurking, so I don't know if she'll... I mean, it'll be a while. Maybe. In other words, that's the most important prerequisite condition for society. There's no way parasites would be gifted with that, and their only demand is to pass on their genes. In the field of biology, there has never once been a discovery of sociality or eusociality within parasites. But there are cases of parasites interfering with the host behavior. You're misunderstanding one thing, Dr. Takano. The principle that drives parasites capable of controlling their hosts is always reproduction and propagation. It's only that primitive concept. Even in the example you used before, of a rat infected with toxoplasma gondii, losing its aversion to cats. The altered behavior is simply a means to let their host be eaten by a better host in order to change hosts. It's just like a grasshopper infected with a horsehair worm drowning itself. Once a horsehair worm matures, it becomes aquatic. When that happens, it guides the grasshopper to the water and drowns it, then enters the environment it's adapted for. Exactly. The suicidal act of clawing out one's throat corresponds to that in the case of Hinamizawa syndrome. For example, guinea worms escape the body by having the host scratch the affected area. Indeed, the purpose of all these parasites is reproduction, for them to infest the brain. God's masterpiece. No, infecting the brain itself isn't that strange. But to say they infest it and influence human ideology is frankly delusional. In fact, that's a dangerous idea. I don't think it's that strange that Hinamizawa, an isolated culture, developed its own unique faith. There are actually many examples of that all over Japan. So are you saying all of them were due to parasites? Or that they were all due to cultural reasons, except the one in Hinamizawa, which was caused by parasites? How do you establish the distinction? Well, as I said, in my autopsies on the Hinamizawa soldiers who died in the war, there was sufficient evidence to believe... Excuse me, Dr. Takano, I don't think you've gathered enough case studies to call it clinical data. Furthermore, as you said, it was during the war. No, I mean, as I explained in the next part, Hinamizawa syndrome develops when one experiences suspicion, nervousness, and stress and becomes emotionally unbalanced. I think it's a unique approach to suspect some manner of commonality if there were several cases of unique and bizarre self-mutilation, such as clawing one's throat out. Yet, that's all the more reason it's unreliable. Maybe it was just a coincidence that such rare cases happened under abnormal circumstances like the war. I believe you witnessed the convergence of coincidence. You're trapped in a gestalist view, deluding yourself into finding a pattern. Yeah, I'd probably get banned out of nowhere, or a message deleted, if it happened. To prove otherwise, you would need an enormous amount of clinical data on Hinamizawa syndrome patients. But ethically, that's impossible to prove. The natives' act of recognizing it as a curse suggests it's more within the realm of cultural-bound syndromes. And you think that it is a delusional parasitic disease. I hate to say this, but I think you admire the beliefs of the Hinamizawans a little too much. And as a result, you yourself have been taken in by the culture-bound reactive syndrome. Actually, that happens quite often with people who research more unusual fields of study. We'll try to be careful ourselves. KW. The more they talk, the paler my grandfather's face becomes. Poor guy. I was just stunned myself. Never heard of parasites like that. That's impossible. Impossible? It was just a coincidence. I was almost gonna let that one go. It was just a coincidence and there wasn't enough data. Talk goes on and on. Every time my grandfather says something, they dismiss it like that. Before he knew it, my grandfather could only hold his silence before their criticism. Well, no revolutionary discoveries accepted at first. Maybe this research of yours is one of those things. Even if it's ridiculed at first, it may achieve recognition in later years. That happens all the time. I'm just an amateur. Just a private researcher who didn't graduate from an elite college. Nor do I belong to any academic clique. I don't have any connections with experts or research centers. That's why this is all I can do. Is the Hinamizawa syndrome real? Or is it just my delusion? Just like you all say it is. To find out, I need your help. Twitch just told me you're alive again? Did it? Twitch! What's going on? Just got that notification as well. Is it like every 4 hours? Is that what's going on? Because I noticed it was like 4 hours yesterday as well. It's so weird. We didn't disconnect. Of course, this was the discovery of the century. It would create a major uproar. After all, you're suggesting that human culture and ideology is all the will of parasites, and our frontal lobe is a place for them to live. What an audacious theory. If a link between the existence of this Hinamizawa syndrome and the disease carrier's belief in Orochi-sama could be established, then it would be possible to explain all religions. No, all cultural divisions on Earth. Twitch is wild, just a little bit. What a magnificent and unique idea. Dr. Takano, instead of showing people like us your essays in secret, should publish a book about it for the general public. Grandfather looks at the ground, his fists trembling a little. But their words were far too cruel. I don't know anything about academics. I'm just a little girl. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but Grandfather worked so hard by himself until today. But to prove his research and delve further into it, he needs sponsors. Yet those sponsors are casting him away, calling this research a delusion. That's outrageous. Like asking which came first, the chicken or the egg. Besides, if his research was at the level those cheeky men wanted to see, he wouldn't need their help. They're saying that they can't help him unless they see some results that are beyond the level of private research. In any field, doesn't research always start out with just a little idea? If you can prove its existence beforehand, then what's the point of researching it to begin with? If a wild idea can't be the subject of research, how did we gain any knowledge at all? But never mind that. When Mr. Koizumi came 2 weeks ago, didn't he say they were really interested in his research? What's going on? It's the complete opposite of what he said. Yes, JP, just a little girl. Is that? No. Can't be. Yes, I think this is very interesting. This is very interesting research. The human brain still holds many secrets. Dr. Takano's idea is an extremely unique one. It seems impossible to ignore, especially from a eugenics perspective. Humans are not God's children. We're simply animals who underwent the baptism of evolution. As such, according to Darwin, there will be differences in that evolution based on environment. In other words, humans can be either superior or inferior. As a nation, we must think how we can maintain good bloodlines and how we can leave good genes behind. If we do not raise that as a national policy and research towards it, then by the next century, mankind may fall to a fatal position on the hierarchy. Dr. Takano's research has the potential of encompassing more than just parasitic diseases. If the evil inferior humans we shouldn't let breed, can actually be explained by a disease instead of genetics, then it becomes possible to correct their behavior through surgery. As a result, we can leave wonderful people for our future. From the eugenic point of view, Dr. Takano's research should get started immediately. It's possible this could be the greatest discovery since Monize's invention of the lobotomy. If causality between infectious diseases and individuals' nature could be established, this would be more than Nobel Prize worthy. Koizumi-sensei, thank you for giving us this chance. Takano-kun is a single-minded and passionate man, but he is not good at dealing with people. He's been working on his research all by himself, and now he's at the limit of what one person can do, and he needs help. Please, everyone, listen to what Takano-kun has to say. Oh, you don't even need to ask, Sensei. We are the ones who should be thanking you for this opportunity. We're already willing to help him. In fact, the more urgent matter will be rearranging jurisdictions within society. I'd like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to be involved in such a unique research project at this age. There was a knock on the door. The sliding door opened, and the owner peeked in. Excuse me. There's someone asking for you. May I bring him in? May I bring him? Someone? Who could it be? The owner whispered into Koizumi's ear. His face turned pale all of a sudden. Please, let him in. Let him in. No. I'll come greet him with you. As Koizumi stood up, 2 pairs of footsteps reached the door. Sensei, didn't expect you to be here. Koizumi-kun, long time no see. I have something I need to tell you today. Yes, if you need to tell me something, I'm all ears. Please go ahead. The old man known as Koizumi was not someone whose status could be taken lightly. Although he had retired, he was still powerful enough to wield great influence as a fixer. So from his meek attitude, it was easy to figure out what kind of person this man must be. The old man held onto his bodyguard's shoulder as he walked. He had an expensive-looking cane in his other hand. He couldn't even walk on his own because of his old age, but his intense, commanding presence hadn't declined one bit. I'll get straight to the point. Your friend's research? You need to put a stop to that. Huh? Well, what do you mean? Koizumi-kun. You must take his knowledge of Hinamizawa syndrome to his grave. Nobody should touch it. If anyone looks into it, well, if you poke a bush, a snake will come out. A big fat snake, too. It would pain me to just watch you get swallowed by it. That's why I'm here to give you some advice. Can your friends wait for a little? So how about it? Do you want to have some drinks with me in a different room? Yes! I'll come with you straight away. Koizumi realized that he was being pressured. Didn't know which direction it was coming from, but clearly some authorities weren't comfortable with the research on Hinamizawa syndrome and were trying to stop him from supporting it. Koizumi-kun, do you remember the Marco Polo bridge incident? This is utter nonsense. I came here today expecting to hear a more objective side. Normally we wouldn't come all the way here for something like this, but since Koizumi-sensei asked us, we didn't have a choice. This really was a waste of time, and in a way, it was a good thing we came. We were able to give you some advice. You should take up bonsai instead of wasting the rest of your life on this. Bonsais are great. I agree. It's not healthy to just stare at formalin jars in a study. But it sure is a unique subject. But if you want, I'll introduce you to the chief of a publishing company. The general public loves things like this, you know? They're not even trying to hide their hostility. They're laughing at my grandfather, denouncing him, saying things to denigrate not only his research, but his personality as well. Marco? Polo. If they're simply trying to provoke him, any response would just be giving them what they want. Even in this very moment, grandfather tried to remain a noble researcher and a proud human being. He's no longer trembling. On the contrary, he apologized to them for taking up their time and told them he had no intention of keeping them any longer. I'll give this article back to you. It would be so much easier if we could actually call it an article. One of the elderly gentlemen tossed it back to him. Grandfather couldn't catch it in time. The article he worked so hard on fell onto the floor. The paper scattered all over on the carpet. That's mean. The elderly gentleman left the study without even apologizing for it. Everyone else followed suit. As they left, they trod all over my grandfather's article. Looked like grandfather's expression didn't change, but I could see it warping. I could see the wall of research grandfather bore crunching and warping sadly. I jumped. Grabbed onto the elderly gentleman's leg. I don't hate him. If I were asked if I hated him or not, an answer would be yes, but that's not the point here. What I really can't stand is this foot stepping all over my grandfather's article. Don't step on it! Don't step on it! Grandpa worked so hard on it, don't step on it! I just want to move the foot that's standing on his papers. But the foot doesn't move, no matter how hard I push or pull, as if it's rooted to the floor. I felt someone grabbing me from behind. It was my grandfather. Please excuse my granddaughter. Don't worry about this. We'll clean it up. Don't step on them. I'm telling you not to step on my grandpa's article. My screams don't mean a thing to them. They completely ignored my screams. They continued to step on the papers and left the study. So what's with the Pachamari? Well, my grandfather and I remain there now. My grandfather is still grabbing the back of my collar. I don't have any words left to say, only cries. My grandfather is determined not to show any emotion. He doesn't even open his mouth. So I have to cry for him. Just then, my grandfather slapped me in the face. Oof. That startled me. Crying for him, so why did he slap me? Then I understand. Grandfather is the one who wants to cry, but he's enduring, so I shouldn't cry either. I wiped my eyes and my runny nose, and I silently turned my eyes to the papers in the carpet, just like my grandfather. Sorry, Mio. I don't understand why he's apologizing. I thought he was going to complain about their rudeness. If I had worked harder, this wouldn't have happened. Until today, he helped me so much, and it was all for nothing. Sorry about that. How courageous he is. Even after that disaster, he's still concerned about me. I shook my head and put my hands on the floor. I tried to gather up the papers, but then they began to fall. My tears are overflowing again, blurring the ink on the papers. These are all handwritten by grandfather. He was so happy that finally there was someone who understood his research. He was so happy. He spent all night writing these, but they stepped on them. I might as well have stepped on my grandfather's very soul. Didn't work hard enough. If I had done more, this wouldn't have happened. Sorry. So sorry. I'll work even harder. I won't give up because of something like this. I don't know if he's saying that to me or to himself. Don't worry. God is watching. I have to believe that I'll gain recognition. That day will come. That's why I have to keep working harder. Grandfather says that all the time. But I know the truth. God only plays with people's fate. Doesn't save anyone out of goodwill. That's why he let this happen to my grandfather, even though he's worked so hard and so humbly until today. That's why he let such a horrible thing happen to me when I was still an innocent little girl. Grandfather keeps repeating himself, but I know the truth. God exists. The existence grandfather believes in is real, but there's no mercy to be found in God. He delivers unreasonable fates and makes us call it a challenge. I could tell my grandfather that, of course. I asked God once more, like I did on the day of the thunderstorm. Why? Why can't you give my grandfather's effort and hard work the recognition it deserves? Grandfather told me that I would gather up the papers, so I should put away the teacups. I nodded silently and put the teacups that hadn't even been touched onto the serving cart. As I pushed out of the study, Grandfather told me to close the door after I leave. I always close the door when I leave. Doesn't need to remind me. That's what he wants, so without saying anything, I closed the door. Then, as I walked away from the study, I heard my grandfather sobbing. Tears filled my eyes once more. Sadness and disappointment. I almost feel angry with myself for not being able to do anything for him. Then I felt a cool breeze on my wet cheeks. The breeze was blowing in from a cracked open window. The curtain was flapping gently in that breeze. I heard the cry of the Higurashi. As I listened to them, I calmed down gradually. If I can ease grandfather's pain by crying, I'll cry in his place. But that won't help. On the contrary, he started to cry because I did. I'm being useless here. I remember that day. I remember the reason why I'm alive now. If he hadn't come and saved me, I would have spent the last days of my life lying in the corner of the bathroom as a human-shaped piece of meat. Grandfather saved me. Gave me back my rights. The right to walk, the right to stand up, the right to wear clothes, the right to eat, the right to speak, and the right to think. In other words, the right to live as a human being. Grandfather took action right after he got the phone call from me. He found my house, and he found out which orphanage I was sent to, after struggling through the sloppily filled records of the public office. Then he saved me. course, he was working on his research then. He spent his precious research time on saving me, a perfect stranger. I vowed that if his heart failed, I'd rip my heart out and give it to him. But of course, his heart is fine. So he doesn't need a heart. He needs something else that's equally important. That's something only I can give him in this whole world. I clenched my fists and held them so tightly that my nails left marks. I now know what I'm supposed to do with this new life as Mio Takano. I finally know. I know the reason why the new me was born. I know the purpose of Mio Takano. To fulfill a wish and leave a desired future. The strength of a string is how strong your will is. A noble and strong wish will come true. I thought I knew of my grandfather's greatness, but I actually didn't know the half of it. For me to be able to really help him, I have to reach his level. All my lessons lead back to my grandfather. Nice. There wasn't a single subject I could ignore. Right now, studying hard is what I can do for him. Like this arrangement? I've been a teacher for a long time, but I've never seen such a hard-working student. You learn not only academically, but socially as well. You've made a great deal of friends. I have a goal which I can only reach by studying hard. Also, I know how powerless an isolated genius is. So I need to learn to socialize. It's not enough. Not even close to where I want to be. Entering college is only a step forward. What matters is what I learned there. Not even close. Not even close to being able to help my grandfather. So proud of you. You can go to Tokyo or Okanowisu University or any college of your choice. Nothing will stop you. The most important thing for you is that the school will teach you what you want to learn. A big decision that inhabits a tiny soul. My life is heavier than the earth. And my decision is heavier than the earth. Do I have what I need to be able to truly understand Hinamizawa syndrome and help grandfather in his research? I don't need compromises or excuses. The heights I seek are lofty and presumptuous. This isn't enough, not even close. My classmates are such idiots, acting as if they're winners in life just because they entered this school. College is simply a place to learn what I need to know. If this self-proclaimed best school isn't worth my time, I'm not interested. I didn't expect a talented woman like you to end up at this parasite research center. I'm sure everyone wanted you, huh? I assume you were interested in something bigger. I want to study and research parasites. I worked hard to earn the right to study here. Aren't I qualified to learn? Yes, of course. There's no reason why we would refuse someone who got the top score of the entrance exam. Welcome to the Parasite Research Center. People usually aren't that interested in our field. There aren't too many researchers who study it. That's why there's still a lot of unknown elements compared to other fields. It's quite true. The study of parasites is a mysterious world. Or rather, it's an ignorant one. An ignorant world where the preconception that parasites can't possibly control humans pervades. And those ignorant people laughed at grandfather and stepped all over his article. There are still many unsolved mysteries in the world of parasites. Here to solve them. I came here to help the people who want to solve them. The wish that's guaranteed to come true is not called a wish. That is fate, not a wish. I weave fate. Fate in its absolute power to control people in the world, not just an individual. Learning isn't enough for me. I have to be able to research with my grandfather. And so, I don't ignore the means to gain help my grandfather couldn't get. Grandfather's research isn't complete just when it's finished being written on a desk. I need the help of plenty of people to present it to the world, so its great work will be praised by many. Yes, that's correct. This is an association only the top graduates of the Imperial University are allowed to join. Therefore, as only 7 people per year are allowed to join, it's a small group compared to a normal organization of alumni. However, its solidarity is unrivaled. Thank you for inviting me to such a gathering. I'm honored. I would like to take the lowest seat. No, we can't let someone with such accomplishments and experience sit in the lowest seat. Sure, everyone would welcome you. The cabinet minister and several important government officials, company presidents, and company advisors will be here. They'll all need you. and will provide the help you need. Koizumi-sensei belongs to this association, right? He was my grandfather's best friend. What a coincidence. I see. Sure, Koizumi-sensei will be glad to find out that you'll be joining. An isolated genius is a useless one. People live in society. Society is made up of connections between people. Nobody can ignore that. I do my best as an individual. But to gain the power that can't be achieved as a mere individual, I have to rely on my connections in society. It's all for one purpose. My only wish as Mio Takano. Yes, I can't spare any effort. My absolute conviction will forge a guaranteed future. Nobody can interfere. Nobody can stop me. I won't allow the die to roll a 1. I won't admit that diligent efforts can be erased by a mere train accident. I'm gonna make all the dice roll 6s. I won't entrust the die to God. I won't give in to luck. The only people who pray to God are people who don't want to work hard. I don't trust God. I'm gonna create results myself. My strong will is gonna create an absolute future that God can't possibly prevent. This is a different way to become a god than the one my grandfather taught me. This is the way to become a god while still alive. When I realized it, I became truly free. Free from the sadness of losing my parents and my miserable life after that. Free from grandfather's tears when his article was stepped on. That's right. I'll be above God. I'll be in existence that God's caprices can't even touch. I'll make people recognize grandfather's research. That's the future I wish for. The future I promise will come to pass. People will fight over grandfather's article. People will respectfully read the same article that was once ridiculed and stepped on. Even if grandfather dies before that day comes, I won't cry over something like that. Because he already taught me. Even after being buried, one can be resurrected. I'm going to complete his great work, and the whole world will praise him. Grandfather will resurrect and become a god. He will be eternal. That's an everlasting bond. A bond not even a train accident can break. A bond not even a die that rolls a 1 can disturb. Since the day of the train accident, my die has kept rolling 1s over and over. But I didn't give up. I kept working hard until today. I'll rise above the die. I'll decide what to roll on it. I'll decide my own fate. I'll do that with my unshakable willpower. When does the clinic open? Is there going to be air conditioning? Heard it'll open next month. Hope there'll be a young doctor there. Yeah. Heard some old ladies talking amongst themselves when I was going up the stairs to the shrine. The EDA clinic is already completed, and it's waiting and ready for opening day. State-of-the-art equipment has been delivered, and the research is waiting to begin as well. EDA 2 is standing by in top form, and he's almost as passionate as I am about Hinamizawa syndrome. The Mountain Dogs, the counterintelligence unit to support and protect our research, are already stationed at a dummy company somewhere near Okunomiya. They are getting in touch with various public institutions. Everything is going well. The only thing to worry about would be the rumors about the Hinamizawa dam construction plans. There's a rumor that the Ministry of Construction is pushing through a dam project that will submerge all of Hinamizawa, but they're under pressure from several groups. None of my contacts have much influence in the Ministry of Construction, so things aren't going well. Even if applying pressure doesn't work, there are other measures, so either way, it'll come to a deadlock. I'm not being optimistic. I just know that's how it'll end. I will conduct research here in Hinamizawa. I'm going to accomplish that with my absolute will. That's why, even if God rolls a 1 on the die and says that he's going to submerge Hinamizawa, I will not be afraid. I won't entrust my die to God. I'm the one who's going to pick up the die, and I'm going to roll a 6. I didn't come to this shrine to declare war on the god of this place. I came because I know that you can get a great view from up here. I walked by the shrine and headed to the spot I found last time I visited. It's the perfect spot for overlooking the entire village. A strong wind reminds me that I'm only at the starting line, and that there will be a headwind before I reach my goal. I looked over the village without faltering in the wind. The Grandfather approached the syndrome from a medical point of view, but he also approached it from a folkloric one as well. A strange belief system in this village is proof that the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome was already known of even in ancient times. So it would be extremely useful to research their history too. My grandfather hadn't been doing research for hundreds of years, of course. But this place has been here for hundreds of years, and they've been living with Hinamizawa syndrome for that long. Therefore, the beliefs created in this place and their legend itself can be considered the foremost researchers. Simply stupid to just call them old folktales or nonsense. I've been researching them slowly, but they are indeed very interesting. No wonder grandfather was intrigued by them. Hinamizawa syndrome has many fascinating sides to it. It's just like a kaleidoscope showing infinite light with ever a slight change in angle. It's so much fun to trace grandfather's research. Finding the same results as my grandfather reminds me that I am indeed following in his footsteps, which makes me very happy. This shrine is dedicated to Orishiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village. But this god the villagers worship is simply a delusion that was created by the parasites. When I solve their secret and announce it to the world, the god of this place will be no more. That's the moment I will take revenge on the one who put me through misery and tested my fate. That's it, isn't it? This isn't just about making my grandfather's dreams come true. It's also about getting revenge for my miserable life. I went back to the front of the shrine. There's an offertory box there, and I'm tempted to throw in some coins. But you normally offer coins to ask for mercy. I don't entrust my fate to God, so I don't need to give an offering. I'm going to unmask him. But until then, Orishiro-sama is a god. Okay, in that case, I'll show respect for now. Hehehe. As a declaration of war, I pulled out a 10 yen coin from my wallet. 10 yen coin I found in the telephone booth changed my life. If it hadn't been there, my life would have ended then. I'm grateful at least for that 10 yen coin. Not grateful to the god of this shrine though. But, haven't forgiven you yet. Never expected anything from you, and I'm here because of my own hard work. Even if you keep playing tricks of fate, keep rolling a 1 on the die, that won't bother me. With my strong will, I'm gonna get what I want. My grandfather will be praised and become a god because of the research I'll do in this place. I will defeat the god of this village and become an existence above even gods. Since when did I care about God? Huh. Maybe because my grandfather often talked about him. Hehe. Here, this is the 10 yen coin you gave me before. My debt's paid off now. You just keep clinging to your throne and tormenting people with your trials. While I fight my battles to knock you down from there. And so, I chucked the 10 yen coin, the 10 yen I once borrowed from God, into the offertory box. For a moment I couldn't understand what happened. The 10 yen coin was supposed to fall into the offering box. But, how can I explain this? That's not what happened. I aimed correctly, for certain. Who could miss an offertory box anyway? That's not it. Because the 10 yen coin stopped in midair, as if it got stuck in a spider web. Then it bounced back to me and fell by my feet. It was as though the offertory box had refused the coin. Of course, an offertory box is to respect God, but what I did was challenge him. That means I jumped. Because I thought I was the only one here. Anyone would jump when finding there's someone else standing there unexpectedly. How long has she been there? What? It's like she came out from the shrine. The mysterious girl is standing on the other side of the offering box. She's wearing a shrine maiden uniform, so she must be one of the caretakers here. That's what I thought too. But there's something else about her. She's not just one of the shrine caretakers, she is the shrine itself. Because this girl is staring into my eyes, though she's glaring. I smiled back fearlessly. I think she heard my words a challenge to God. She's wearing that expression on her face because of that. The words came out naturally. You are the god of this place, aren't you? Their girl did nod. But I took that as a guess. What a contradictory feeling. I'm rejecting the god of this land, denying its very existence. And I don't doubt this girl is that god. The girl opened her mouth to speak. Strong will reinforces fate. That's right. That's what I say to myself often. Never said that to anyone or quoted it from anything. So under normal circumstances, I should be surprised to hear this girl say that. But this girl isn't human, so I'm not surprised. I replied to her. God throws the die of fate and has fun with people, depending on what he gets. But people have willpower. The stronger the willpower, the less chance of being bound by the result of the die. You see? People can gain a power that's strong enough to fight fate by working to their limits. Yes, I understand that very well. An unshakable conviction defeats the die of fate. That's right. That is mankind's revenge against the gods who toy with them by dice roll. The hymn of those would slough the gods' interference and forge their own destiny. Know my divinity, and that I earned this day through effort after enduring all misfortune. Spiteful laughter flowed out of my mouth, but the girl's face displayed a strong will of her own. Her expression didn't even change a bit. I understand very well. No matter how many times we repeat, our fate doesn't change. That was all because of your strong willpower. That's right. Strong will reinforces fate. That fate, so empowered, isn't bothered by the result of the die. That means it's an absolute future. You, a human, found that truth before us gods, who've been living for hundreds of years. I admit it. Your existence is close to that of a god. I'm honored. The girl glared at me with her eyes half shut. No, it's more like she was proclaiming something to me while displaying her own strong willpower. I won't be defeated this time. I always thought we couldn't win against you. That was why I surrendered. I abandoned hope and crawled around in the wheel of fate of life. But then I learned the power of belief can cause a miracle that forges your destiny. Oh, you're saying you'll cause a miracle using your strong will that will defeat the destiny woven by mine? That's logical enough. Because that's the law of this world. A strong will can make a desired future possible. We won't be defeated by your will. That's fine. So you insist on being an old god? Try it and see if your willpower can defeat mine. God tests people, yet people aren't allowed to test God. So I'm going to test you here. See if your willpower can defeat mine. Come on, go ahead, try it. That's clearly a declaration of war from me to God. It's the beginning of my revenge towards God. He put me through so much misery. And this girl, this god, is accepting my challenge directly. I'm not as powerful as you are. I can't do as many things as you can. Even if my willpower is as strong as yours, you're still more powerful than I am. That's right. I've gained an overwhelming power. You have absolutely no idea what I had to go through to gain it. You can't even touch me. I know how powerful you are. Compared to yours, the power my friends and I command is insignificant. But I can choose not to give up. I won't admit my loss. I won't give up until the day when your die rolls 1 and my die rolls 6. I'll prove the strength of my willpower by not surrendering to you for eternity. Stacking up stones on the riverbed will allow us to cross the river and appear before you as an equal. That's when this long battle of fate will come to an end. Fine, come on then. We'll see who has the stronger will. Whoever has the stronger conviction will create the future. The future desired by the stronger conviction will come to pass. I will hold my ground. My future, my grandfather's great work is praised and he becomes God, and I take revenge on God for testing me by making me go through such misery. Stupid little God. I'll show you. Drag you down from your pedestal. That's a good prologue. That part, that's good. That's good. So now we're gonna switch to the group, right? To the boys, to the girls. Fantastic people. That's the prologue. Most of this seems pretty good. What time is it? 4:42? Okay. Challenging a god. 10 yen coin. Okay. There's no tips. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Don't have to be tips. Yeah. Let me take a sip of water and we'll continue. Alright, next chapter. Let's go. Hey, welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Ch.8 Matsuribayashi. In this world, you'll be able to recreate the story from Hanyu's point of view. Your objective is to create the June 1983 ideal to you. You'll need to collect many different fragments to make that possible. However, Takano's conviction is very strong. Did we save? Yeah, we did. Okay. However, Takano's conviction is very strong. To overturn it, you'll need a lot of effort and a lot of fragments. I'll warn you right now, it'll be a slow and painful process. Hanyu went through it for over 100 years, and she even had to stop and give in to fate. Defeating Takano's conviction will not be easy. The trial in this world will put you through as much pain as Hanyu had to endure. You may surrender, just like Hanyu did, after being emotionally wore down by the constant repetition of the worlds woven by countless fragments. When you feel like surrendering, you can end this game at any time. But if you do, the worlds revolving around your friend's fate will be limited to Onikakushi through Minagoroshi. By forgetting about this world and uninstalling this product, you'll finally accept death. Just like Rika did. Your ideal June 1983 can be created by putting together 50 fragments that are scattered all over this world. What? To connect these fragments together, you will need the right ones. There are 50 of them, which may be dizzying. However, this world isn't that merciless. To ease your pain, there will be a little help for you. When you choose the wrong pieces, your only ally here will give you a sign that it's not yet time to put those fragments together. As long as the sign remains, you won't be able to connect them. Might as well go look for different ones. After you put other fragments together, you might be able to connect the ones you couldn't put together earlier. When that happens, she'll let you know. Let's put those fragments together. Then you'll be able to join the other ones too. When you connect all 50, they'll become one big fragment. There you'll find your ideal June 1983. That's when the long-awaited Matsuribayashi will begin. Before you peek at each fragment, why don't you line up all 50 of them first? Most of them require other fragments, so there are only a few you can actually look at. Let's try to find those first. To see the conditions for connecting fragments, just point the cursor at them. Before anything else, let's find the ones you can look at without any conditions. Let's save. This will be an extremely long and difficult trial. Let me tell you again, Hanyu challenged this for over 100 years and gave up on it. If you believe in miracles in the same way your friends do, even if you don't live in the world where they live, if you believe in them, welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Ch.8 Matsuribayashi. In this world, you be tested to see if you believe in the world that Rika and the others believed in. Miracle only happens when everyone combines their strength. The June 1983 created by Takano is nearly indomitable. She's gathered many people whose powers are beyond the average person to her side, her backers being at the center of national authority. Even if 100 dice all rolled once, there wouldn't even be a chance to defeat her. In other words, a miracle is the only way forward. A miracle happens only when everyone combines their strength. You are one of them. Are you ready? More than ready. The key to a long journey is not to pressure yourself too hard. Well, let's take it at a light pace. I'll work while drinking my usual wine. Shall we begin? We have all the time in this world. It's like, are we actually doing stuff, or is it just a story? You have obtained new fragments. What? Oh boy. Okay. Well then. Logic puzzle. 7 fragments are required. Oh boy. Ch.8's decision is required. This continuation of Suzuka Hojo's dissection is his father being marked as an opportunist required. This fragment is required first. What? Repetitive apologies are required. Helping the Queen carry is required. Trick heart Parkinson's. Was she mad? The research needs to have stagnated instructions to kidnap the operation of the minister's grandson is required. A bat to beat her to death is required. Jesus. Spag is required first. What was it? Okay, it's those two. Those three. It's required. Level 1. Hojo family and the Sonozaki family is required. It's fragment. Local explanatory meeting. Told Hojo's part-time job is required. Brought candy as a treat. Family move. Med capsule. Strawberry milk candy. So she can have a little rock candy as a treat. Just a little treat. Watermelon from the Sonozaki family is required. Tsutoku Hojo. Tea set in the veranda being put away is required. Conflict between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family is required. Revenge of Miyatakano is required. Fragment for the Higurashi chapter is required. Raw sea urchin and vitamin A are required. Big teddy bear is required. She needs more support. The game board must be set up. Game board must be set up. Fragment from the Watanagashi chapter is required. Fragment of Onikakushi. Fragment of Tataroshi. I think I saw one that interested me. Oh, but I think I have to highlight over it. Let's go with this one. Watermelon? People want watermelon. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's logic puzzle, but yeah. So the damn construction will bring in new jobs and revitalize the local industry. If you don't make a mistake, you unlock a secret ending. Oh boy. Probably made a mistake right now. That's not what we're saying. Who the hell gave you permission to build a new dam here? You made many mistakes. Oh man. Squeeze tax money from us and this is what we get in return. You think pays your salaries, huh? Look. Useless bringing the Minister of Construction here. I'll get to the bottom of it. Yuppie. I don't know if it's like I should go in order and then... Mouse is on screen. I'm not sure if you want it there. No, I know. Reload. This is weird. Basically, going in chronological order. So basically, yeah, if you start from the beginning. Or you mean to unlock the ending. To unlock the secret ending. In which case, we would start with one of the fragments. Like, you can't play this through scenarios until you have prerequisite scenarios to make them possible. Okay. So we start with one. Actually, is this allowed? Okay. This fragment can't be connected. Okay. So that's what happens when that happens. Okay. Right with its membered body. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Escape EDA. Ch.8 Satoshi Hojo. Let's go with Satoshi. Like, where does this take us? Mountain is covered with trees, vines, and fallen logs, just really likes the area. Mountains are in a developed territory, making them a dangerous place that was easy to get lost in. In the woods, my voice. Are we playing as Satoshi right now? Any joy? Any alert? Sounds good, Effie. I'll catch you later. Have a good stream. I think I'm just gonna look it up because I mean, it's fun, but you'll play as like 24 characters in this game. I see. So there's all these perspectives. I just want like a straightforward. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should. You ready? No. All you do for now is this fragment is required first ones, then when relevant keywords come up you can do those ones. Okay. So just do one that interests me first. This is so weird. Sorry for being late. Had an unusually large number of patients today. Thank you for coming, Lieutenant Colonel EDA. Tomitake stood up suddenly and saluted when he saw EDA come into the room. Alright. Stop calling me Lieutenant Colonel. I'm a doctor. Just can't get used to military ranks. Can you call me Director instead? Understood, Director EDA. Tomitake, of course, knew that EDA didn't like to be called Lieutenant Colonel, so it was something of a joke. They laughed casually together. On the other hand, Takano looked rather fed up with it. She couldn't stand hearing the same joke over and over, and was even thinking about talking to Tomitake about it. But she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she simply never had the chance. Maybe it's because of how Tomitake pronounces it, but she keeps hearing Risa, Lieutenant Colonel in Japanese, Nisa. Once she heard it that way, she kept hearing Irie Risa every time Tomitake said it. Tsukano told Irie about it. He had a good laugh. Today was just a simple meet and greet. Tomorrow was the actual meeting. Tomitake had already arrived, but there would be more inspectors from Tokyo at the meeting, waiting to hear about the progress that had been made. Anyway, I heard the whole village is all up in arms about the dam construction project. You can say that again. The village is in such a mess. I participated in the local municipal explanation meeting as an official, but the whole thing was alive with angry shouts and profanities. After the basic Hinamizawa Dam project was announced, the village was consumed with uproar. The government retracted their plans for concessions rather early on. They made their aggressive stance clear. They didn't want the locals to take advantage of them by showing their willingness to compromise. However, that backfired horribly. As they had historical ties to the land, the government's actions only made their bond stronger. Neither the government nor the locals wanted to back down. People from Hinamizawa are rather hot-tempered. Maybe because they're the descendants of demons. It's not funny. That wild meeting lasted all night. I feel your pain. Really? It's not funny, Tomitake-san. So what's going on with the dam construction? Are they really going to submerge this village? Tokyo's applying their pressure to the situation too. Things might seem clamorous on the surface, but in truth the supporters behind it are wavering rather hard. I hope their pressure produces effects soon. The whole village is buzzing with action from dusk to dawn. I worry the villagers' minds are growing agitated. Sometimes I have to listen to my patients go on and on about their opinion on the dam construction plan. Why do you even listen to them? You're too nice. I have to. I'm the clinic director first, and the research center director second. It's part of my job to listen to them. It's very nice of you. It's admirable. I know that people in Tokyo will call off the plan sooner or later, but the villagers won't. So they have to live in fear that they might be forced to leave the land where they lived for generations. Even if they're told to leave, they don't have money, and a lot of them are old. Maybe some wanted an increase in the amount of compensation they'd be offered, but the government changed its mind. I don't think it's possible for them to come to a peaceful agreement at this point. There are actually some villagers who are satisfied with that amount, and were willing to leave. However, the Sonozaki family didn't want to change their stance against the issue. They're actually leading the villagers in the fight against the government. There are blaring announcement bands everywhere, and ads and flyers are attached to the circulation notices. It's a serious matter for them. I guess I can understand. I hope the construction plan will be called off soon, for their sake. Once it's called off, this village will become peaceful and once again. I know that, of course. Things are moving right along in Tokyo, so please give us a little more time. I've heard a rumor from Tokyo that you're having problems finding a way to pressure the Minister of Construction. Is that true? Oh, I'm not sure, but I've heard myself that they're having a little problem with some of the details. Tsukano had powerful people supporting her, but they didn't control all of Japan. There were some things they excelled in, but also other things that they weren't too good at. Finding a way to put pressure into the Minister of Construction fell into the latter. In all seriousness, though, we really won't be facing any requests to leave this area because of the dam, right? Of course not. I can guarantee that won't happen. It's just taking longer than we thought, that's all. So please continue your research. We're told that if things can't be resolved peacefully, then we may have to use drastic measures. Drastic measures? What do you mean, Tomitake-san? You don't need to worry about that part. Director Irie. Please let us take care of it. I see. Okay. Thank you for your work. It's fine, Director Irie. The dam construction plan will be called off. It's already been decided. Hehe. Tsukano giggled. Tomitake laughed too. However, Irie couldn't understand what was so funny, so he felt left out. EDA only understood the meaning of those drastic measures when he examined a young boy he had never seen in the village before. Young boy. So I guess they're all like kind of short or something. Okay. So then we have... Okay. So that's what happens there. What was the next one? This one. Group physical exams are very meaningful for our research. Although it's only for certain age groups, we can examine many of the Hinamizawa residents at the same time. It's a perfect cover for our research center. Also, because of several arrangements, we have a monopoly on the villagers' corpses, and can perform autopsy on them too. There certainly wasn't an environment this rich in opportunity for those in the medical field. Our follow-up on the work of the late Dr. Takano is going smoothly. The amount of data he compiled is absolutely astounding. He truly was an incredible researcher. Excuse me, Director. Oh, Takano-san. Thanks for your work. We just received the rest of the test results from Tokyo. Here they are. Thank you. It's getting interesting, isn't it? Hee hee. Glad we can share this joy. Takano-san is my assistant, who was sent from the Self-Defense Force. But she's far from the image I have of an SDF officer. Just like our researcher is being concealed, maybe her identity is concealed too. Sure, her name is an alias as well. Just a doctor and a researcher. Without Takano-san's support, it would be impossible for me to manage this institution. She's a pipeline to her clients in Tokyo. My assistant. As well as a researcher who is an expert on Hinamizawa syndrome, her existence is absolutely necessary here. The more I think about it, the more I feel this should have been the Takano Institute rather than the EDA Institute. She should have been the director. Maybe I'll learn this piece. It's a good one. I think this was in the first chapter as well, right? So you just gotta look up the Onikakushi, or question arc soundtrack. If you know what it's called, I don't. Let's see. It's like a nifty playlist. Question ghosty. There it is. Visual novel, music. Probably that. That works. So it should be in there. Probably. Just kind of have to go through it. I can tell you it's not the dancer ones, or fascism. Because those are... I remember those. Okay. She should have been the director. I'll find it, thanks. Sounds good, Effie. But that was explained to me when they asked me to take this position. My client wanted a civilian to match its place. They searched for a person who met their requirements, and there I was. I became the director. I have a feeling I'm just a puppet on their strings. But I won't just sit here and do nothing. I was asked to research a rare disease. I'm a researcher. So of course I'm excited about that. My client's goals might be different, but I'm here out of the desire to unravel the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome. Be the first person to uncover a new mystery for mankind. We have all this data that suggests the existence of a parasite as the cause of the syndrome. We still can't find factual evidence of the culprit microbe itself. That's true. Thought we'd find it easily if we used an electron microscope. Viruses are too small to see with a regular microscope. So the invention of the electron microscope was a dramatic advancement in the world of medicine. However, it's very expensive, and there's no way for a normal doctor to acquire one. The late Dr. Takano said an electron microscope could find the cause of the disease, but it seems his theory had been proven wrong. Even Takano-san was hoping the electron microscope would find it. She was disappointed when she didn't uncover anything after all the autopsies she performed. Her research seems to be having its first snag. It has actually stalled our work for several weeks now. So we need to think about where to go from here. which means they're either smaller than microscopic. Maybe there's something wrong with the specimen itself. What do you mean? For example, as you know, wild mice have tons of fleas on them. But you can't find fleas on dead mice. It's because when the mouse dies, their habitat dies as well. So if the host dies, the parasite's world will end too. That's right. Just like you won't find a living human in post-apocalyptic world. Therefore, you just have to look into the earth before it ends, right? Hehe. That's true. However, we need to think about human rights. It's hard to look into a brain while the patient is still alive. Examining a living human's brain, no matter how you sugar-coated it, that bore very grave meaning. From a medical standpoint, it's necessary. We have rules and morals in this world, and we have to advance medicine within such boundaries. 3. was a time when I was studying lobotomies for the betterment of mankind. I don't think I was wrong. However, could I ever be forgiven under our ideas of ethics? I don't know. One day my judgment will be handed down by the devil. Whether I'm guilty or not, I have to accept it. As I reflected upon my past, I heard a voice. It's Takano-san's. It's very clear and simple, yet it struck me with surprise. Fun fact, it's none of them? It's none of them? Oh, that's unfortunate. Then it's in the answer arcs? I thought I heard it in the first chapter, though. Or the question arcs. Or... Well, those are the... Right, those are the old tracks, but I mean, it should still have the piano part in it. And then just look up the remaster. Don't worry. Okay. Understood. Let me prepare a world on the verge of death. What? I'm startled. Sometimes the phrase advancing medicine bore the whisper of the devil, tempting us to accept sacrifices. Heard that devil whisper. Think egg? It's not that difficult. I just have to find a Hinawasawa resident who is about to die, that's all. But even if they're about to die, who would be brave enough to provide their body for research while still alive? Don't worry about that. If they're dying anyway, we're just gonna put them into sleep a little sooner. On paper, of course. Hehe. The patient would be legally declared dead, even though they're still alive. And we perform an autopsy while they're still alive. That's impossible. Impossible. Besides, if we perform neurological surgery, we have to do a circular incision on the cranial area. The family will notice the marks for sure. That's where we come in. I'll have the mountain dogs look for a patient in the local hospital that matches our needs immediately. All you have to do is wait with a knife and a fork in your hands. I'll bring your meal right away. Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. You know Takano-san is my partner. There's no question about that. But I just can't trust her. It's her extremities as a researcher which contrast largely with mine. But are we so different? And here's something waiting with a knife and a fork in my hands, just as she told me to. I just don't want to witness such a gruesome scene, that's all. What she's preparing for me now is exactly what I want. Who's the hypocrite? Not her. It's me. How can I say I'm different, knowing what I've done in the past? Perform lobotomies without the patient's consent, despite it being surgery that might affect their life forever. How is it different from what she's doing? I've never doubted my past achievements. However, when I looked at her, I start to feel unease. Takano-san is talking to Okanogi-san on the intercom in my office. I'm sure she's telling him to come over so she can explain him what was just discussed. Simply watching without stopping her. I begin to reflect up on my past to remember why I chose to become a doctor. I don't know. Puzzles. True ending. forecast said there was a chance of rain in the evening, but I didn't think it would rain so hard. We decided to wait and then bus stop for the rain clouds to clear. I'm sorry, Takano-san. Oh, don't be, Jiro-san. I knew we were poor, so don't worry about it. Takano-san giggled. Although she said the weather might change suddenly, drag her out here. I feel stupid for making her come along and ending up ruining her precious day off. I have to go back to Tokyo tonight, so it'll be a while before I can return to Hanazawa. I didn't want to spend my last day at a cheap hotel in Okonomiya, so I asked her to go for a stroll. It's just... really sorry. She teased me for a while, but only a little. She wasn't actually enjoying driving me into a corner. That's just her way of communicating, and I find it very charming. I think I've become captivated by her. But on her part, I'm just an auditor from Tokyo. That's why she's being nice to me. It's definitely not because she likes me personally. So I feel like I might have used my position to drag her out here. That makes me a little depressed. Or I should think this slight fever I have is due to nothing more than a cold. But she was the type of person to make it clear when she disliked something. She wouldn't say so directly, but she would use all kinds of indirect expressions that meant the same thing. So I want to believe she's out here because she might be even a little bit attracted to me. Ha! I shook my head as I frowned upon my selfish thoughts. She chuckled as though she knew what I was thinking. I felt myself starting to go red after that. You're a mysterious person, Jiro-san. That women don't leave you alone, huh? So why are you hanging out with a weirdo like me? Weirdo? No way. You're fascinating, Takano-san. Actually, I feel bad making you spend the day with someone like me. Of course, I decided to devote my life to my work, but life is too dry with only that. I need to switch gears once in a while. Besides, communicating with the opposite sex is good for the brain. Hehe. It's all good if I manage to help you clear your head. Don't you feel refreshed just being with me? She gives me an impish smile that makes my heart skip a beat. I tried hiding my embarrassment so she wouldn't notice even my ears going red. Of course. When I'm with you, I do feel refreshed, yeah? Besides, if you learn about avian photography, I'll gain a buddy to share my hobby with. So next time, I'll bring my old camera. It's really expensive to buy a new one, you know? Thank you. I'd love to learn about the avian photography that you're so intrigued by. Looking forward to joining you on a stroll next time you go. So I don't need to buy a camera, do I? No. Try it with my old camera first, and if you enjoy it, then you can buy one for yourself. I'll send it to you when I get back to Tokyo. Thank you. And I'll have you critique my photos when you come next time. Sure. Can hardly wait to see them. Hehe. It'd be nothing compared to yours. It'd be my very first time doing it, you know? While she keeps her cool and smiles, all I can do is blush and scratch my head. Am I being conceited? Can't help but think that Takano-san likes being with me. But it's mere flattery. I don't think she'd come along this far. Oh, no. Taking women's flattery seriously is the mistake I always make. I shouldn't assume that she's attracted to me. By the way, isn't this the first time we've been alone like this? Yeah, you're right. Usually the director or some other research staff is around. I don't know anything about you. I don't know exactly what you do in Tokyo, what you've done in the past. I wonder what you do in the self-defense force. I was an instructor for a while, but I hurt my eye when I was injured. You can live life normally, but they made a big deal out of it, and ever since all I do is desk work. Takano-san giggles, saying I must have done something silly to cause the injury. When I helped PR with their magazine, I became fascinated by photography. Cameras have the power to make people happy. I bet you don't know what I'm talking about, but it's true. Since I started to take pictures, my life has been a lot happier. How can a camera make someone happy? Well, a camera takes a snapshot of a moment of life. Of course, you want to capture a moment that's filled with happiness, right? So you look for happiness through the viewfinder. And as you search, you realize your everyday life is actually filled with happiness. For example, a dandelion sprouting from the crack of the asphalt is just a weed in a busy life. When you look at it through the viewfinder, it's a gift to let you know that spring is approaching. Capture it and put it in an album. Every time you open the album, you remember the happy feeling you had when you took the picture. So always feel that way when you take your pictures. Sure, I don't have ambitions of taking artistic photos or capturing a dramatic prize-winning moment. That's not important to me. I want those moments we don't notice. And helping us recognize those little moments of happiness is the greatest thing about cameras to me. So I'm really glad to be able to see Hinamizawa through my viewfinder. I have a tendency to go overboard when I talk. Most of the time, Takano-san playfully twists my words right back at me. So it's very unusual for her to listen to me like this. Takano-san sat down next to me and tried to fiddle with my camera. I don't know how much of an impression I made, but I think she is indeed interested in cameras. I was expecting her to tease me like usual, so I'm happy to see that this is her reaction. You want to try? Do you think I can? It's easy. First, you just need to learn how to focus and press the shutter. Why don't you hold it? Oh, don't ever touch the lens though. Phew, this isn't easy. Since you seem to show an interest in cameras, I wanted to take a walk around Hinamizawa and take some pictures of the scenery. But unfortunately, the rain doesn't seem to want to stop. But she was still having fun, kept taking pictures inside the bus stop. So the first set of pictures she ever took were of odd things in that dark little building. Since then, every time we'd meet, we ended up walking around the village with our cameras in our hands. Just nice moments. I just wasn't expecting this. But I mean, this might be bad. Not bad, I'm not saying the game's bad. I mean, the situation I'm in. Anyways. So there's this one. So there's one, and then there's two in the other room. The other page. Fragment of Matsuribayashi. Okay. Let's do the Satoshi. When I asked Rika-chan, she said Toko might have possibly gone up to the mountain behind the shrine. She's fond of going there. The mountain is covered in with trees, vines, and fallen logs, and she really likes the area. Any child will dream of having a secret base. And to Satoko, her secret base is the whole mountain. However, the mountains were undeveloped territory, making them a dangerous place that was easy to get lost in. As her brother, I'm a little concerned that she spends so much time on it. Maybe I should worry more about myself getting lost, since I rarely come here. The mountain gets dark quickly when evening falls. If I still can't find her, I should look for her somewhere else. Satoko, yelling out as I can, but in the woods my voice doesn't carry that well. According to Rika-chan, she has been making her secret base in this area. She goes up there alone to expand it. What does she mean by expanded? If it's a secret base, she must not want anyone to find it. Does that mean she set up some traps? Considering that, I should have noticed the traps on the mountain before one got me. Wah! Suddenly my foot sunk into the ground and snagged on something like a jump rope tied beneath dried leaves. I heard some noise from above, and then a big ball made of branches fell right next to me. It had to be one of the playful traps Toko loved. If I wasn't so lucky, I'm sure the ball would have hit my head. Oh my, look who's here. It's you, Nini. It's Toko. No, this kind of horseplay is dangerous. Did you not see the sign put up by the Forestry Service? It clearly states that it's dangerous to come into these woods. My wonderful traps will welcome anyone who ignores that warning. Oh ho ho ho. As her brother, I should stop her from doing things like this. When I see her brilliant smile, I can't say anything else. I haven't seen that smile in some time. By the way, Satoko, weren't you told to come home by evening since we're going out for dinner tonight? I don't want to go. I don't want our mother and father go by themselves. If you want to, you can go with them, Mimi. You still angry at father? Throw an ashtray at me. No, that happened with our previous father. Our current one hasn't done that. He locked me out on the veranda. Didn't feed me lunch. Complained I got him the wrong brand of cigarettes. Then he slapped my face saying I shouldn't be a picky eater. And then, she isn't talking about our current stepfather. Things about all of our different stepfathers have mixed themselves up in her head. Every time our mother remarried, we had to call a different man our father. The word father isn't a word that should be taken lightly. If you don't truly acknowledge a man as your father, how can you call him that? It's how much weight it carries. However, just to make things smooth and peaceful, I used the word father, even if I didn't want to. But it was too difficult for Satoko, young as she was, to do the same. Ever since Satoko was very little, she's been having troubles with all our stepfathers. She's never opened up to our current one. To Satoko, a father figure is no longer someone she can trust. It's true that our current stepfather doesn't have any experience being a parent, so he sometimes gets rather upset with her. But ever since the incident where Satoko called the child abuse hotline, our stepfather regretted his mistakes and tried his best to communicate with her. Even my mother realized how much Satoko has suffered emotionally when it was pointed out by the social worker. She's doing her part in trying to bring Satoko back into the family. But Satoko completely refuses to even try. It's understandable though. Childhood has been filled with misery. Satoko can only open up to me. That's why I have to be the one and only family member she can trust. Otherwise, she'll be all alone in this world. But a brother and a sister alone can't be considered a family. If we don't get along now, if we continue to communicate, even in a small way, maybe it'll become a real family someday. Satoko, our current stepfather is getting nicer. Says he wants to make up with you. That's news to me. It's because every time he tries to say something, you run away. He wants to talk to you. Says he won't make you eat pumpkin anymore. That's a lie. He said I couldn't leave until I ate my pumpkin, and he tied me to the chair. Again, she isn't talking about her current stepfather. Satoko, just come home with me, okay? Mother got a free dinner coupon, and we don't want it to go to waste, do we? We already have the reservation, so you have to go today. Why don't you go, Mimi? I prefer staying home alone. Satoko usually doesn't stay out playing this late. She knows we're going out, that's why she's out here alone. Although I want to snap at Satoko, I controlled myself. Because she only has me. Can't scare her. Please, let's go home, Satoko. You don't have to decide to go or not right now. You can think about it after we get there. Besides, without your help, I can't find my way down the mountain. Mimi, brought you here so many times already, and yet you still haven't learned? What am I going to do with you, Mimi? Satoko holds out her hand. She often says she's embarrassed to hold my hand in front of people, but she's holding out her hand right now. I took that hand. Satoko's fragile hand. Have to protect her as her brick brother. Let's go home, Satoko. Sure. So how does this work? Let me see. Let's go back to the save loads. It's page 2. Okay. So if we put that there. So if we load this one, that's before everything, right? Yeah, okay. Just okay. So we got our yeah, okay. Well, you know, times like these, you end the stream, you come back later, think about it, and then yeah. Thanks again to Effie for the redemption on TBD. It's fun times. Speaking of Effie, we're gonna raid Effie. So for instance, you can do the one next to her, EDAs? Oh, what do you mean? Like it's unlocked now? Power consent. It's reminiscence. So that'll unlock that. Wee woo wee woo. Okay, I see. Yeah, gotcha. So that's how that works. Interesting. Well, we'll figure this out. It's humid as fuck and I'm dying? No, Gus. Sorry. Yeah, go say hi to Effie. We'll be back later. And yeah. This is fun. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. But yeah. Oh, we're rating? We're rating. You know? We're just typing the message in, doing that. And then yeah. We'll be back tomorrow. It's Friday. I think we're stopping, well, we'll figure it out tomorrow when we get there. But yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good one. Bye.